Time stands still as we walk through the winter, but shit got real as our skins they got thinner. We freeze until the morning come and breathing through our worn lungs. My hands, well, they were turning blue, but they were still warm too.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, the stakes could not be higher. 4 of the world's best teams are up for elimination, and it's anyone's game. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of Game Changers Championship 2023. Coming to you live from the Arena CBLOL. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined here by Sapphire. And we've had a few pro players in the studio already, but this man, he's been to a LAN. You've played at the top level. Maurice, welcome. We are so excited to have you here.
Thank you. I'm really happy to join you guys. And I'm happy to watch the Team Liquid Brazilian play as well today.
Oh, is that who you're rooting for?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, what'd you make of that, Sapphire?
Interesting. I am from NA though, so you know I might have to back my NA team. But
Oh, wait, so I'm the mediator today.
You are.
Nice. I get to be the mediator. But let's talk about yesterday, because what a day we had. We had 3 games, a triple header kicking off with Shopify, an NA team, going up first against EDG. What did you make of that game?
that was a statement game from Shopify. We weren't really sure what we were going to see from EDG coming into that. We thought maybe it'd be a bit competitive, but no, Shopify was here to play. They absolutely dominated that. It was the floor and Noya show yesterday.
I wish it was a little bit longer, but onto the second game, of course, that was a banger too. We had Crew versus BBL. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, BBL is a new team coming into the World Tournament, and on the first map, BBL's pick was Sunset. They actually had full map control. They had the game on their hands all the time. On the other hand, Konir was playing really well against them, but that wasn't enough. BBL crushed them. And on the second map was Bind. Crew actually started really slow because of their BBL team comp. I think with Bridge was really strong to attack side. So I think it was 9-3 or something, and they started a comeback. They almost come back, and they won the pistol, they won bonus, everything. But yeah, in the end, it wasn't enough, but they put a really good show in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the last game, though, oh my goodness. I felt like that could have been like a grand final or something, because had the G2 versus SMG. So entertaining.
That was a giga banger for sure. It could have gone either way, and to SMG's credit, they were so close. They were up by 11-10. I might have jinxed them because I started like crafting the like, oh my god, APAC is here tweet. But it was wild. But at the end of the day, the reigning champions, G2, took that match 2-1.
I mean, I think I want to talk about G2 a little bit more, just because, you know, the bracket, if you guys look at it at home as well, G2, they're the first team to make it as far as you possibly can. They get to skip the elimination bit from the first couple of rounds as well. I think a lot of people last year maybe underestimated them a little bit because they lost at the final hurdle in EMEA, and this year with the new roster, again, people were saying, oh, they're not going to defend their title, but Sapphire, those people are wrong.
They are so wrong. Have you never watched Bibi and Petra on LAN? They always show up. They always show up. They never disappoint. Those two are an incredible duo, paired with the newer players as well as the returning Glance. Like, they're just fantastic, and they are one game away from making it to the grand finals.
Oh, you think anyone can take down G2?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I really want to see Shopify versus G2. I think they have a really great individual skill level. G2 has experience, right? As Safir said, it's really always hard to play versus them in LAM. But I think Shopify, if they put up a good show, I think it's gonna be a great match if they do come playing together.
Yeah, and if you guys remember, Mimi and Potter in bracketology, they did their own pick'ems. Muriz, I'm not sure if you've seen this. You might like this because they think Team Liquid Brazil would take the whole tournament. Do you agree?
Me too. I did the same thing. I have it.
They're gonna do the lower bracket run, you think now?
Yeah, I think now it has to be the lower bracket run. But yeah, I think they can win this show.
Oh, but what if Shopify drops down there?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but they can win. It's fine.
So you agree with Mimi and Potter?
Yeah,
Damn.
I do.
Okay. What do you think? You two?
The potential's there. It's just a very long road. I want to believe. I really, really like the TL roster. Like, to even make it to this point, like, Brazil has one of the strongest regions. So to even get here, it's impressive, but it is such a long road in that lower bracket.
It is a long road, but it has been done before.
It has
been.
and they've got home field advantage.
They do indeed. And coming up today, it is do or die time, because for the first 2 matches we have here, it is going to be elimination. If you lose, you are out of the tournament. And then we have the Shopify versus BBL, which I think is going to be absolutely a crazy game. And again, they're still kind of chilling in the upper bracket. They don't have to go down there and fight just yet, but we never know what's going to happen in this tournament. And that brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll question. I want to know what you guys think at home. Which team do you think has the best shot at avoiding elimination today? Team Liquid, EG, EDG, or Crew? Scan the QR code right here, right down below me, and cast your vote now. And also make sure, tell us any other thoughts you might have and what you think using the hashtag VCT and VCT Game Changers. And we'll might feature you on the broadcast. Who knows? What do you guys think about the team that's going to avoid elimination today out of the 4 that's going up against it?
Liquid.
I could have guessed that.
Wait, really? No way.
Being really, really logical, I think Crew is the one that has the biggest chance to, because I didn't see enough from EDG. But yeah, I would punt Liquid and that's it.
It's going to be a nice day for you, though, if both Liquid and Crew make it, though, right?
Yeah,
You're going to be very
it's gonna be
happy
great.
about that. Yeah, what do you think, Heather?
Yeah, I think thinking logically, like, I think EG, if they're playing to their full potential, while Team Liquid is the favorite, I think they could still challenge them. EDG, we didn't see a lot yet, so in that case, I'd potentially put Crew as the one that might be the safest today.
It's hard, though.
It's
really,
hard.
really hard
It is
to pick.
hard, yeah.
Yeah, it is hard to pick. And while we have both of you here, I thought we play another game. I won the last one, though, right? I feel like I did win the last one. But luckily, we're not competing today. We're going to do something very, very, very fun, because you only get one chance to make a good first impression. So let's see how our Game Changers players did when they took the stage right here in São Paulo over the last couple of days. We're going to rate some walkouts. Now, you've done walkouts before, so I feel like you know what we're doing here. And we got some whiteboards here, so we gotta... Oh, we're starting. I feel like...
Okay.
Oh, that was Palestra and Carcass. Oh!
Okay.
All right, we're gonna rate it from 1 to 10. So what would you give that one? Oh, damn. I feel like I would hurt myself if I did that.
Well, yeah, it's a little more difficult for us.
I'm gonna
go...
Okay, you were quick with that.
Yeah,
okay.
I like it. I like
Alright,
it.
you
I
like
expect
it?
it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll start with you. What did you rate that one?
7.
Oh, a 7.
Yeah. Nothing great, but I expect it.
Okay. Would you do that walkout with Carcass or Palestra? You know, walking out with them. Give them
Maybe.
Yeah?
One day.
I actually rated it a lot higher than
Really?
you did.
Okay.
I'll just give you my reasoning. I gave it a 9 plus a 0.5 for the goose.
Okay.
I feel like
cool.
holding the goose and then
Yeah,
giving a little
maybe
bump.
That was a good point.
You want to add a
Yeah,
0.5 to yours?
0.5,
Yeah.
0.5.
0.5 for the goose.
So I have an opinion about the goose. I put a 5 out of 10 because I think they needed to incorporate the goose more. If the goose was a part of this more, part of the celebration, it was just kind of, under his arm there. If they were maybe high-fiving with it too or something, it would go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take notes, Carcass and Palestra, the next time you do this. But let's take a look at the next one. And this is EG versus. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's cute. Okay.
That's just so great.
How do you put 9 before? Now
I
you don't have
overrated,
where
right?
to go.
Yeah,
You don't
overrated.
have where to go now.
What I like about this one, I don't know how you feel about this, Miraz, is the fact that they're about to play against each other.
Yeah.
So they would have spent some time behind, backstage to try and make it up and then perform it and then play against each other.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? Okay, I think. Oh God. I can't go lower, so I'll start with you this time.
Okay,
Sapphire.
I went a 9. I love it. It was adorable. I'm in the plushies again. The penguin just kind of wasn't part of it, and I feel like the penguin could have been incorporated. Next time, get that, and it's a 10 for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 10. Yeah.
9.
Oh, you
9.
like that one?
Yeah, I like.
Is that something that you would do, you think?
I don't think so. I'm more of the shy guy. I can leave that to Boaster probably.
No, he has to shake his ass, I feel like, when he does it. And let's do the last one, and this was EDG's Clem. I think you guys have seen this already because this is iconic. Like, this is just actually iconic. I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to even give it a number.
Yeah, that's the one I'm waiting for.
Yeah?
Every number I put before, that I'm waiting for this one. I know it.
Oh, so you couldn't do a 10?
Of course.
Until now?
Of course.
Would you do this?
As I said before, I don't think so. I really respect it. Also, the history of this walkout as well. Right?
Yeah, like where it came from.
Yeah.
Actually, let's just roll the clip. We have that. I'm glad you mentioned it because Clem herself, I think she referenced it, that it was like a faker reference. So I will show it in a second. We can do the ratings first.
Yeah, it's 100 out of 10 for me.
Wait. Okay, I think
Yes.
I think she actually she nailed it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
She did. Wow, the dismount was incredible.
Dare I say, I think she might have done a little bit better than Faker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
hard to beat the legend.
Yeah.
This best one I might have ever seen. Amazing, especially the nod.
Okay,
The goat
100.
himself.
Wow. You went for 10? Yeah.
Of course.
I don't have any. I could not go possibly lower than that. I go for a 10 as
It
well.
has to be a 10.
Yeah, and honestly, we do this, a lot. We have a lot of fun on the desk. We get to rate stuff. But how about you guys try and rate the desk? We're gonna give you an opportunity. Definitely tweet at us because we've also got a walkout. You want to show the people at home what we got prepared?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Let's do it.
right.
Let's do it.
We only practice this one time, okay?
Let's see if I can do it.
All right, you got this. Yeah. Yeah! I
Pretty
thought
good.
we nailed that. I give ourselves a 10. I give ourselves a 10, I feel like. But unfortunately, for some of the teams that we have just seen, they're not going to have too many opportunities for walkouts. So some of them, it might be the last one today because it is time to talk about elimination. And we're going to kick things off with Team Liquid. They're going to be going up against EG. And I want to start with Team Liquid because first elimination match of the entire tournament, and I don't think anybody would have predicted that Liquid will be the first one to go out. And Heather, if they do go out here in front of the Brazilian crowd, it will be a massive upset.
It's devastating. There's so many people out here. They're so excited for this team. They're wearing the merch. They're waving the flags. And to not be able to play even in the semifinals or finals, it's a huge disappointment.
Yeah, I think they have the performance today. Like it's a bit pressure as well, but I think it's less pressure than the first match. Like it was their debut, so they had a lot of pressure. It was hard. I could see them playing. They were not playing like they used to do. So I think they have a lot more to show. And also, yeah, I think B0 didn't show too much. She was popping off on the Game Changers São Paulo, and I'm really hoping to see that the great performance she did before, she can do it right now.
Yeah, let's talk about B0 a little bit more because that was the first player when you even came on the desk, you were telling us that you are a big fan of. So what is it that you feel like she normally does for the team that maybe we didn't see?
Yeah, I think that she just performed really, really well in São Paulo. I think she was the huge difference for them. She was playing the sentinel role. She was playing, getting a lot of individual play, picks and stuff. So yeah, like Sunset and Chamber, she didn't show that for now. So that's what I'm willing to see.
Is that a Chamber thing, you think, or?
No, she was playing Killers as well and performing really well, playing aggressive and stuff. But yeah, in the Chamber, you have that pressure a little bit more. You have to do that. That's the only utility you have. You have to get picks.
Yeah, she's obviously, this is one of her first big international stages before. Like, she's just kind of easing into it. Like, this was one of the key pieces the team picked up in the offseason to get them to the next level, and we're going to need to see more from her today.
Yeah, I think one of the shining beacons of hope they had against G2 last time they faced each other are the veterans on the team. Daiki and Bastarda, Heather, they were trying their goddamn best to get them over the line. They couldn't in the end, but I think it's a good thing that even in a losing situation, they were still performing.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of potential from these two. These are two of the most known faces in this scene, and Bastarda had so many incredible plays, so many multi-frag moments, and then of course Daiki also fragging while being the IGL for this team.
Yeah, they were playing really, really well throughout the whole series, and they almost did this comeback in Sunset. And yeah, I think they can still be playing on the same level and push the team, force the team to feel more relaxed, don't feel too much the pressure. And that if they can do that, I think they can come out with a win.
Yeah, I mean, Daiki and Basada, they were here last year, you know, in Game Changers Championship. They made it really far as well. So do you think maybe that in the back of their head, like we have to make it further next year, is putting a little bit more pressure on them, considering they got to play in front of the home crowd, the Brazilian fans?
Yeah, I think you have the two ways to think in your mind. You can think that way, or you can think, I have the experience, I can guide my players, I know what we can do. We did really well last year. We have, in their mind, better team this year. Let's go through. So you can choose where you want to feel in your mind. So I think if they go to the right side of it, they can play better. They can relax their team, push their comforts and stuff.
Yeah, following Team Liquid's loss on day one, we spoke actually with Bastada about what went wrong and why you should never count out Team Liquid.
Hi, I'm Thea and I'm the IGL for Evil Geniuses GC. I think the match versus SMG, we definitely learned that we need to, one, just stick to the things we know, like our fundamentals, our teamwork, and honestly, if we just brush up on some little things, I think we'll be real. I feel very energetic and just happy to be here, honestly. I think we did lose to ourselves in that match, so I still am very confident for our future matches.
The numbers, the defense from SMG hold up. The fast rotate proves to be a problem. Can Lori do this on her own? A 1v1, 30 HP, tries to tuck tail, tries to get away, and Aries up on it, and it's a 4K for Lori.
You know, coming up into this, like, qualifying for this tournament, it was like a Cinderella run, right? We had like a run just through the whole lower bracket. And honestly, my team is just happy to be here because, you know, I did not think like 2 months ago that I would be at the World Championship. So I'm really just happy to be here. And honestly, if we get 8th place, you know, it is what it is, but we're gonna try our best to win. And we're just happy to play another day of Valorant.
We will talk about EG. We will talk. It's such an EG thing, right? They just want you to talk about them. We are gonna in just a moment. But I feel like for the Liquid side, they might be feeling a similar way. They're just still confident.
I think so. They've done it before. They've been in the lower bracket before. You know, they're at home. Like there's no jet lag or anything. So I think they're still gonna feel good about going into today.
Yeah, and speaking of, let's send it down to Mika Fabs, who's standing by with Team Liquid's coach, Palestra.
Palestra, do you have a second?
Yeah.
Just really wanted to know how much pressure is the team under right now, especially knowing this is the first elimination match.
I would just say let the pressure build up. I think we know our duty here. We'll try to show our best one more time. I think we didn't show the best of us in the last match, so we are trying to do that right now.
Best of luck to the team.
I mean, they're self-aware, you know, about the potential of elimination or the pressures and so on. What do you think about what's going to happen with them today? Because I know that you were speaking to Palestra before the game.
Yeah, I actually just spoke to him a few minutes ago, and he actually said that there was a lot of nervousness, a lot of emotions that got to them. I think, as I said before, with the debut and stuff, and they were hyping a lot. Also facing the world champions, like reigning champions, like it had a lot of stuff together to deal with it. And they actually have a really young team. I think their oldest player is like 23 or something. So if you compare to G2, like you can't compare at all. So I think that today they can play, like they already played their first match and stuff. And yeah, I really think like they can play better. That's what he taught me.
Yeah, the ceiling is very high for this team. Like we've seen them on land before in Brazil. They do incredibly well. The energy is always high. Like as long as they can brush off those nerves, they're going to be better today.
Yeah, and speaking of things that they need to work on, again, they played well, and they played well against G2. But one thing though, Heather, is that their attack side, there were some uncharacteristic things that happened. It was a lot weaker than usual.
It's not what we're used to, what we've seen over the past year. Daiki always talked about the team is very slow. They like to wait for the team to make mistakes. They're always catching those flanks. And that was definitely not the case on Lotus. The amount of times they got caught out in the back and they were just having to push spawn because they were getting flanked from behind. It was very like one-dimensional. And then even with their comp using Astra instead of Omen, like they lack that extra flash to be able to get out of these chokeholds like we're seeing here. So it's not the attack side we normally expect from a Daiki-led team.
Yeah, and mainly talking about Lotus, there's a really heavy attack side map. I think like you can play that way. I mean, they really played really well on the hard part that is defending. Like Lotus is really hard to defend, and they played really well. I actually remember watching the map and was like, oh, they're really in a good shape to win and stuff. But then they threw the pistol and threw the bonus, and I think that was overcomplicating a little bit the stuff, and they can play a little bit simpler right now. So probably that helps them.
Go back to their own game plan, not to overcook a little bit. But let's move on to their opponents for today, which is going to be EG. For me, I don't even feel like we've really seen their full potential. You know, they've been in certain situations like elimination before, and they've been able to come out the other side. And at least for me, Heather, I just want to move, like today's their debut. You know, the last one didn't count. This is where we're going to see them show up.
Yeah, you got to wipe that one clean and forget about it, because obviously what they played against, and you all remember it was a 4 duelist comp. That's certainly not what they prepped for. It threw them off their game. They have a lot of players. It was their first time ever Atlanta, an international stage. They're gonna forget that one, and today is day one.
How do you recover from this sort of defeat? Do you think it'd be an easier thing, just knowing that like, hey, it's okay, we won mentally there, we're gonna be great today?
Yeah, me as a player, if I lost that to the $4, I think I would tilt. I don't know. It's actually
understandable.
Yeah, really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
But like the best way to do it is to just forget it. Like forget it. We weren't there. We weren't playing at all. Just forget it. Like you sometimes you don't even need to rewatch the game because like you didn't need to play at all. Like what are you gonna correct from the playing versus 4 duelists? Like just forget it and move on.
I guess the extension to that is, do you think that they should go for Lotus again today? You know, maybe redeem themselves, or just no?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think like losing the way they did, I think it could get to them. So yeah, let's see.
Let's see indeed. And I think the way that we spoke about them being a little bit tilting and nervous, it was backed up by EG themselves. We have a tweet here from PowerPixel who spoke about it after the game. She said, lost 0-2 against SMG, GG's, got nervous against the 4 duelists, for respect to them for that. Understandable. And again, it's not going to happen again. Heather, how often do you have to deal with that?
No, I don't think it's going to happen often. I think it's good that they have the self-awareness of like, what went wrong? Like we were nervous, and that's okay. Like that's addressable, and I know they've got a fantastic coach in them that not only helping them in game but out of game to help calm those nerves.
Yeah, and a fantastic IGL as well in Thea, who's actually with Mika Fabs right now for a quick word.
Hey Thea, have you got a second?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Have a really quick question for you.
Okay.
Just wanted to know how you're psyching yourself up for this match, especially since it's the first elimination match of Game Changers Champions.
Yes, well, in Game Changers 3, we did the lower bracket run, so every match was an elimination match. So we've been there before, you know, we know how to handle the pressure now.
Okay, good. Nothing new for you guys. Best of luck.
It's not just this, it's not just what she said, but I also have to remind everybody, in case people forgot, they beat Shopify to get here. Like, this team has beaten one of the best teams in the world before, so surely, you know, they can do this.
Yeah, I mean, mainly with with Laurie, and she's a really experienced player. She was hyping up a lot the team and stuff. I think they can play better than what they did. Of course they can.
Well, first off, I'll also say that they beat Shopify and they beat Shopify to get here. I have to remind you that, because both of those were big wins.
I feel like that's even more impressive of beating 2 different Shopifys.
2 different Shopifys. But yeah, they, like Thea said, they had that Cinderella run. They can do it. And not only was it like a Cinderella run, and it was like they dominated teams. They were actually smashing teams. They were beating the now Shopify on the maps that they're always undefeated on. So it was really good performance to get here. They have so much more potential than what we're seeing.
Yeah, and I think a couple of points with Laurie there. First of all, I love the way that you mentioned, you know, her role in the team, because even when they were getting a little bit tilted maybe last time, she didn't seem that way. She was hard as a rock, and she was high energy. But how do you think she can translate that to the rest of our teammates? How do you actually kind of make sure that your teammates feel the same way as you do?
Yeah, sure. If she's very vocal, she's like influencing the team, hyping team up when we're winning, or talking a lot when they're losing. Because like when they start losing, usually meaning a LAN, it starts to get quiet, and that's why you feel like you start to get quiet. You start to get into your head. So if there's someone talking, like pushing you, and etc., that has the experience, that changes everything.
Well said, yeah, exactly. So Lori and Thea, those veterans need to be the ones that keep the comms up no matter what. If you're down 3 to 9.5, 10 to 2, you have to keep that energy out for the players and prove to them as the veterans that there is hope and you can come back.
Yeah, and on the other side of this as well, I mean, we spoke about how crazy and how much of an upset it would be if Team Liquid were to get eliminated first in front of a Brazilian crowd. But Lori was a finalist last year. She was in the grand finals, and she was very, very, very close to a trophy. So I think it would be equally shocking and upsetting, Heather, if she were to be the first one to be eliminated here.
I think so. I think people looked at this bracket, and a lot of people thought, okay, EG should be staying in the upper bracket for a bit, and that's not the case. So them being in the lower at this point is very surprising.
Yeah, and as we said before, that's the EG thing. Like they did the Cinderella run in NA, they can do it right now again, and that's what's scary for Team Liquid. So yeah, I'm really hyped to see this match and how their team's gonna work out.
Yeah, I don't want either of them to get eliminated. Yeah. I'm like, just give everyone a trophy. We have enough.
What the competition? I would.
He's like, no, we need a winner. But earlier, I teased a little bit about the fact that we got to speak to Bastarda, and I have the clip for you guys here. This is what she had to say about what went wrong and why you should not be counting them out.
Hi, I'm Paula Naguil. I'm 23 years old and I'm playing for Team Liquid, Brazil. I feel sad because I had really high expectations. I feel so bad for lose to G2 because we lost in communication. We was so nervous in game and we couldn't conclude the maps. Last year we lost to G2, but this year my team I think is better. So if we face G2 again, I think we will back more stronger to defeat them.
Inside that pit, met up with Blanche, working to get on this extremity. Beautiful flash though for 2 insta kills. Roxy looking to clutch it, not gonna happen. Bizzero with the headhunter.
Evil Genius is so good because they defeat the queens in EMEA. Defeat Topify, so I'm so anxious to play against Lori because I met her last year in tournament, so will be fun. Sorry to all the fans to the lose against G2, but we will come back stronger, I promise.
I mean, I love how she's already looking ahead, like, yeah, we're going to play G2 again. But also that point about the fans is really interesting, right? Because we are in Brazil, we're in São Paulo. We've been here before earlier this year. We know what the fans want. They want to see a Brazilian team lift the trophy. I know you do as well. So, you know, how are the fans, you think they're going to be reacting to this? And is it harder knowing that the fans just want you to win so bad?
Yeah, if you let that get to your mind, I think it's harder. You have to believe, you have to think about it like in a good way, only the good way. Only take the good way about that, and don't put too much pressure. So you actually in the game, you kind of need to forget it a little bit. Like you don't even think about the people that are cheering. Like you think about yourself, you think about the game, and need to focus. Because if you had let that go to your mind while you're playing, that's where it gets hard.
Yeah, exactly. They talked about, you know, nerves and the fans and everything. You got to forget about that and focus on your own game. We know they do this so well. We've seen them dominate before online in venues where there aren't fans. Like, they can do this, and they need to focus on their own game and less about the outside factors.
Yeah, but also just for the fans. They, you know, we were here in São Paulo already, and they missed out. They were kind of robbed a little bit from a Brazilian team being able to lift a trophy. And I think they're going to be very like heartbroken if that happens again, right?
I think so. Not just the fans. I'm sure they have family too in the crowd, you know, and this is maybe a once in a lifetime moment for a lot of their friends and family to watch them in person, and they're going to want to walk with more wins.
I'm buying into this. I know you're cheering for Liquid. I'm kind of with you now. But it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Early in the show, we asked you, which team has the best shot at avoiding elimination? The results are in, and everybody said Liquid. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm with them.
Yeah? You're like, they're right. Yes. Yeah. And Heather, what do you think?
There's some hope for EG. 17%, they're number 2. So there's still some believers there. Some believers. Yeah.
I will say shout out to the EDG ones, because I think they probably after their first match have the hardest, have the most to prove.
Yeah, yeah, they do. But you know, people maybe have fallen in love with that team. They're so fun to watch. Like they showed so much potential in their region. So I'm glad there's still some supporters there.
Yeah, I am glad too. I also have a feeling that he just made like loads of accounts being like, we gotta vote for Liquid, we gotta rig it, we gotta rig it. But I mean, we can theorize, we can tell everyone what we think, and of course, the fans, you at home, you have your say. But this comes down to the players. It comes down to the teams. They have their own fate in their hands, and after today, we'll be down to our top 6. Who's gonna make it? Let's find out and kick off day 3 of Game Changers Championship 2023.
I think that my teammates would agree with me that we're confident going into any match. I'm not worried about playing anyone at this event. We're gonna do good regardless.
Yani bütün takım arkadaşlarıma aşırı fazla güveniyorum ve bence bu yüzden biz bu kadar güçlüyüz. Görünüşte çok kırılgan olabiliriz ama en iyisi biziz.
We're still pretty confident going in against BBL, even though they're really good at shooting. I think we have really good utility and we have really good teamwork.
Shopify'a karşı kazanacağız. Tanrı onlara merhamet etsin çünkü biz etmeyeceğiz.
Let's put on a show.
第一次的国际赛事，大家就是很开心能来参加，就是放松去打这比赛就行了。但就是我们打谁都一样，就是打好自己，尽自己全力就可以了。
Pude como player haber dado mucho más, haber ayudado mucho a nuestro equipo y claramente haberle ganado a BBL que estaba ahí.
面对 crew 我们有自信，然后希望我们能在比赛的时候打出我们训练赛的成果。
Tenemos muchas ansias de ganar y vamos a entrar a la cancha con todo.
我们会尽全力的，然后希望我们能打出一个精彩的比赛。
EG with backs against ropes and everything crumbled.
Nobody wants to lose, but losing is how you learn, so we know what to do for next time.
To get out of lower bracket, we need to be more calm and more resilient. I'm confident because I trust in my team.
Team Liquid, we just see them as just another opponent. I think if we play our game, we'll win.
I'm so anxious to play against Evil Genius is because they defeat the Queens in EMEA, they defeat Shopify. I'm down, but I'm not out. Watch me.
So we're starting map selection process for TL versus EG. For this match, we're gonna have a coin flip to decide which team starts choosing. So the choice is based on alphabetical order. So TL will be tails and EG will be heads. Okay. So heads is the front of the coin and tails is the back. Okay. So it's heads. EG starts choosing. Choosing a side, yeah.
Team B.
EG and TL is team A. So TL starts banning a map.
Ben Breeze.
Breeze, a ban for EG.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus, pick for TL.
Pick Splitch.
Split, side on split for EG.
Start attack.
Attacking, map pick for EG.
Pick Ascent.
Ascent, side on ascent for TL.
Defense.
Defense. So defense, the second set of bans. TL, we have Haven, Bind, and Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset. The last ban for EG, we have Haven and Bind.
Ban bind.
Ban Bind. So Haven is the sider. Side on Haven for TL.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, that's it. Good luck, have fun.
Thank
you.
Good luck.
The upper bracket, it didn't go their way, but that does not matter anymore. This is elimination. No more second chances, and you do not want to be the first team to be sent home here.
Definitely not, especially on your home soil. But either team is going to desperately want to win this today. Going out in last is the worst feeling.
It is indeed.
Yeah, I'm really hyped to see this one. I'm really gonna cheer for Liquid here. I can say it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I mean, especially after we saw the map vetoes, you know, Maurice, you already suggested that do not go near the Lotus. Maybe just ban it out. They listened to you. They did. What do you make of the rest of the map picks?
Yeah, I think they're playing comfort map picks. I was seeing how they did. Like they have a really strong split, and I don't know how EG left it out, to be honest.
Oh, you're surprised that EG, they went for the split? Yeah, they let it out.
Yeah, it's very surprising to me because TL is undefeated in the last 2 months, 5-0 on it, while on the other side, EG, they did win against the old Shopify on it, but beyond that, they never play that map. So it's very interesting. And then also, as we go into the next map, Ascent, that's kind of one where, again, like, EG, it's not necessarily their favorite. They do well on it, though. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's the fact that they both completely avoided the maps they played already. They're like, we're not going to do Sunset, we're not going to do Lotus, we're just going to have a fresh start here. I also want to talk about, you know, when it comes to the comps of EG on Split, because it feels like they don't really know what they want to play on Split, so I don't know how we're going to try and guess what they bring out. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't really think what to expect, to be honest. Yeah, it's gonna be probably something completely new. I don't think they play with these five players together with Split already, so I don't really know what to expect.
I mean, what do you think about the Chamber? They played Chamber last and they played Split. You want to see that again?
You actually can play the Chamber in the map. I don't think it's too bad. I just don't like it too much. I think you have better options. You can play the Cypher comp, you can play the Jet comp. I think those are much more fit on.
Yeah, and then obviously if we look at the new player, Scary Shark, like just coming into the duelist role in the last couple weeks, and then obviously now playing the Raze here. We did see her on Jet the other day.
Yeah, and as you guys can see in the Prime Gaming Agent select, they have changed things up a little bit. Liquid, we didn't expect that. Anyway, is this a mirror matchup? No, the Cypher for the KJ, that's a little bit different. So what do you guys think? What do you make of this?
Yeah, I like this a little more. I think we know Starbound more on that Cypher. That's something that they've been playing more. It's obviously a nice counter to the Raze.
It was a Team Liquid pick, right? Split. I think they probably start attacking, and I'm a little bit scared attacking side with this comp. I'm scared.
Oh, okay. Don't be
really
scared.
hard.
You got this.
I'm scared.
We have the maps and the agents, and all that's left to do is send it over to your casters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much to Yinsu and the desk. Yes, this is going to be the first elimination game here in São Paulo for the Game Changers Championship. And for EG, they have nothing to lose. No one expected them to be here, to make it this far with a substitute now. But for TL, there is everything against them. This is their home they're playing for.
Absolutely everything is on the line for Team Liquid right now. This is their city, this is their crowd, this is their stage. They can't lose now.
And it starts here on Split. Evil Geniuses on the attack, and they're taking mid control.
Yes, they are. Evil Genius is taking a little slower at the start here, and you'll see this now with a lot of this, the Viper and Cypher on the same comp. It's actually the Viper wall over towards B, so lurk options on both sides of the map for EG while they slowly pressure into mid. Once that Viper orb comes up, though, they have to wait that out before scaling up.
There's a lot of stall here for TL, and they'll look to reclear the space with the Roomba. It spots players out, but TL will fall away and instead turn their attention to re-clearing A main.
Yeah, double info cycle from TL behind as that orb drops in mid, and also dodging away from some of those Cypher cages on that A side. Now EG leaning over into A. There's plenty of stall here for Team Liquid between the Viper wall and that Killjoy utility, and already Daiki's rotated over into heaven.
And with mid control still that of Team Liquid's, they can have fast rotates into this A side. The execute is forthcoming, and committed into the back lines is Bizera. Can she get out of this one in time? No, she's gonna fight more. Has a teammate joining her in the site. It's Daiki, and they have to take down Scary Shark. She's gone, and the trade's come in time for EG. The flood retake is in Starbound, shuts it down 4-1, and it leaves it on Jujina.
Team Liquid just kept on flooding in there. It's only Jujina left. No Paranoia to play with whatsoever. And Lori Power Pixel just gonna hide, hold hands together on site.
Power Pixel doesn't spot her on the jump peak. She'll creep around the corner, spot it. It's a dink on the jump, and it's Lori on the shutdown. EG get their first pistol.
Yes, they do. Team Liquid, you can see there, they were just trying to flood over as fast as humanly possible on that one. But I think once they lost the 2 players on site, busting through that smoke on screens ended up costing them big time. They had that 180 crossfire held against them, and that's where EG thrived.
Oh, and some great movement there from the player brand new to Raze, being able to jiggle back and forth behind the cover and sight to give time for the rest of her team to join and win out that round for EG. And you see what it means. I mean, after the games that they've played, after getting rolled over by a 4 duelist comp, it has to feel good to finally be playing like yourself.
You've literally just got to forget and move on for Evil Geniuses. And we heard Thea talking about it beforehand. Hey, they already have made that lower bracket run in stage 3. It's a lower bracket run again.
Yeah, and talking to the coach of this team, Jovi, something very familiar for EG, described it to me as playing on house money. Seems like a common theme at this point, but this team, anything they can get done, any win they can get, is a big moment.
Check this out from Team Liquid, though. They've crept up 110 on the clock. We're like, hey, EG didn't really do anything. Are they setting up for another A-slam? This time, they just run into 1 player and back on the way.
Reclear into mid for Lori here is be a bit of prodding going on over towards the A site, and the spike will move over there as well.
Yeah, EG just looking to finish once again into the A site. It's just a carbon copy of the last round, although no Killjoy utility this time. It's actually Bizera hiding out behind Flower Box.
Does she get checked here? Surely this should be an angle cleared thoroughly. And, well, it isn't.
What?
And now the Classics are getting something done. 2 kills. Greedy there from Bizera, and she'll be punished as a result. Great work from Starbound to trade back 4-2. With Molly's coming into that position and Starbound being pushed out open, they are in trouble, and TL has gotten this done. 5 Classics, and they win the round.
Just ridiculous scenes here on Split to start it off. I mean, Daiki did fantastic work from back site. It seemed like nothing was going right, but then all of a sudden, Bizera gets that right-click one-shot onto the first player, and Nora falls, and Daiki, money from back site.
A ridiculous MasterCard thrifty there to win out, and credit to the flash utility from Daiki, the IGL. Both of her flashes were just money in that round, giving 2 free kills each time.
And I'm wondering what went wrong, because there was no smoke on Heaven, or it dropped already. I think they ended up getting stalled out pretty heavily by a late molly going onto the ground. Now, of course, in terms of economy, Evil Geniuses have absolutely nothing. Team Liquid have bought themselves so much cushion for the rest of this half.
Issa just on this perma mid-control duty that she's proved very good at. Despite that loss to G2, I think these new players on Team Liquid proved how adept they were, how familiar they are being on a LAN stage like this one.
100%. I mean, Team Liquid, we say it's their stage. That's because stage 3 of GC, they played all through here. No strangers to that stage, no strangers to the crowd as well, which already you can hear getting a little rowdy after that pistol win in round number 2. Evil Genius is taking first low once again.
but they'll group up towards B.
Evil Geniuses maybe were hoping the Team Liquid would go for a walk down like they did in the previous round, but now they've got to commit with 35 seconds left.
Georgina on the line, and she has more smokes to stall this one out. It is a triple lineup. That is disgusting.
You just couldn't ask for anything better.
How many bullets? Two. 2 bullets, 3 kills?
2 bullets, 3 kills.
Great value.
If that's not a bargain bin deal, I don't know what is.
Doesn't get better than that. 10 seconds left. Give her the ace. Come on. Georgina wants some more, and Thea will steal it away with a nice dink out of the classic. I mean, a 1 mag 4K. You take those.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's that gamer posture, right? You get the knee, the higher the knee, the crisper the aim, the less bullets you actually need.
She's chilling.
She's absolutely chilling. I love it. Let's look at that again. And this is that nice, I mean, 3 kills instantly. I love these smokes you can see, by the way, creating a tiny little one-way, making it so much harder than a normal smoke in the choke. Then she pushes forward. She's got that confidence to take the shots.
Georgina's really an expert on A front. She's a player who constantly has to flex around in all the different comps the Team Liquid plays, but every agent, it seems she has such a high level with, and this Omen is no different. 3 players set up in mid. Could be a bit of a trap play if EG commit into this space.
I think Team Liquid expecting a pace change here with the buy of the rifles, and you'd expect that to be up through mid, and then leaning into one of your lurk sides. Georgina just with the paranoia ready to go off of any contact, that jump peek from Best Art.
Paranoia through, but it's too early. No one there to receive the play. EG, they get a lot of util out of TL for free.
Oh, Daiki takes the shot over from screens. That's a teleport across. So Georgina shows herself in vents, then TP's over to B Heaven. It's a B hold your 3 players from TL.
This might make them think that B is light, but with space towards ramp, that's actually being robbed away quickly. That was a very swift rotation from Daiki to re-clear that space, but the spike again rotating back on over towards an A
It's
finish.
dangerous though. EG showing again the tendency to fall back into A, where the heavy Killjoy Viper Salt has always been set up.
That it is, but they still have dive utility on Scary Shark. For Satchel, just trying to break utility. Can she get ahead of this one? Nora into the back lines, and Bizarra not able to get the job done. And Daiki's low on HP. This smoke is great to support her as she walks into the site. EG have to take care of these players, but Scary Shark is wrapped around.
30 seconds
but
left.
still, Daiki in the back lines, and Scary Shark's just not looking. Does she have the discipline? The time to get 2? Absolutely. Is it enough from the IGL? 2v2 now, an off angle found by Power Pixel, leaving it down to Issa. And the molly was good, but the shot's not there. EG somehow get away with that one.
It's such an important round to close. I mean, Daiki has been insane on the side, but the duo of Power Pixel and Starbound, they joining into this EG roster, this team, they have really had a breakout year, stepping up from, you know, just outside the cusp at tier 1 in the GC scene. You always knew that the 2 of them had the talent. And they closed it out here after, you know, you lose that second round to the Pistols. You had a terrible day 1 showing EG needed this to get the momentum back for themselves.
Yeah, EG really a team wholly new to this level of competition. Can they rise to the occasion?
I mean, Nora as well there with fantastic entry, getting 2 kills in her 2nd game ever with EG.
Second one ever on any GC main event. She hasn't even played in anything but qualifiers in North America, and is now here in São Paulo for the championship.
The last GC game she played was versus Evil Geniuses, getting eliminated and not being able to make it into top 8 when she was a supernova in stage 3.
No way she could have seen this coming. Another A setup for EG. They're looking to take ramp control in this one, or to just continue to take care of the players in the backside. Scary Shark double satcheling in. We've seen this one before. Kenty, I'll find the counter. Daiki will. 3 from raises. Shorty around the corner, and Daiki is doing it all. It's only Lori left. And what the hell could she do here? No HP, and Daiki is gunning for it. Lori, though, replies for 2 of her own, but surely no round should come of it.
Daiki has just been unreal on this A site. EG just don't have an answer for her.
30 seconds left.
They know exactly where Lori could be. And with 20 seconds, she's forced into Issa's line of fire. Team Liquid, they find an answer for those A-side hits.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Geniuses need to stop playing follow with the leader. I think that's the 2nd time in 5 rounds. There have been just 2 kills instantly collapsed through each other. And again, it's running into that stall I was talking about. They're just running straight through a Viper wall.
Do you think there's a bit of a disconnect between Scary Shark and the rest of the team? Because it seems like this race keeps being all the way out on the site and everyone else is still stuck behind the stall.
It's a pathing thing, and that's a great catch, right? Because Nora keeps satcheling into the site, and then a player swinging out from elbow, or Daiki there is just stepping out from the screen smoke. So the second players, they're usually thinking on the EG side, hey, Scary Shark is going to deal with the first contact. We can take the chip damage of the Killjoy Molly, the Viper Wall, all that. That's fine, because no one should be fighting us. But yeah, I think they need to deal with those longer angles first. Take things slower. Maybe, try to get some control over towards Heaven so they can come out from Heaven, and that makes it much harder to peek out from elbow or screens when there's that second way into the site for EG.
A lot of Coach Jovi's job here has to be mental. EG talked about their game versus SMG. A lot of the issues just being mental, not playing like themselves. Players losing a few rounds to a comp like that and just starting to fall to bits. They need to avoid that today when elimination is on the line.
100%. I think when you're looking at their game versus Team SMG, they were just faltering in the gunplay. Right now, I'm not seeing that, right? We've had a couple of good entries from Nora, good shots at the end of rounds. They've just been getting destroyed by one site anchor. It is a concept, it is an approach issue for EG right now, just 5 rounds in, and with pistols, they're gonna look to solve that for the rest of the half.
11-3 start here for Daiki, the 19-year-old IGL, and she still performs like this in pretty much every game you watch from Team Liquid.
Couldn't ask for a better leader from Team Liquid, rebuilding the roster around her and Bastarda. What's the plan from EG though? Because it's been 5 pretty slow paced rounds, again with the pistol, just hoping they can take some sort of a silly shot up mid to make something happen. But I think Team Liquid has done a really good job of flushing out to make sure there can't be some group play once the Viper orb drops in mid. There's always, when that orb is going down the first time, going to be that boom bot and also that Sky Utility over towards A. If it's not Sky Utility, it's Daiki just shooting people in the face.
And you see the confidence for TL. When the coach talks about this team, hey, we're strategically good, but they have shooters as well. And there are rounds like this where they just get let loose. Bastarda's just walking down mid and gonna find a forward angle here against Lori. Fully supported, of course. She's gonna swing for more. Okay,
yeah,
Bastarda, yeah, she's feeling it.
Farm that ultimate. Yeah, you die there. Hey,
that's
just
fine.
as good as a kill. Bastarda's gonna have the ult in the next round. Daiki, who used her ult last round, is just 2 away herself. Like, oh man, Team Liquid absolutely on pace here in that.
Shows the experience for TL, being worried about those little things, prioritizing who gets ult orbs, thinking not just about this anti-eco, but these future rounds too.
30 seconds left.
At least Lori's got a rifle in hand here. I'll try to do something with that, but evil geniuses would be lucky to get a spike plant down at this point in time. 20 seconds, and now the lean is coming in. Daiki's on the way to back up Izu, who falls in Heaven, but no one's expecting a second player this quickly.
Flash is great, and Gina on the site will hold things down. Lori, no time to work with in this one. She's picked up a rifle, sure, and any damage would be great, but as she dives into the site, she's not long for this one unless she finds a shot like this. There's no time regardless, and now it becomes a question of keeping that gun, which she'll do, and gets the ult as well.
Yeah, I mean, she is capped on money. You can still plant the spike after the round technically ends, and it won't cap you at 1,000 bonus credits. Of course, there would have been a fight coming in, so at the end of the day, not so bad for EG.
Not too bad indeed. So this round going to be an important one. A lot of big ults coming into this one that TL earned on that anti-eco.
100%. And I want to see a pace change for them. I think doing something over towards B Heaven as well. If they can try to get past this Viper utility early, that is an option for them. They're not quite set up for it. It looks like it may be more of a ramp dive. You can see the position of Thea over in the sewers. That's just going to be a paranoia up and potentially a double satchel as well to scale. No satchel. They're going to take their time. Oh god, they're going off site.
But you see the setup for TL. They were ready for the rocket, so everyone is off site. Has to be used against just that turret instead. So EG 5v5 in the post plant.
Yeah, and they're going to leave 2 players on ramp as well. Eyes on Starbound and Power Pixel. They're going to be so important at re-wrapping into Heaven in the post plant.
Bastarda has a rocket for the retake, but you see the proactivity from EG. They'll take space towards spawn, but what's the reaction from Team Liquid? The fight focuses on main. Rocket up and over the top, connection onto one. Bastarda's still alive, and where's Starbound gone in that? Lost in the chaos, and now diving into the site. They have a great position in this one, and you see EG again pushing for space towards spawn. Paranoia is not in time to save Bizarro, so it all comes down to Jujina, and she's gone. That's one side dealt with. Here comes the other. War. It's won by EG as well.
Great post plant setup there from EG. They just abandoned site entirely to play 3 screens, 2 on ramp, and even with that result coming in, at best, it's a 1-for-1 trade. EG, if you can get those forward positions on A, it's going to look very, very good for them.
Love the change of pace there from EG, but without those power ultimates available again, they're going to have to slow this one back down.
Yeah, and that's really how this map has developed, I think, when we're seeing, you know, Sentinel plus double smokes on this map. It's kind of leaned back into that heavy stall defense split that we saw way back at the start of the tournament. It makes these burst plays much harder, but over on B, I think that may be an area EG can test. Team Liquid looking to fight here. The first round, Daiki's been set up in Garage, and they probably look to re-clear that in the next few seconds, I would imagine.
I love all these one-ways we're seeing from Jujina. It's been a huge boon to be able to get this extremity control consistently.
Yeah, they dog out from B main, it gets broken, and now they're actually still taking space. Jujina left, and now 2 players walking up into B heaven. Bastarda and Daiki holding hands there.
I know they have a lot of stall in position here. Mollies, a nade, all of that can shut down a push, but you see the Sky rotating, be back over towards A. That'll be canceled now when this dog is hurt in mid.
EG have just never had a position in mid. All these late round leans have been into A main, and it looked like they were almost going to do it again. They still haven't made a decision. With now Lori going over towards the B site, maybe they try to set up some kind of fake utility from Daiki into mid. The spike's there as well.
Interesting picking up the power pixel. This'll let them wrap all the way around into that A site, but ECL wise to it. There's a very small gap, and it's only a fake. They want to finish towards B, but look at the Seekers getting great info.
Yeah, Daiki will be able to clear out that pit. No one's in there. It's a full B slam with only 30 seconds and 3 players from TL.
The paranoia is great, but Starter stuck behind the side, but Jujina does enough, but Starter on the swing as well. The spike is dropped, and the plan is foiled. Last 2 players of EG have no chance in this one.
The site anchoring from Team Liquid is too good. The rotations are coming in too quickly. Evil geniuses have to throw this playbook out the window. They need mid control or every round is doomed.
They have not had boots on the ground in B heaven or vents a single time this game. Expertly controlled by Team Liquid.
Nora, Power Pixel, they save rifles. There's money they've got to buy. That's no issue from Evil Geniuses. The game plan is. And what's been going wrong, right? This hold, I mean, what a great position, tucked over in the corner. You've got the trade coming in from Bastardo to wrap around the corner. So the fighting is happening aggressively on the B site, and then on A, there's heavy stall. Maybe attacking A early to pull out utility, and then playing the round to make players lean over is the way to go.
And if the game against SMG was about players not showing up, pressure on the big stage, this game has very much been about strategy thus far, and Team Liquid outclassing the North American representative.
Cages to cross. A lot of times this can just be for a lurk, but it's actually to get Nora posted up here. One satchel was used to make sure no one can actually step through that
Look
cage.
how much space Team Liquid is getting in mid for practically free every round.
And now they're going to know that that mid lurk, I mean, whenever it's an A hit, you always leave your smoke player outside of B, and that's going to be fully contained as well.
They control every avenue except for A on Team Liquid. There is no doubt that this is going to be a hit towards A.
Good news is alarm bot broken in A heaven. No player actually there. Bad news is Team Liquid usually don't play heaven. They end up stacking the site, and that turret will actually, from site, watch the deep cross. So Team Liquid can be very comfortable playing a little bit more passive. This is what I was talking about, though. Play A early, burn some utility, you know, burn some of that choke control, that info, and then reset into mid after you hold rotations. No one's actually playing mid now from Team Liquid. This is very good mid-rounding from Thea, the new IGL.
It's excellent. And Lori will clear all the way towards heaven. Only the start of the hold, and she is ahead of the curve. Scary Shark is down. Losing those satchels on the B exec could change this round.
Yeah, Starbound, though, massive lurk into A heaven. They're going to fall back into them if they can get this kill in spawn. But there's a trip in their hand. Starbound falls.
That is ridiculous. What an opportunity loss for EG, because look at TL. Everyone's ready for this one. The turret's getting a kill. And can they get more? 10 seconds to get onto this site, and look who's there. Bizarra will end this round. If only she can stay alive, and she's just done enough. They on the stick. A 1v3, and the swing is coming. Team Liquid, shut it down again.
Just an execution of a round. Georgina having a great time. That trip in hand is an absolute heartbreak. That was the round I wanted to see, almost like minute to minute. That's what I love. But as soon as Nora falls, they're already looking about going back into A. Starbound's just got to clear that fight first. It's a tragic timing.
And you would have thought that would be the round where we saw the Starbound from North America. The one whose lurks helped in droves to upset Shopify Rebellion, deliver them their first ever loss. But we're not seeing it here. Team Liquid now up 6-3 on split.
And as soon as EG find an answer, well, now they don't have guns because they lost, but also the setup changes from Team Liquid, right? Bizarra rotates that turret over into B, a very deep alarm bot because she has the lockdown. It's a full B retake, and for the first time ever, Team Liquid will fight aggressively into A. EG have 2 players here to catch it, but already tagged out by a bird.
And look at the setup on B. It's going to be full retake off the lockdown.
Yes.
The mollies will allow that to happen.
Exactly. They don't have to fight. Maybe take a fight in heaven. Maybe just stall it out, because that's a really deep smoke in B heaven as well. They're fighting forward, though. Like I said, 2 players fall. As Evil Geniuses try to come back in heaven, they have no control over ramp.
But Team Liquid is aware of this one, and Daiki gets great info off the bird. They're worried about a flank from the other side, but it's the same from Isa, who whiffs out on her shots. Now here comes another call, another rotation. But remember those mollies? They were just for the retake, and now they're actually going to be the thing that shuts down the site. This is ridiculous. Why are there mollies here? EG is shocked by what they're seeing. Where do they go now?
Yeah, I mean, just an impossible round. 45 seconds, they have time to play, and Bizarra repositions to B-main. She can ult the site like she's the attacker.
Ridiculous moments. And it's coming in. 40 seconds is a buy time for a team to rotate. Does EG fight for the space?
Well, EG can get the spike down, and they can also play CT. They can play back screens. They're all going towards spawn, and we fully flipped the map. Team Liquid are coming 3 through B-main.
TL attacking in this round. Locked down there, and we have to watch Scary Shark. The only player with a rifle in this post plant, and it's planted for heaven. This reposition is great.
And this Viper wall to actually know the Viper's dead. It's not going to help them whatsoever.
No, it won't. But in heaven, can they find the timing? Can they take down these players? There's still smokes for Jujina, and it's going to be a stick here for Bizarra. Only one player has the potential to spam.
Oh, no.
And Thea's on the swing. Scary Shark, where is she? It's all Jujina! She just rips their heads off in heaven. And Team Liquid win one of the most ludicrous rounds we've seen here at GCC.
I'm literally dizzy from watching that, but Jujina perfectly balanced, perfectly composed in that round again. What a player. I mean, obscene, right? That the retake setup from Killjoy pushes EG into this position, but what an angle from Jujina. Also, her paranoia forced 2 players off of that angle, then she kills the spawn player. Even if she doesn't get those kills, no one's killing the diffuser.
She's having an incredible game here on her stage. Trap play for TL in mid.
Just running it back in that round 3 setup, I believe. Lori wins the opener. They have mid control potentially, but there's still 2 players. Team Liquid are so confident pushing forward. Daiki trades it out.
Lori shows her head. That's enough for the leader of TL to find the trade. It evens out 4v4.
What have EG lost? All right, they still have paranoia. They only have 1 satchel to get into sight, and Starbound, well, they have pushed up into A main. No fight, no space taken towards heaven. Daiki now sending a dog to re-clear ramps, expecting the late A lean. Every single mid-round from EG that started in mid has been a late A finish, and Daiki's just reading it like a book.
The bird confirms that there's still players present in A main, but no one can commit to rotating over just yet. Still, this Killjoy setup could be critical.
Yeah, and Daiki always goes back to screens to take the long fight. EG have adapted, though. It's about heaven control first before the sight hit.
40 seconds. They still have options with mid control. They can even pivot back here.
Once this goes down, we'll get the first word. Paranoia comes out, so they scale up into heaven. That's the second satchel, and Bizarra's just taking the fight.
It's perfect from Bizarra, but here's the time for Daiki to step up, but she's shut down. Thea just ahead of that one, and now Bizarra is alone in this site, and she's wounded. 1 HP is not enough to get it done. It'll be a post-plant for EG, but yeah, look at that lurk. She's worked all the way back around it. Might have just found the moment. Yeah, they're in the perfect position.
Jujina, you know exactly where you are. What can you give us here? Smokes to creep on out. 3 players spamming away the tripwire. It's not going to happen. Evil Geniuses on the board.
Somehow, EG still have a salvageable half here on Split.
I mean, I think I'm seeing the building blocks come together, right? Instead of just busting it out onto site, they go up into heaven, and they've realized that Daiki always repositions out of heaven into that screen's angle. So EG, that's why 2 rounds in a row now, they've kept going for these spawn pushes. That's where they're catching Team Liquid. It's a little bit late in the half, but it's enough to try and get them 5, which on attack, they can be very content with.
But off these round wins, EG is yet to ever build momentum. This is their chance. In the final round of the half, they'll set their sights somewhere new. Control towards B main being taken with the Viper's Pit on the other side for Issa, and Bastarda has to concede the space.
Yeah, okay, now Evil Geniuses, no raises on this B side. Bastarda with the ultimate there. Oh, I don't know if you run into that. But then what do? It's an aggressive Viper wall through mid, a new Killjoy setup with double mollies in vents and the pit in main. Whew.
They have Seekers. That's an option to get through that pit, but even that's a risk. What side do you choose? Has to start in mid. They'll pop Seekers now, so it has to be a committal towards B. But look at the setup. 3 players holding from Team Liquid, and they actually want to push space towards B main. Now this sets up a bunch of different angles for TL, and no one is watching Daiki, but it's only one. Bastarda's still alive in main, and she's found herself an enclave.
Main control is so important now for Bastarda. She's actually going to re-wrap into mid, and that's where Starbound's position is critical. Starbound is in the middle of 3 players.
How much can they get done? Bastarda low on HP and not ready for Starbound's angle. Now there's so many worries for the rest of TL, and this is perfect from Starbound.
Yes, perfect. Get that kill, fall back to main. It's planted in the open for them.
A 2v2 on site, but that will not last long. Starbound is arriving, and the
another
teleport
repo
gets the Omen back to main. Only 1 left on the site, but if they fall, it's not a matter. But Power Pixel will get 1 before they go down, and Bizarra has so much to worry about. A Cypher cam broken. Needs half on the spike. Her turret to be that first point of contact. She's just trying to hold, but that is not going to happen. Evil Geniuses claim 5 at the half.
Evil Geniuses make the right adaptations on the fly, something we didn't see versus Team SMG, and it's close coming in at the end of the half. Starbound having a breakout first half here.
Absolutely excellent recovery in that half from Evil Geniuses. Seeing, I think, some great individual decision-making in this one, especially from Starbound with that reposition.
And solid post plants, yeah, exactly. The Omen ult to join them in main too, right on the money for EG.
Beautiful stuff from EG, and the second half awaiting us after we hear from the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Mimi and Ender. Now, we weren't quite sure what we're going to get in the Agents leg going into this map. There was a difference, you know, the KJ for the Cypher. I wanted to ask you guys about that change, you know, especially looking towards these 2 players, because Sapphire, Starbound had a great first half. The Cypher, you can see why they went with that pick.
Yeah, definitely. It's a pick that Starbound has been great on historically, getting a lot of like mid control, and then you've noticed their positioning too. When they get that post plant, they're always in a position to be like able to catch that flank, and that's because with that Cypher utility, they're always like on the hunt for information.
Yeah, I'm a really bit worried with the attacking side Killjoy, because you can't really get too many info. You can deny info as well, which Cypher can. You can throw the cages, you can set up a camera, know who's playing A, who's playing B, and provide your team with stuff. And Killjoy is only about the postman.
Yeah, and so obviously as we go into the second half, like it's going to be a little concerning for TL. Well, we look at that agent select. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Bizarra here to make a difference with that Killjoy.
I mean, we've spoken about it already, right? Bizarra, a player that I know you're already a big fan of, that didn't necessarily show her full potential the first time around. How tough is it going to be for her on the attack side here?
Yeah, I don't really see the point, apart from comfort picking Killjoy instead of Cypher, mainly in this patch right now, which Cypher is really strong. So yeah, probably she can do way better.
Yeah, well, let's see if she can indeed, and send this back to Ender and Mimi for the second half.
7-5 here for Team Liquid, and thus far, the leadership of this squad have been having an incredible game.
14 kills Daiki, 12 Jujina. The primary and secondary callers for Team Liquid. And they're already going aggressive up here. Bastarda scaling into heaven. What a pace change compared to Evil Genius's half.
And these players on B, they are going to get pinched. 2 from main, 2 from on high. How much can Scary Shark do? She's caught off completely in the open and will be taken down, leaving Thea in a very strange position. Hunkered down inside her very own smoke, trying to find a gap. That's a flash to somehow catch Bizarra. Now the dive's coming in. EG want to try and flood retake, but it might have been too soon. It's a 2v2.
You couldn't write it better. Daiki Georgina, the last 2 players alive for TL. Power Pixel and Starbound on the opposite side, but those 2 players are isolated for EG. Team Liquid right next to each other.
No util, but Starbound has a great angle here. Smoke, though. Perfect to get Georgina forward, but the spam is good. On to Daiki. Spots the player towards heaven, but can't find the shot. Needs to isolate a duel here against Starbound, and it has to be perfection. 51 HP to work with. She's ready on the angle, but it's only 1 shot found. Starbound wins EG a critical pistol.
Wow. Spooked me for a second there with Daiki, how she's been shooting, always getting 1 more than she should. Yeah, Evil Geniuses close out nicely there. They're able to regroup together. It looks a little bit spooky when they're separated, but that smoke almost allowed them to fall out from heaven, get together, and I mean, that spam, simply ridiculous. Different round without that, for sure.
Starbound! I got you.
Get down. We've been waiting for that energy from Evil Geniuses.
They got to convert it, though, because last half, they also won pistol, and then they lose this round, too. And last time it was to
5 classics?
Yeah, this time it's to 4 sheriffs. Team Liquid are egoing EG right now.
I have heard tales about the Brazilian sheriff before.
It's certainly true. They got the spike plants, a little bit of extra money to go for this one, and this time actually throwing that default wall compared to last round where they just used it for the actual hit itself. TL get a little funky with those Viper walls at times.
That they do. EG. 2 players posted towards heaven, just holding towards mid. TL looking to take much more of a focus in that space on their attack half.
I believe only Bastarda was spotted out by that dog, and yeah, the rest of Team Liquid, they've got vent control. It's a very different understanding of this map compared to EG. Splitting up into A heaven here, and then attacking down into the Cypher.
Here comes those Cypher trips, though, from Starbound, and that's big for Lori to get into the site and be able to help out her Cypher player. You see the Viper actually making it past as well. Means EG will have a very strong hold.
I love this freeze call from Team Liquid. You take A heaven and then don't do anything. EG, they're wondering, are they back in mid? Are they going B heaven? They're paralyzed right now against TL's control of the map.
Yeah, you see Rika is coming on the other side. EG is cautious, and they're committed to keeping 3 in this site. Dog spotted. Now they'll confirm that this is still a setup on A. Nade towards elbow. Here comes those Cypher trips. Will they catch anyone off guard? No. TL's taking this one
30
slow.
seconds
They're
left.
patiently walking into the site, and Lori picks one off from range. Isolating these players will be so important. You can't let them find any shots with those sheriffs. And Lori, well, she's doing a great job of it. 4 kills won't be allowed. Her ace as Bastarda picks her off, but EG should have dealt with this one. Spike picked up, and Scary Shark closes.
Yeah, I think Lori just saw what Daiki was doing last half. She's like, okay, I'll reposition to screens, I'll flood back into sight, and I'll just kill everybody. Seems like a good strat. Just yoink that one up, take that one all the way to the bank.
30 seconds
Lori, a
left.
very important player for this EG squad. Everyone else so inexperienced. You have 3 players where this is their first big opportunity with assigned team just coming this year. And of course you have Thea, who, well, she's been on a lot of teams before. She's always been, you know, the youngster, the new player, the one being supported. Now she's stepping up to be an IGL. And having Lori, who's been here before, who's been close to winning championships before, is going to be really important.
Not just close. 1 map away 3 different times. Reverse swept in the finals last year.
And going out in the first round after that would be heartbreaking. Definitely that chip on her shoulder.
But the onus switches to Team Liquid in this round now, leaving Iza over towards A to get the lurks done. Because they're running the Killjoy instead of the Cypher, they need that Viper to be that A presence, and they're going pretty quickly. Nora has to use both satchels to escape.
But again, TL, they're very good at kind of surging to take a little bit of space and then freezing in the mid-round.
I do love the way they call. It's interesting hearing Palestra talk about the changes they made to this team coming into this year and wanting it to be much more of individual agency, right? Playing less, you know, necessarily by the book and really unlocking their players to make decisions. That especially comes down to the leadership of Daiki and Georgina.
Last year, it was Daiki's first real shot as a leader. Now she's a veteran on her home stage.
And now she's faking the B hit on the sky. Ooh, no ping might sell this just a little bit that no one's ready, but actually it's enough for a paranoia, and the Seekers will reveal.
Starbound alone on A site.
30 seconds left.
Getting one kill for them will be vital. It's just Sheriff. And TL clean on the execute. 2 picks through. And EG very late to this rotation. They are here in time to try and flood out, but look at his positioning in elbow. Nice shot by Lori, but there's no weapons recovered, and you already see this stall util coming in important for the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Daiki's gonna be so late to this in main, but when she shows up, she's just gonna chew EG up.
Another Molly in, and EG are completely stalled out on this retake. TL deal with it artfully. An 8th round for them.
Now, true bonus taken by EG there. First chance of rifles coming up next after the short break.
I mean, look at,
Well,
look at
while
the
we look
energy
at the fans, yeah.
from the fans.
I absolutely love it. It's funny too, because like Team Liquid have been in this situation so many times before. I think it's such a buff that the Brazilian scene get to play on land for all of that top tier competition in stage 3. They're literally in this venue on the same stage. A lot of the same fans coming back to support their favorite team. I don't see many EG jerseys in the crowd, Mimi.
No, I'd say maybe none.
It's
if
a
I were to
shocker.
estimate. Yeah, wouldn't expect that. First rifle round of the second half here. And our first look at how EG want to craft this defense, how that Cypher is going to play.
Yeah. It is a very similar setup in terms of, you know, last side we had the Killjoy on A, now it's going to be the Cypher. Playing for kill trips, you have those own little rat smokes on site. The Team Liquid cares so much about mid control. That's how you invalidate the Cypher trips, is you just wrap out from heaven into elbow around the Cypher. It becomes really annoying when players aren't just simply running out through main into you, although the reposition off of this embed will be that.
And I think you're seeing a big difference in how these two teams played mid on the defense. PowerPixel doesn't use any mollies. Full gives that space. And, I mean, just 30 seconds into the round, TL have so many options in their mid round.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the way Team Liquid are playing this attack is much stronger than Evil Geniuses right off the rip for that mid control. Now they can pinch into A heaven because they have that vents position, so Bastardo will go down the ropes, up the ropes.
There's so much pressure on Starbound. They're always solo anchoring A.
Yeah, and I mean, you see Lori who's fallen all the way back. The smoke actually allows her to cross, but Starbound's still isolated.
And they are so
Great
blind.
flash.
Beautiful work by Bastardo on the entry. 4v5 retake for EG.
How can they make this one happen? Because don't forget Bazera playing in market. She's so late through mid, and she can shoot Faye in the side of the head.
Does she find the timing? When does she activate this lurk?
Here it comes.
It's perfect. Faye looks away. Bazera takes her down. 5v3 now. Can EG even go for
No,
this?
it's a save.
No money left. 250, 0. They're broke.
And it's the punishment for going for heavy armor here as well. EG, big heavy armor team, full 50. That's an extra 600 creds on every player they had to spend there. So you better save those rifles, but that also means you're not farming up ultimate orbs. Yes, you carry over the rifle, but you're not able to build anything into future rounds. Whereas Team Liquid, they're getting a couple of kills, they're getting ult orbs, and now while they're dying too, they're still continuing to farm up. These kills will equalize a little bit in terms of that ultimate trade, but Bazera, Gigino, very close already.
TL will chill out, not give away any more guns in this round. I think for EG, answers have to come to this mid control, because TL has been just waltzing into that space every round.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily super difficult. I think usually you'll see teams drop the Viper orb there, use mollies when that orb is about to drop, or maybe even erase boom bots. That gives you almost 2 cycles of gas where players can't blitz through it. Of course, then Team Liquid always have options to switch and pick up the pace in another area of the map, but mid is going to be the solution, or the problem they've got to solve.
Yeah, and that will be the discussion ongoing here in their timeout. Another opportunity, of course, is given for Team Liquid to talk to their coach. They have a really big coaching staff, at least 3 people helping them out. And Palestra as a head coach, when you watch their content, their videos, which are excellent, by the way, you should definitely check it out. They have English subtitles as well. You hear how much the whole team believes in his idea, believes in the hype. When he's making a speech, everyone's invested on TL.
The mindset of Team Liquid is sacrifice everything for the goal. Dedicate yourself, dedicate your life to winning the trophy. Don't complain about working long hours. Don't complain about not being able to go out every night. Work, work, work, and take it to the finish line. The fact that they are in the lower bracket to begin with, heart-wrenching for them. They're going to fight all the way back to the top here for a title.
And they'll need that if they want to continue the dynasty they built domestically here on the international stage at home.
This round might not be the hardest for them. EG only have the 3 rifles they carried over from the previous. And the setup changes a little bit too. A deeper trip for Starbound to play, a little bit more off-site, so looking to spam away from screens instead of getting dove on, because the coordination between Bastarda and Daiki, as you'd imagine, perfect on their entries from heaven on that site.
The second longest standing duo in this tournament after Mel and Alexis. And look, trap play here from EG, 4 members posted in mid.
How do we solve mid? Put everyone in mid. Oh, okay, thanks, coach. It's as simple as that. Full retake setup on B, although they have options to play paint shells, something like this, and also by committing Omen smokes too, they can really keep smokes permanently down here.
And I mean, I think TL was expecting aggression mid. You see how passive they start this round.
Yeah, you need a player to break the dog here.
They're popping that so early. No one's up, so all that util is used for naught.
It's to make sure that you can't, because the Omen smoke is not as dangerous as that Viper
You just
smoke.
walk straight through if you have a flash.
Exactly, you can walk through it. So when the dog comes out, you need to commit into that one. Although now it will be the Team Liquid reset into A, and I love the read from Evil Geniuses. Look at this. After 4 players committed in mid, and they show all that utility. That's what it was. They waste the utility, quote unquote, but it's so they can lean into a late A stack, and EG are here in time.
It's a great call. But is it enough to win a round? Starbound on this long angle, just playing off their trips. That's not the priority to hold. Instead, EG are focused on heaven. That'll allow them to flood back into this site after Starbound does damage. But are they going to get anything? It's actually Lori instead, spamming from heaven. Those trips are perfect, well executed by EG. And because of those Cypher buffs, they're all still up. Getting into this site is impossible for TL unless he's aligned something like that up. Surely not 1v5. There's 10 seconds. There's no world she can get this done. Beautiful call, beautiful hold. EG are back.
Lori got 2 kills off the same tripwire there. That's ridiculous.
And the same trips, I mean, just tagging everyone repeatedly.
But that is a picture-perfect timeout call. 4 stack in mid, we solve that problem, we show the utility. That's okay off of the Skydog, and then lean into an A finish. It's so often on this map is the A finish. Gorgeous decision-making from EG.
Just like that.
Simple. Now do they have another plan?
Yeah.
This goes here.
Mid. The focus this time yet again for Team Liquid and EG. They're back to that default.
I thought you were calling their plan mid. I was about to be offended. I like it.
We'll
I like
see how it is.
Yeah, look, Team Liquid scuffed money, but Seekers and Rocket give them options, especially with how light B is at the moment. If they are able to contact in after this one-way and not reveal themselves, no rotations from B Heaven are going to come in quickly enough for those paint shells to be active immediately. They could dive out onto Thea and just have a plant potential for free.
Here comes the Rocket. Thea in trouble. She is blinded. No shot at getting anything done. And look at Bastarda go.
Watch
the
mid.
legs on her. She's running on the other side. The lurk of Isa taken down. Scary Shark. Where are you looking? There's someone straight in front of you, but she adjusts in time, pulls out the rifle, and takes down the Rays.
Seekers available for Daiki. 3 players left. That gives you perfect info, and they get the wide plant for main. Bazero 1 off of lockdown as well.
Flash out from heaven here already. EG diving back in. Scary Shark, the tip of the spear. But look at this setup in main. TL have another dog. They have more utility to stall on out. Judge for Power Pixel. They're going to hold this one down as Scary Shark has to flag 1 kill. It's gotten halfway to Jujina! The spray transfer is perfect! How many rounds will Jujina steal?
She has just dug up ridiculous rounds time after time. And cool as ice.
Not a reaction on her face.
Calm as ever.
And not a button to seat here in the arena.
An absolute prodigy. If you didn't know, Jujina, her mid-round calling decision-making mechanics, it was all founded on being a professional player in Dota 2 before this. Transitions over to Valorant, picks up a gun, and she's an insane shot on top of it.
She can do it all.
She can absolutely do it all. And that was perfect. Again, the contact in, they had so much utility available in the post-plant.
And we're already into the next round. Team Liquid will take B main control. Start to turn their attention towards mid. That's a lot of damage done onto Power Pixel.
Poison's off.
Only 1 rifle on this B site right now. It's Nora. 1 off Rocket, could definitely manage to convert. Nora's had some big rounds for the team so far.
Careful.
Team Liquid, it looked like they want to go for yet another delayed hit into B, this time aided by the lockdown. And maybe a bit of a split too. You still got Daiki and Isa in mid, holding hands.
Seekers pops here. Up through mid as the starter will take the site for free. So it's a retake for EG, and they have Seekers as their own to get in. But holding Heaven control will be very important for DL, especially since Scary Shark is already inbound. Rocket popped. I don't think he's going to find a connection onto anything because Daiki is more the worry. Her position in Heaven has to be dealt with. The Seekers will try, but the flash is good. Amali in, and she gets nothing. Lori a double. The land demon we expect from last year returning to the stage, now an advantage. 4-2 on Evil Geniuses, and the retake is coming in, but Bizarra is dealing with the pressure beautifully. Shujina can't do it again, leaves it all down to 1. 1v2 Bizarra. Her position is known, needs to isolate a kill, but EG holds strong, and they win the retake.
Great play there from Lori and Thea to close that one out. Lori has had a couple of big rounds for Evil Geniuses, and it looked like, I mean, honestly, the fact that they broke the crossfire setup from Iza and Daiki in Heaven looked impossible. Nora starts it off with that kill. That activates the rocket, of course. Assists in that one, but there you have Lori, you know, spinning around on a dime, 90-degree angle there.
Lori got it. Lori got
Keeping EG in this one.
Nice round.
Think that was nice?
I think so.
Fairly nice.
Pivotal rounds here for both teams. No one has managed to get firm control of this second half, and a lot of what has kept EG in it is Lori. 22 kills right now on the Sky.
Doing all the scouting work over towards Hay, has been dominating the retakes as well. Once again, Team Liquid playing for mid control. Been a couple of rounds since we've seen that, but up and down the rope, Lori doesn't want to deal with that.
However, Pixel will just hold back with the judge. So again, TL, not even 20 seconds into the round, have mid control.
Yeah, or they feint it at the very least. They back away. EG may end up using Sky Utility to try and re-clear this dog or something like that.
But that's utility they won't have for the retake.
Exactly. Team Liquid's Viper wall this time around, the DRX wall, much better for trying to, you know, embed short here, and you can keep it up a lot longer because you don't have to invest the Viper orb as well on ramp. Makes it much harder for defending Sky to scout out this angle. And they're going to go ahead and use that ultimate to scout into B main. Now they know it's going to be A, you'd imagine, from EG.
And you see those rotates coming in. TL have to activate quickly if they want to take this site. Lori, she's on the rope, by the way. Still perfect accuracy, but Daiki's got it too. The Skies are the star in this game thus far. And it's a 4v4. A site being taken. The Cypher trips not circumvented because Starbound is here. And they have been perfect as an anchor. Now that spike down
30 seconds
in no man's land, but Bizarra has stolen it.
Yeah, Heaven's been lost as well. Team Liquid have to plant safe. Iza wants to take a fight, and now the pit will go down. EG know where they're hiding, but they got to go straight into the grinder.
Look at Starbound. They're getting ahead of this pit, but they can't commit for long. Drop out from Heaven for EG. Isa's down. That is the pit out of this round, which means it's all on Bizarra yet again. And she is unable to hold on to a EG. Another retake.
Powerpixel and Starbound in those retakes make it happen, but again, I think it's Lori that's finding these opening fights, literally just putting herself in position to take these fights up and down the rope a couple of different times to find that one.
These trips have been killer.
Yes. As soon as Starbound realized that the focus from Team Liquid is not to burst through main, but instead go through Heaven, they start putting much deeper trips playing off-site and getting repeat frags off of them.
And remember the changes to Cypher. You can't break that as easily with the satchel. It'll work multiple times. This is really the meta for a player like Starbound to thrive on Cypher. We talked about Palestra's speeches, how he can rally this team back. They're going to need one of those now because Team Liquid split is starting to slip away from them.
They asking for a little bit of hype, asking for something.
Crowd's not listening.
It's mellowed out just a little bit. 10-10 here, but I think you can feel that what we saw early on in both halves, actually, with Team Liquid winning a lot of those early rounds, feeling the momentum a little bit. Evil Geniuses bouncing back. Their adaptation has been stellar. And that is the difference between the EG we saw today compared to SMG, that match.
Ten to 10. It's going to be a big round here for EG to make sure they can keep it clean. Just a hero rifle for Team Liquid. It's on Bastarda. She's been excellent thus far.
This is a nice spot. I think usually you come out of a timeout like this with two plans ahead, right? You have the one half-buy hero rifle plan, and you've got the big one in the next. You lose them both, EG are on 12. And you're going to have to worry about a Viper's Pit going down in mid. PowerPixel has the judge, and off of some contact, I would imagine they go into that. Instead, just ratting out inside that smoke for now.
They just want to save it for the future.
It's another 4 players stacked in mid from EG, not wanting to deal with that, but that means A is exceptionally light, and those trips are just anti-lurk trips. They want to play full retake on A almost.
Yeah, every round it's been kill trips on A thus far, so this is, I think, the first real adaptation we've seen from EG to their approach to this A site.
And the call from EG was don't give them any fights. Play buddy system and play jump peek on B. We're going to make sure we can trade out absolutely everything. Retaking is just fine for Evil Geniuses.
Shishina's going to paranoia and push into Venser. There's 4 more players than you'd ever expect holding in this space. Look at the wrap from the other side. That ends Scooby too, but here comes PowerPixel diving in with the judge and getting nothing.
Oh no. Rifles picked up 3 players alive from Team Liquid. That pinch into mid just ate up EG.
It's all gone wrong. But it's Scary Shark and Thea on the retake.
Spike planted.
Paranoia. Satchels. But so much to clear here.
Dog goes into screens. We'll spot out Nora. Nora and Thea link up into heaven, but there's 2 players ready to fight them on ramp.
This ramp crossfire is going to be tough to break, but you see they fall away. It's not a matter. Because EG's focus is on the site proper, and the start is Zero Rifle. Lights up the feed for 1. Scary Shark has so much in front of her. 55 HP, Molly's on the spike.
There's another ready too.
With 2 in heaven, there's a nade as well. This one is undoable. Team Liquid out of their timeout. They win with 1 rifle.
TL's timeouts have been so effective. I mean, remember the last one where they just, blitzed into EG, and now, after seeing the adjustment for EG a few rounds ago, 4 stacking into mid, they read that, go for the pinch, and there's 4 there, but they only take 2 fights.
Even out of their opponent's timeouts, TL's game plans, their adaptation has been their key to victory here. This split into vents was so important. That tripwire allows the players in heaven to get so far up. And with the paranoia coming from mid, it's just too much to deal with, even when you have rifles.
And PowerPixel has the judge. You can't really fault them for jumping down into vents. It slips away, though. Evil Geniuses, their decision this time around just to fight the B main, but Ramp's control given away again. Team Liquid always seized control over either mid or ramp in the first, 10 to 15 seconds of a round.
And they're so willing to just threaten an embed and leave the space, forcing Lori, really, to have to clear the entire map back and forth.
And it's annoying, too, because Lori's now used both her flashes in the first 20 seconds, and there's a Cypher cam into Haven, and Seekers in the first 25 seconds. That is a ridiculous investment.
And look at TL. They're practically
We're not doing
still at the
anything,
spawn
by the way.
barriers.
Your info is just silly, useless, pointless. It doesn't matter, because we have a full minute to reset into whatever we want, and we still have the threat of a lurk. Now the dog is used as well.
EG now entering the void of information. They have no idea where TL could be finishing, but that jump peek shows presence in B. 1 off the ult for Bastarda. And she'll be the entry into this one. Spam coming through, Thea. It's away from it for now, and
Look
TL
at that,
just
Daiki.
waiting for the lurk. And
Daiki's just solo walking up mid. She's doing it all on the sky. Another one for the IGL. Team Liquid about to hit match point.
And remember Lori's util early in that round? It is all gone. She'll have 1 flash to try and make this retake happen.
PowerPixel, a judge in hand. Daiki playing up on this high and close angle.
So much stall as well. Viper Orb put in a flash ahead of it. It feels like EG are forced to save.
It's a save.
They have no inroads.
Oh no.
And what a moment to have to save. Remember, this was 10 to 10. They had an anti-eco. They had their moment to claim control of this game. But TL has stolen it away.
Make no mistake, a very tight game between the #1 reps of NA and Brazil. PowerPixel does upgrade from that judge with the kill into a rifle. A much better save going into the next round. 1,800 on Star Ground means, I believe, 4 rifles comfortably for Evil Geniuses. Backs against the wall now.
Not a reaction from Daiki after a round like that. TL, we talked about that individuality that they've tried to focus more on this year after they revamped their roster. Found 3 brand new players from the Brazilian scene and have brought them to a level that is really unbelievable in that amount of time.
Those fully ascended wanted to feel like they were starting from scratch, right? By swapping out those three.
It still feels like they're continuing the legacy of TL last year. Top 3 in that tournament. They want more here. It would have to be the lower bracket run. And for EG, their fixation is only on survival. She is ridiculous. The rocket as well won't find a connection. It's a stinger from range instead. Bizetta takes her down.
Look at Evan, look at Evan. Jogina coming in, gets another one, and looks for the final Starbound against 3.
And the lockdown in their face. Team Liquid in control of this one. The dog will clear them out. And TL will reposition the perfect setup to end this map. Molly at Starbound's feet. A player around the corner, but it's an excellent double swing from Team Liquid. They take map number 1 in this series. This might be the start of their lower bracket run. If they can clinch this series, if they can keep it going, they can appease these fans in São Paulo.
They've just gotta keep pushing. They're gonna push to the next map after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It was a great start for Team Liquid Brazil here in the elimination match in the lower bracket. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Muraz and Sapphire. Good start, but close. Very, very close. We could have easily gone to OT.
I think so, yeah. We didn't know where it was going to go, but there were so many like incredible hero play moments from TL. And, you know, of course, the crowd got hyped for them, so they're feeling it.
Yeah, Liquid was playing like in their face, very aggressive, holding aggressive angles. Sometimes they were being punished by that. They lost some after post plants because of that. But I like the way they were playing, like the posture and stuff.
Yeah, I know you had some concerns about the Killjoy, the Cypher, especially on attack side. But as we can see from this round, they had ideas to deal with the Cypher.
Yeah, this round it was actually really well played by Liquid. If you see earlier on as well, they pressured me, they put pressure on me, they go back A, they connect with the race, and then they finish with that combo of the satchel and flash, like was really well executed.
Yeah, great work obviously by the IGL, Daiki, for being able to come up with these adjustments, of course, on the fly, how to counter that Cypher, and then of course doing a great job getting a lot of mid control.
Yeah, and look how hyped they are, the energy. I felt like we didn't really see as much of that Sapphire the last time we played, and this time I felt like every time the camera went to Palestra, he was just like slamming his desk, like raising his fist and stuff. It's great.
Yeah, oh, it's great. He was feeling it, and the players too. So much more energy from the team. You could tell they're much better positioned today. Those nerves, I think, are being calmed finally.
You'd agree with that? Because I know you said they're a little bit nervous against G2.
Yeah, I think you could see mainly the veterans like Bastard and Daiki, they were pushing Spawn, like they didn't have money, they were pushing Spawn, trying to hunt those players. There's like, they were, as I said before, holding aggressive angles, so I really like that they were like playing in a different posture than the last game.
Yeah, and speaking of their coach Palestra, he's actually standing by right now with Mika Fabs for a quick interview.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm standing with Palestra, coach of Team Liquid. Palestra, I wanted to ask you, Daiki is having an amazing game. I wanted to shout her out in particular because I wanted to know in what ways she has stepped up over the past couple of days to lead Team Liquid to this kind of success.
So, the role as an IGL or a leader in your team, sometimes you need to let your emotions out and try to calm your team. Even though you are nervous or something like that, you should stay calm and be the leader. So I think Daiki is doing a nice job in that way. She can keep the team calm, she can give the words what we should do, and the team trusts her. So if she stays calm, if she's confident, if she surpasses her emotions, she should be okay for every match. So we focus a lot about that after the first game because we were a little bit nervous. And right now I think we are feeling the event, the space, and playing our game, and it's nice to see the girls like that.
Thanks very much for your time. We're going to see if Team Liquid can close this out.
Yeah, Muraz, you said to me that even if Team Liquid lose today, you'll be okay with it if they just play like how they usually play. Do you think that, you know, with the way that Daiki played as well, we saw that on Split?
Yeah, I think she plays a big influence in that because like the other players are gonna see them playing like that, she's playing like that, and they're gonna try to do the same as well, feel the heat of the moment. And I think Georgina for me was the one, like the rookie one, that like really showed that what she was here to play today. Like she was playing, she was holding the angles aggressively. She was like she got I think a 3K and B Heaven was like only headshots, so she was feeling it. You could see. So yeah, I really like it.
The clutches were hype as well. The clutches were great. But like I said, it was close. You know, EG, it kind of felt like Liquid had the read, and then EG had the read, especially around 17, and then Liquid had the read again, and they just kept going back and forth and back and forth. We'll take a look at it because, Heather, this was something that Daiki was trying, but EG just knew exactly how to counter it.
Yeah, there were obviously some good adjustments here from the young IGL Thea, who's just stepped into this role about a month ago. They weren't afraid to take those early fights. Of course, Starbound's utility there are so many nice trip frags that really caused trouble for TL. So while it made the match close, unfortunately it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think after that, EG really didn't understand that the Cypher was a problem for Team Liquid. With this new patch, Raze has promised to deal with it. They have to split through Heaven, so it takes a long time. Lori got a kill. I remember one round there because they have to play really slowly towards the Cypher, and they started to respect it. They were starting to go a lot of B, play B. They was winning round and B, and I think EG didn't understand they weren't bold enough to play a more stack towards middle, towards B, or even switch the Cypher to B. I would love to see how it would work out.
Yeah, might have made a difference, right? If they just took a couple more risks, perhaps. But let's check in with Bastarda right now in the AIM Lab shoot-around as we prep for map 2. And this is interesting because Bastarda, very seasoned duelist player, seasoned Jet player. We're going to move on to Ascent soon, and her opposite number, Sapphire, definitely much less seasoned than her when it comes to the Jet role.
Yeah, as far as we know from Scary Shark, she's picked up Jet in the last 2 to 3 weeks or something. Obviously, this player is just slotting in, and instead of EG changing their entire roster and comp, they decided to put the new player right into a duelist player. So obviously going on to Jet is going to be difficult. It's a very difficult agent to master, and you're going to be going head to head against Bastarda, one of the best Jets in all of Game Changers. That's a tough challenge to take on.
Yeah, it is indeed. We've heard from Palestra already, but let's hear now from the side of EG. Mika Fabs is standing by with Coach Jovi.
I'm here right now with Jovi of EG. I mean, Jovi, it seems like Team Liquid is playing with a different fire right now, even though it was very close at map 1. How do you guys plan to make a comeback with map 2?
I mean, map 1 just came to a few inches, right? But we came to fight, and we're going to come out fighting. And whatever happens, happens, but we're here to play.
Gotta love the fighting words. Best of luck to the team.
Thank you.
I feel like every time we hear from him, it's like really chill, like they're not worried, they're very relaxed, they're like, oh, whatever, map 1. I think last time they were like, it was a scrim. Now it's like, we're gonna fight. Is that how you feel as well, Sapphire? Because if they don't win this, they're going home.
No, I don't feel that way.
Oh, you're not as chill?
I'm worried for them. I'm worried for them. You know, when we look at their history on Ascent, like they've got some okay wins in Series 3, but they did lose twice to the old Shopify, and it's not a map that they play a ton. So I am quite worried for this team.
I think here, like they just came out with like what is uncomfortable for Team Liquid. They won some Ascents, but it was not against the great teams in Brazil. Against Legacy, against Loud, they lost. They were not that comfortable. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was their second ban against G2 as well. So I think it's more about like not having Liquid in their comfort zone and trying to get something out of there.
Yeah, but also, if we look at the script, you know, of Team Liquid Brazil's Ascent, they win and then they lose, they win and then they lose, they win and then lose. So this, if the script is right, they might not win this one, but we're into the Prime Gaming agent, so like this is just very standard Ascent comp. I do want to ask you though, because, you know, Sapphire mentioned Scary Shark 32 not really played Jet a lot. So how important do you think it will be for her to pop off here?
Yeah, I mean, Ascent is a really heavy Jet map. It has a lot of influence because in the attacking side, you have to get out with the executes. Like you don't have that much to do. Like in Split, you can fake A, fake B, get mid control. You don't have that much to do in Ascent. You have to everything comes out with the attack in the final.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this team. Obviously, you're going to want to stop Bastarda, who's going to be hunting you down.
Yeah, of course. Like I said, just one map away from elimination. EG, they have to win this. I'm going to throw this over to your caster, Mimi and Ender.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. If the game against SMG for Evil Geniuses was them not playing like themselves, none of the individuals showing up, map 1 against TL, that was EG. They were adapting, they were playing well. They were finally here on the stage in Brazil, and they let it slip away, losing 2 critical rounds. And now they are up against elimination here on Ascent.
Now they've tasted it, and now is the ultimate challenge for Nor, the new addition to the roster on the Jet map, on the up map. It is all up to her and what she can do for him.
Through mid to start for Evil Geniuses. It's going to be a fast split into B. And it's Scary Shark in charge. Dash into the site. There's everything close and has an opportunity to get an opener onto site. He finds a shot. Damage onto Issa in the back line. She's low on HP and is overwhelmed. Great start by EG.
That's a great opener. EG's pistols have been very clean so far today. Georgina and Bazera trying to work downstairs initially, but There's still a lot of gas left in the tank for EG.
Dash for Bastarda, one flash on Bizarre. Those are the tools to try and get a way back into this round. Shijina will smoke one side, try and isolate off these fights, but EG have excellent positioning in this post. A brutal to break crossfire in the back lines and a one-way continuing to stall them on out. EG will just chip away. You see the confidence showing for Scary Shark. Prime Gaming flawless to start the game.
Couldn't have asked for a better opener than that, can you, for EG? Now, let's again close it. Those round twos have been very, very spooky. And what I need to see from EG is better coordination with their utility between their flashers, their scouts, and that dive of Nora going on in. When we look at last game, the two Skies, Daiki and Lori, were dominating, top fragging on the Skies. But it was a difference of 20 assists for Daiki compared to Lori's 5. Those flashes were not turning into kills for EG. That has to change now with Power Pixel on the flashes. And once again, EG blitzing up through mid. It's another B split.
And it's the right call. Team Liquid stacked towards A. Only one more player here with a frenzy, but will promptly be dealt with.
That's just real. I mean, just look at that overwhelming utility they're throwing at that one.
Rounds like this are what you need, though. We didn't even see clean anti-ecos in game one. EG, it was tooth and nail for anything.
Yeah.
And you'd think on Ascent, a map they were always so comfortable with on home. This is really their chance to keep that confidence in the series.
I mean, it was 10-10, and they lost versus one hero rifle. Now Power Pixel going nuts here into main for the 3K. That's the clean open. I mean, back-to-back flawless. We'll take it.
Yeah. Bastarda will just run away, and it's great to have those orbs online early towards this KO null command. Make sure to build themselves up a bank in this first half.
But Wally, talk about EG and how they have to get into this game, into this tournament, how this is going to end up closing on through. You can't forget the elephant in the room, which is Bastarda. She is out here dropping bombs. She is on fire. When that op gets into her hands, especially on this map of Ascent, it is going to be unreal.
And that's why we have to keep talking about Scary Shark. Remember, she was always an initiator player. She never made a main event before this. This is very easily the biggest game that she has ever played on a role she doesn't play on the Jet map against Bastarda, who has been on this TL roster playing at the highest level for eons.
There is no more wiggle room. You are backed firmly up against the wall. There is nowhere left to go, no second chance for EG.
Sink or swim for the Shark. We'll see what she can do. Committed bonus here for EG, but they have a rifle, they have some Spectres. They can make something of this round.
Yeah, I mean, Power Pixel is just one off of that null command.
They're gonna go around the world.
Yeah, go fishing for it, go farming, especially if they get over onto that side. I mean, I'm looking at Iza too. The utility is odd because it's just the one nanoswarm only now placed into main, expecting that. And the fact that Iza is playing on site means that she is going to have to pop that so quickly. If you see Power Pixel grab that orb, you need to hit that instantly to stop this flood from coming in.
3 players will be ready on this B site for Team Liquid. Do you have the null command? Can they stop it though? That spam is great out of Daiki, but she's gonna run out of ammo soon, and Scary Shark is dashed into the site, fully blinded, offensive flood, retake for TL. Is down, Issa there to trade. That's great work out of the Sentinel, and Issa keeps going. Daiki, suppressing fire, just holds the line for Team Liquid.
I got excited for saying, oh, look at that, Starbound gets the kill, and then Daiki just did not stop holding down left click.
They're just gonna walk into you, why not?
That's wild. I wonder too if Daiki, a lot of times you'll go for that spam early on in the round, but the way that EG went for that orb and stuck it, I wonder if she just didn't even show that they had the Odin immediately.
I don't think she did, because you saw she had 100 bullets when she started spamming.
And then, of course, like, they just keep on coming through. She doesn't stop. Oh.
And Bastarda's starting to talk a little bit of trash. She's known for it.
Getting louder. It's the tagline to the event. Nora going in, though.
And Daiki, the support is so good. Through the wall, takes down Scary Shark. Power Pixel has traded. Needs to do more, though, and they've got it. 3 for Power Pixel into the site. B secured. Retake by a double flank.
Yeah, this time, they're going to have to come all the way around. Paranoia, double flashes to work with. But EG, once they read that no one's coming through spawn, the drone clears out everything there. They can focus their attention, just play off the alarm bot that's conveniently placed right outside main.
Knife and 2 flashes for Bizarra. But that alarm bot will reveal one way, instantly goes up as a reaction.
Knife only tags the Sova. Not going to matter so much against Lori.
Is it just a save? Not a lot of money left in the bank. I think they just want to try and do some damage here.
Yeah, Bizarre just going to be holding that smoke. Throw that down, try to trap some players in there. Good teleport, actually, from Thea to come around on the other side. There's not a lot of time for EG to get out, and those angles not super... Oh, my God!
She's clean. Will die to the spike, but that's some damage done onto EG. They never had a comfortable economy despite being up 3-1, but...
TL never make it easy for EG.
No. Not an inch for free.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Daiki with that Odin is just doing disturbing things to Evil Geniuses.
But it all comes back to Power Pixel and getting that ult online early.
Yeah. It was really important for that round. How do they replicate? I think in the last round, too, there was actually an Odin purchased for EG at the start to try and counter-spam towards Daiki. That's why Daiki was getting a little bit more creative with those angles. You don't always see the setup from there, but now into this round, Killjoy's setup switches over to A. They're fighting down into mid.
It's not a shock attack. The Jet doesn't commit with it, but now, oh, this is interesting. She's actually just going to get back, forced away by that drone, and TL? Well, they get some space in B main. They don't find any kills off the play.
I think TL were anticipating the same play from rounds 1 and 2, and that paranoia was meant to blind all the players behind Nora, who was running up by herself. Bastarda was confident in that fight and could have turned it into a kill. A good opener. Now Bastarda's just rotated back over towards A, so that's where the stack is going to be leaning slightly for Team Liquid. Evil Geniuses need a mid-3 smoke all the way deep to be able to break that line and put more pressure on Team Liquid, I feel.
How mobile Bastarda is. She's repositioned into tree room in the right spot as EG set their sights towards A. Flash around the corner, Bastarda trying to spam, and she connects on the Thea. That's a big find, no more smokes for EG.
It's sleight of hand though, look at this, up through mid, Scary Shark and Power Pixel going straight into the crossfires, and there's still Daiki on site. Daiki gets one, the trade is there, but Daiki is still a problem for Evil Genius's backside.
She's tucked away and she's ready to spam for more. Georgina does go down. Power Pixel now has Daiki isolated.
30 seconds left.
Can the leader get it done? Can she buy time for these rotations? That Odin's got a lot of bullets, but she doesn't have a fight time somehow. Still gets one onto Starbound and buys just enough of a moment for Bastarda to come in and support. I don't know how she gets one there.
Daiki's just having a day, isn't she?
You don't think the Odin would win holding an angle most of the time?
No, or swinging an angle either.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Just
I mean, it opens with that just silly, goofy, funky kill through a smoke. And then again, because there's no deep smoke blocking that cross, EG are rushed through that choke. They're not clearing spawn for the first kill. Then, once they think they're past, they wouldn't expect another eye on that market line. That's exactly where Daiki is.
Full eco here for EG. And they'll work through mid.
Been a lot of mid work for EG. It's actually a stark difference, their attack on split. Trying to split their way in.
Off angle for Georgina. Flash there, will it sell it? Dash forward, Scary Shark. Just not looking.
No.
Georgina, I mean, she's so precise. The spray transfers seem to always connect, and of course she's still alive too. Gonna go back in for another one. Beautifully placed crosshair out of Georgina. Give her a race. Starbound will run for the hills, tuck on low, but Georgina's hunting. Won't find it this time. But Bizarre, she's there. Clean round there for TL.
I mean, standing ovation in the crowd. You've got a unicorn to cheer on the Team Liquid here.
Everyone's out here in São Paulo.
Yeah. Look, I thought Team Liquid were horses, but might as well get everyone on board with this. I mean, look at that.
I think that's her third spray transfer just this series.
Yes, yes. I mean, remember the 2-bullet 3K back on split?
She can't believe it. Feels like she should at this point with how well
It's almost like she's having too much fun. Like, it shouldn't be that comfy, and yet it is for her.
Suppressed. EG turning for the first time some attention towards A main control. But TL have 2 players set up here. They might actually flash through this one way. Does Bizarre get aggressive? She's just going to hold.
Holding it for now. Daiki has the ultimate to play off of, so there's options once you see players here to pop that ulti. They just get the 2 kills to begin with. It doesn't matter, and they're aggressing on the other side of the map as well. TL are taking fights everywhere.
TL is a team that at the start of every game will not respect you. You have to earn their respect. You have to force them to stop pushing every extremity. And if you don't, they're just going to keep doing things like that.
It'll just keep happening.
Great
Team
info.
Liquid, I mean, Georgina turns around and takes another one. Tia walked into this round with 3 ults, and they might walk away with 4 if Bastarda is able to hunt one down.
A chance to chat here for EG.
EG, their setup at the start of this round, it was a 3-2. They were expecting aggression. They had that triangle setup almost outside of B in case there was going to be the dive up through mid from Bastarda again. They had 2 players holding over towards A, and they were probably always going to look to reset into the mid round into their Killjoy ult to slam into a site. But their hold did not work. It falls apart. So what do you do at that point?
Great question.
10 seconds left.
Save your rifles.
Yeah, try to at least. Bastarda wants that Blade Storm. Not gonna get it. Well, will actually get it, despite maybe not the way you'd expect. Great damage here from EG, but there's plenty of money on the other side, so they're happy to just keep fighting and getting rid of that rifle.
It's a very good
The
hunt
priority.
at the end there. Yeah, fantastically done, and yes, they do walk away with the 4. What do EG piece together? They can get 3 rifles, but not full utility. I think it's
Blade Storm. Scary Shark can give 1.
Yeah,
They're gonna call a timeout to discuss it.
Yeah, I imagine you drop the rifle, pop the knives, get the unicorn out in force. Gotta love it.
I don't know how the people here in São Paulo aren't losing their voices, because it has been constant chatting the entire game. Oh, it's timeout.
Yeah.
Keep going.
They just keep on going. It's kind of unbelievable. You'd think Team Liquid maybe have a competitive advantage here. Do unicorns beat sharks? I'm not sure what the lore is on that one, but
tough to call, really.
Tough to call. Oh, EG, what is it going to be? Right, it was so much mid-control for them in the early rounds. Then they try to play extremity control. I actually think this may be the round where the heavy dive comes out. I would expect to see something A main again for Team Liquid, right? You have the Sobolt and you have the knives, so you can do that setup where that ult goes straight down in a line from tree. Jet can pop up with the knives, and KO Flash can get involved there as well.
But TL, we saw in the first map, they're really good at counter-calling in these timeouts, being ready for plays like that.
It's possible they just go something more passive and do like a bit of a mid-trap play.
Because look at the ults on the other side. TL are totally happy to just play full retake here if they want to.
Yeah, and that's why like heavy stacking in towards market could be an idea. Operator comes online now for Bastarda, so that's an extra wrinkle that EG have to figure out here. Scary Shark has the rifle and also knives. I don't like this.
Yeah, that's so strange.
I really don't like this. I figure you would have caught that in the timeout.
New scenario here for EG on a big stage. Little mistakes like that can happen.
What's the plan for EG? They're going to end up leaning back into A. I imagine at that point they do the handoff. We'll see though.
Surely.
Georgina's really going to take this fight in A main, I would imagine. Just one way held down. That is the second of her smoke. She only has one more to keep that cycle going.
Flash over the top. Georgina will vacate the premises. 2 players on this A side to anchor. Scary Shark in with the Vandal, and Bizarre just tries to dive into her Cloudburst. All on Georgina. It's been excellent thus far, and hey, we doubt it, but Scary Shark's going crazy with this rifle. Drops 2. Now the weapon can be recovered as it evens 3v3 in the post.
There's still a lockdown for Starbound, but Bastarda can pop into the knives if she wants. Lori scouts out, and there goes the lockdown, but Team Liquid are just fighting.
The retake is so swift here. Lori could line up 2, but Daiki's there in time, holds the line, and trades out.
Daiki's sticking it to half.
One.
No, I mean, the Killjoy ult is going to pop her, but it's to half.
Now it's Bastarda applying Protect the President. Will hold this line because they have to. They have time to just keep her alive. What a ridiculous call from TL. She's going to stick the op is on this angle, and Bastarda has never missed that shot. What a round for Team Liquid!
What a cold call from Daiki!
The second
trust.
longest standing duo in this tournament. They are perfectly linked in moments like that.
Full trust between each other. You miss one shot with that op, yeah, that player's gonna scale forward and be able to break it. But no, Daiki goes to that half stick through the ultimate. Does not matter. Bastarda isn't gonna miss. She shut down Nora first and closes out the round with the last.
I thought that was their lockdown for a second just because of how ridiculous it was that Daiki was still running into it.
It didn't make sense. EG also stun locked in that exchange.
We're straight back into it though. Scary Shark trying to replicate this fast A pop, but look at the mollies. Again, Scary Shark is alone on this site. Everyone else is far away, but they will eventually ford that river and get a post behind. But could TL just flood here? Everyone is ready to go on their side.
Yeah, they're both pushing up, down onto Cat. They're really wondering where that flank is going to be coming from.
KO, that's big. They'll pop it already. No util in the post for EG. They have to button down the hatches because on the other side, TL are working a flank. And it's one of these classic Daiki pauses in the mid-round. They stall out for a moment. Wait for the flank to come to fruition. Paranoia.
Time is ticking.
Main. Starbound has to contend with this, but on the other side, Team Liquid still waiting. Time is ticking away, but Starbound is down. Huge kill to find. Now the dart comes in, but Starbound forward with the operator, dashing every which way. Dies their own teammates Molly, but does it matter?
Time.
He's in a 1v2. Not much time, not much opportunity to make this work. Finds one, needs that other player, and there's just no time left. Surely she can't get this done. No. EG get away with it.
Team Liquid win the round, but their score doesn't go up. EG gets that one thanks to time. I think the decision to go for the flank there just didn't come in quickly enough.
A little too slow.
Yeah, ended up stalling out, and that was a lot of the duration of their null command too. Those tree players weren't willing to scale in until the main players, that flank double comes in. And no matter what Bastarda did, the silly drop down from Evan, gets one, almost turns it into a second. But too slow at the end of the day. A lifeline for EG.
And a Red Bull clutch there for EG. B main, this round's going to be fast already. Scary Shark in, and she is not slowing down. Oh, but catches herself up above. Now the turret's making contact, but Scary Shark still gets it done on Isa. Odin, Daiki spraying for 2. 3v3 now on the site.
Tons of chip damage though. Daiki gets 2 and the damage onto Lori, onto Nora, down to 40 HP. Nora, what can you do? The last 2 entries have been fantastic. Now knives.
More time bought. And a tag as well off the Hunter's Fury. Everyone's arrived for TL. The troops are ready to go. 2 flashes. Paranoia. What comes first? Who can they blind? That is a great Paranoia. Scary Shark in the open with no chance to live. And Bizarra adjusts for a double. Starbound. An impossible position. Has to isolate 2 fights in with the flashes coming in. They can't win it. Team Liquid bounce back immediately.
Team Liquid's coordination off of their forcing utility, the paranoias, the flashes on both maps has been perfection. And it's not always just when Bastarda is diving into the site. Even there you have Bizarra scaling up off the paranoia. Everything coming together.
And EG haven't taken a breath. Last 3 rounds have all been fast execs.
You'd imagine a pace change coming out of that, slow things down for EG. I mean, the openings have been decent, but just like on Split, the entry for Nora, it's getting kills, but when it goes to Daiki's site, somehow Daiki is sleuthing her way around the entry, so she's always fighting the second and third players in, getting her 2 before she falls, and that has been the difference for Team Liquid, and why they're winning so many of these rounds.
So save for EG. They'll go back to the pistol strat, B-split. TL has dealt with this one many times before.
Early lockdown.
Used a lockdown on this Antique. I want to make sure they get these last 2 rounds. That's a great dart by Daiki.
Rounds getting funky from EG. They're going all the way into defender spawn to wrap back into A. And these mid players are getting pinched. 2 players still left in market. What is going on in this? But Bastarda is still in mid. She finds the first, and the movement is a little all over the place.
But that's the spike on the ground. For how long? Daiki, great reposition here. She can cut off any players except for Thea, the only one who can get past that. Teleports up towards A as TL re-clear.
But Georgina is still in B main. She steps on forward, gets the first. There's nothing you can do. She's too good as an anchor.
What a wild round from Team Liquid. Back and forth from EG. They adapt to it well. 7-4 now. Final round of the half.
Looks familiar.
It does.
7-4. Last map closed out 7-5 in favor of TL.
It was a matter of 1 round last time. This is important for EG.
No ults for either side. Daiki, if she can get one. In the late rounds, Sova KO ult potentially online. That could be damning for EG. Set up 4-1 right now outside of B. Just here to break this early Killjoy turret. We've seen it a few times in this game. Now they're aware it is Killjoy setup here. Actually, look at that nanoswarm Isa has very deep on her so that both she and Daiki can fall back onto site and play to contain that dive from Nora.
Bastarda smoked off, but still toying with
Hunting
the idea
for
of
the
going
up.
through.
Yeah, the absolute psycho swing.
So confident on that agent.
And now we're getting to that point in the round where they're going to set up, run into potentially 2 players in A main, and EG have to make a choice. Do they stick through it, or do they rotate back into mid? If they go back into mid, that's where they meet Bastarda's op. And that's where the round could fall apart completely.
Another player entrenched in wine for Team Liquid. Jujin has been here a lot. What does she do this time? Paranoia, swing forward. Thea holds it down. That is a massive kill for EG. They'll head towards the site. Sarah cannot stall for long, but Bastarda, she's here, and she has that hawk trained on the angle. Great flash from Bizarra, and another opportunity for Bastarda. She'll pull out the sheriff, can't find the shot in time, but Bizarra here again, left and right. It's a 1-2 punch from both, and it's a familiar position for Starbound. Spike in no man's land. 10 seconds left, and well, that's a beautiful shot. It won't be around. 8-4 in the lead for TL.
It's Team Liquid's house right now. Absolutely feeling it. Almost a carbon copy of that last game. And it was close, don't get me wrong, but these anchors have been so good. Team Liquid defense is stalwart.
Still a respectable half for EG. So a chance for them in the second half. But following Liquid's loss on day 1 of this tournament, we spoke with Bastarda about what went wrong and why you shouldn't count TL out.
Hi, I'm Paula Naguil. I'm 23 years old and I'm playing for Team Liquid, Brazil. I feel sad because I had really high expectations. I feel so bad for lose to G2 because we lose in communication. We was so nervous in game and we couldn't conclude the maps. Last year we lost to G2, but this year my team I think is better. So if we face G2 again, I think we will back more strong to defeat them.
Inside that pit, met up with Blanche, working to get on this extremity. Beautiful flash though for 2 insta-kills. Roxy looking to clutch it, not gonna happen! Bizarra with the headhunter!
Evil Genius is so good because they defeat the queens in EMEA, they defeat Topify, so I'm so anxious to play against Lori because I met her last year in tournament, so will be fun. Sorry to all the fans to the lose against G2, but we will come back stronger, I promise.
A promise to the fans from Team Liquid. One they're looking to make do on here, up 8-4.5.
100%. Bastarda looked fantastic. I mean, game 1 for sure, but that first half, especially once the op got online. And now, I think we need to reintroduce that challenge to Nora on the opposite side. There were quite a few rounds. The entries were good. You know, even when she didn't go for knives, she took the rifle. Defense, that is where the op must shine for her.
And that means EG need to win this pistol. They need to get that economy built up to give Nora the opportunity to shine. And she absolutely has to deliver. So much pressure for a player who has never been on a stage like this before.
Yeah, it's a big one. She started stepping up, no more second chances. 5 rounds to TL, and it is lights out for EG. They would go home here without winning a map. And it starts here in the pistol. Looks like, I mean, the setup for Team Liquid, looking to just catch any early aggression at the moment for EG. Maybe a little bit of a fake with the Zera on the opposite side, but they can play fast and loose, I feel like. Usually when they come out of a half with a big advantage, they come in, big smiles on their face, and they will keep on egoing you until you can prove you're better.
Heavy setup towards B from Team Liquid, just waiting out the dart. It's gone now.
That's weird though, not seeing anything in A main at all off that deep dart.
They were expecting something towards mid, a crossfire there. This is a different pistol round from TL.
And with this hit, EG can come with 2 players quickly flashing out of that market smoke. They want to catch this hit in its face.
Does this player on site get caught off guard? Is Lori in trouble, or can she rise to the occasion? Finds one already. Scary Shark just dashing in to try and help her out, but the trades thus far seem favorable for TL. It ends in a 2v3, but damage was done.
Yeah, and EG delete the lurk option. 3 players alive, but they're all so low for EG. Nora's getting hunted down. Daiki finds another one.
1 enemy remaining.
And Bastarda the next. They at 22 HP, and look at TL! They do not stop! When they have an advantage, they keep pushing. And when you're up against Bastarda and Daiki in a clutch, that duo does not lose. There is a reason that they have defined this Team Liquid squad, that they have defined Brazilian Game Changers for so long.
Yeah, I mean, Palestra coming out of last year literally said he wanted to build the team basically anew, but he kept 2 players. He could not give up on Daiki and Bastarda. Started from scratch from the rest, and it has been a perfect combination building around these 2 superstars.
That's a heartbreaker for EG. And it won't be much better in this round. Only classics.
TL won that first map without taking a pistol. Now they've got it in the second half to go up to 9. Again, though, Evil Geniuses are going to look to fight out of this smoke. It's the oldest trick in the book, but you fight out of the attacking smokes with that KO and try to pick up anything you can.
Worked well in the first half for Team Liquid. But EG won't find that same success. Door closed, and TL in a great spot.
And PowerPixel let that door close on themselves, electing to go for the full 5 retake.
Issa, the insurance policy of this round, has a late reflank primed. Or maybe not that late.
You get that kill, that's a Bulldog in hand. That's big for PowerPixel. Lori finds 1. It's 5-on-3 now for EG.
Can they convert the advantage, though? Bastarda wants even the odds back in the favor of Team Liquid. Dark Story Heaven. Perfect shot. Lori's down and dive into the site. It's a massacre. Team Liquid still in control.
Shocker. Once again, it's Daiki and Bastarda. And look, Evil Geniuses, they got the first 2 openers, but still, that was full classic. So once it turned into long-range fights where they couldn't, figure something out with the right clicks, it slips away. But now, Odin, hands of Lori. Everything matters from here on out for Evil Geniuses. They're not going to be able to get an op online for a long, long time, buying down to nothing. 4 players with heavy armor, literally everyone that possibly can.
To say they need to win the sanity bonus is an understatement. They need to win it dominantly. They need momentum.
It'll be a big A-main fight too. Paranoia can come down from tree, and you have the battery. Nora and Pixel here to fight into main, but they've been shut back.
Was used, but Bastarda is really stuck here. Except it's, of course, Scary Shark who gets out of that one.
It's an issue, though. EG are not fighting off the utility. They're escaping off of it. They're running away. Team Liquid take control of main, take the orb, continue to farm on up. Daiki's just one off the Hunter's Fury.
And look what tools they still have. Flash and a knife for Bizarra, a dash for Bastarda. There are still lots of options for TL.
Potentially good mid-rounding from EG, though. Because look, they've got the microwave set up over on B. 3 players there, too. But this looks like a bit of a fake. Spike in the hands of Bizarra outside of A.
And you see they're all set up to avoid this KO knife in A main.
PowerPixel has to find an opener here. Has to not get caught rotating away from the fake.
There's that knife. Bad info.
Oh no, and that means Nora's leaving A. It's all on PowerPixel. We have to go to A. They have to do something.
PowerPixel, a great off angle, finds 1 shot, but the shots cannot rain in time to connect on the Jujina. Scary Shark made it back in time, though. 4v3. No post plant yet for TL.
They can't plant the spike, though. Daiki gets the kill with the Sheriff into tree. Now they can bust down the door, go for the plant. Lori has to stop them in their tracks.
And Lori's done it already. Daiki in so much trouble to get across to join her teammate. Jujina wants to get that plant in. Here comes the flood for EG. And down goes Daiki. 5 HP is just not enough. Lori connects the shot. And EG, it looked damn scary, but they get it across the line.
I got spooked there. PowerPixel. They got the opener, and that was enough. And then Nora actually was able to come in quickly enough for those first 2.
They also build up some ults that they can have early in this half. Ultimate economy is key to build a comeback like the one EG needs to stay in Brazil.
It's kind of a crazy track there from Nora to go through the floor under her feet.
Let's go. Good job.
Take down that second one.
Let's go. Good job.
I think we heard that twice. But it was nice. 5 separating now.
Hunter's Fury for Daiki. That could be big to just go for hard exec. Use that to help Bastarda path into the site.
Spike is still hanging out over towards A. Team Liquid are really patient in these openers.
And Jujina just chilling out in that one way. Get some info in A main. She's the cancel option in this round.
Shock Dart doesn't connect. No molly setup on the switch this time around. EG have liked to go for those much deeper molly setups. Deep alarm as well.
And unusual for a lot of Jets. You see Bastarda so often with agency. To go for clearance like this, pretty much alone.
Right now we're going to see a drone up mid, I'd imagine, from Daiki up towards market to show a little bit more presence. Yeah, get up here, pop the drone, maybe catch a rotation while the rest of the team punches into tree.
They wanted to break the alarm bot to try and draw rotates away, and they draw rotates, but here's the judge for Power Pixel. Massive kills to find. The two most important players to get into a site ripped away from TL. Now Daiki has so much to do. Needs perfection against this judge, and she has got it.
30 seconds left.
Clean pre-fire, now into the site they go. And scary, oh no, the timing there for Nora nearly gets the better of her.
Thea is still down in hell though. She can try to stop this plant, but Georgina gets the kill up in heaven.
Now it's all Thea. The IGL, she struggled this map thus far, and it will continue. Daiki executes her.
10 seconds left.
Only 2 players stand for EG, but Lori could be the hero again. She stepped up in Berlin. Can she do it in Brazil? One dart available.
Standing ahead.
And a clear onto Georgina.
There they are.
When does the drop come? When does EG activate?
Last
A dive
player
in,
standing.
Starbound for the first,
Enemy
and a
remaining.
flip for Daiki. 1v1. She spots Starbound on the other side. Another tap on the spike. Daiki has to find the timing, and the flick just misses out. It's Starbound connects it. 11 HP is enough. EG stay alive for another round.
Losing that could have just lost EG the entire tournament. It was dire straits. Daiki was doing everything she could to come away with that.
A flight home on the line, and Starbound on really their first big team, on their first international stage, keeps them in it.
I mean, look at that drop, up and down. Well, Daiki gets the kills, and ooh, it is close. It is tight at the end there. Evil Geniuses, never a chance to breathe in this game.
Let's go, Starbound!
They've been playing from the back foot this entire series.
Placing alarm bot.
They have an opportunity, though, to lessen this gap. Half buy for TL.
EG ping-ponging their setup of the Killjoy on the anti-eco. TL won an anti-eco on 10 last game. I hate to bring it up, but Evil Geniuses must be perfect to close. Team Liquid are playing very good Valorant today.
Lori holding off the turret. Sees TL on the cross. The pressure now falls to the site, anchors over towards B. The rotates, well timed. Scary Shark on the right angle, but doesn't connect the shot. That dash is gone, and surely a smoke soon to blue. It'll go up. TL into the site.
Yeah, still Power Pixel. Backside taking that fight, but can't find it. Bastarda is better.
Huge kill from Bastarda. But Thea has one of her own, and EG, they're going to flood back into this one quickly. The position in main is
Look at
so
the flank from
important.
Georgina.
So many layers to this for TL. Hunter's Fury, they're fighting forward into this one. And Bastarda again finds a critical shot, but the trade is there from EG's leader, 3v3. They need this round. And Starbound is getting it done, but Daiki in the backlines again steps up. And it's all on Starbound. Dart in front of them. They need to break that, but they don't in time. How many moments will the leader of Team Liquid be the one to save them?
She just does it all. And for Starbound, twice in a row is just simply too much to ask. Not again versus Daiki. She's not going to let it happen.
And that was one rifle. Bastarda had it, and she did so much.
There's questions to ask. Power Pixel has to win that opening fight. Maybe drop the null command. There's different things that could have been done. And EG, they can't look to the past. 2 rounds, and it could be lost for them now.
But for some of those players, they have to feel the weight of the past. Last year for Lori, she was a map away from winning the Game Changers Championship with Shopify. The first reverse sweep we've ever had in VCT was against her. And now she's just one map away from being the first team eliminated in Brazil.
The first team eliminated and winless as well. Smacked down by Team SMG. And now a hard-fought game 1. They have to battle back. This is where the coaching staff of EG has to get on board.
What is the plan? There's not room for another mistake. There's not room for a sloppy anti-eco.
Coordination on site. I think it has to be that. In so many of these late round hits, it's been one isolated play from EG, like Power Pixel, A Heaven, or again, it was actually Power Pixel isolated back site on B. There weren't crossfires. The crossfires were broken as soon as there were smokes. I need to see Buddy's system, but I need to see Guns. They've got no money, Mimi.
They're broke. Hard call to make.
Wow.
Full save.
It's brutal too, because they had 3 ultimates. They could have gone for a Hero Guardian. No, that gets sold away by Power Pixel at the very end.
Team Liquid take their time. They want to close this one out cleanly.
Looking at EG though, the 2 players on B, Lori, Thea, much closer, able to play off of one another. Even just tucking into backside here. The shock dart breaks both mollies though as well, and now Bastarda going on in.
Bastarda, what? Drops straight into a shorty? Literally the only opportunity to get a kill there for Thea. She does it. Can they get more though? Can these players in the backline stay alive long enough? Here comes the rotation, but they are gunned down by Team Liquid. Poor Thea. No HP, no abilities, and surely not a chance. Series point, Team Liquid.
Evil Geniuses had the most impossible of challenges heading into this Game Changers event. A new player and 3 days to practice with them. Evil Geniuses now 1 game away, 1 round away from losing their chance to continue competing here. But finally, back against the wall, Scary Shark Nora has the operator in hand. Nora, it is your time to make it happen.
The last minute edition. The player no one had heard of coming into this event. Again, has the pressure on her back.
Team Liquid fainting a bit over towards A here. The drone will come out, or maybe just the shock dart to try and clear away some Killjoy utility on this side, and just a shoulder is revealed. That's all Daiki gives Nora, and it's not enough to find a shot.
Fake towards A, Paranoia. Drone, 3
Watch
players
Power Pixel.
rotating. Power Pixel though, popping the ult. Thea on the site, can't find anything. And Power Pixel in this close corner is just standing their ground.
Oh,
Their
no.
feet are burning though, and they cannot stay alive. 3v4, that KO can get picked up.
Lori!
The spam is great. Lori again, getting it done, but she's showing herself. Georgina takes advantage of that.
What is Daiki gonna do? Does she go for the wrap all the way through mid? She does. No one will see this coming.
It's being watched now, but is the timing right? Can Daiki do it? No! Starbound, too aware.
30 seconds left.
So it's Georgina. Spike can be picked up, but not much time.
Nora swapped over into a rifle.
She'll get the plant. Is this how they close out the
Georgina
game?
jumps up.
Lockdown popped. Georgina ahead of it, could isolate a kill here onto Starbound, but the smoke is in her way. She'll spam it, a risk taken. Boom swing! And Georgina wins it! Team Liquid defends their homes. This is their stage, and they will not lose to EG.
Team Liquid showed up to play today. I mean, back-to-back top performances from Daiki. An impossible player to break. And Georgina, the multi-frags were just unreal.
How many rounds did Georgina clutch?
Too many to count. I don't have enough fingers. And like that wasn't even one, it was a 1 versus 3. Saw the angle given by Lori and a spray transfer onto the
That
third.
smoke is so perfect, by the way, to win that. What a Red Bull clutch.
That wasn't like the cheap ice sneak up and shoot in the back end. She broke the Killjoy ultimate. She literally broadcasted her position for all to see and still won out in the clutch.
And that's how you start a lower bracket run if you're Team Liquid Brazil. And credit to EG. They had a tough task in front of them, and unfortunately, they'll be remembered as the team who made the miracle happen, who made it here to Brazil. But they couldn't get a map.
I mean, the team that shocked all of America by taking down Shopify Rebellion in the final, right? They put up a hell of a fight here in map number 1 especially.
And I think people might remember that SMG game, but really here against Team Liquid, this is where they stepped up. This is where we saw EG playing to themselves, but it's TL, of course, the victors today. And to hear more about the game, we have the analyst desk standing by.
Thank you very much, Mimi and Ender. That is right. Team Liquid, they avoid elimination today. And what a way to do it as well. I've got Sapphire and Mira's here with me on the desk. Feel free to celebrate. I know you're very happy about that. And it was a great series. Team Liquid played very, very well.
Yeah, it was a great series. As I said in the first map, all over the same again. They were not respecting EG. They were playing with an aggressive posture. Daikin, and like she carried it. I don't know what to say. Like she just handled it by her own. I don't know. I love it.
So many incredible moments from those players. Of course, Seki was amazing. Bastarda on the op was fantastic. And then huge props to Georgina for how many like 2K, 3Ks, like beautiful transfers that we saw. And then, of course, close it out with that epic moment.
Yeah, I can't believe Georgina closed it out like that. That was mad. And the fact, it wasn't just Daiki on this map. It was Daiki on map 1 from right from the outset. You know, they dropped the pistol, but then from there on, it just didn't feel like Daiki ever even had a bad round.
Yeah, she had a lot of great reads in the defense. Mainly being the initiator, you can get the utility in the right time. You can ult when you think it's a fake or something. She was doing all that. It was not only individually, but also in her function in defense. She was doing great.
Yeah, and then so many like nice reads from her. We saw obviously on the attack side, like taking that mid control, which opened up so many avenues for her team. And then even like somehow helping to keep Bastarda alive, who was like dancing around on A site many times. So many, it's just epic moments from these players.
Does this feel like a run that's about to happen? You know, are they gonna go all the way now?
You gotta feel good about this. I'm not liking what potentially happens in the lower bracket. We won't talk about who their opponent is, but just in terms of this team, they are looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't only talk about Team Liquid because I'm Brazilian, but I really do know these players. I played against them. And I really like how they play. I really know they can go really far in the tournament.
We actually have Daiki standing by right now with Tonello in the Verizon post-match interview.
Na Liquid para marcar, obviamente, a primeira vitória nesse Game Changers. A gente vai falar pouquinho sobre o que aconteceu nesse jogo. So here I am joined by Daiki, after this crazy win against EG, and of course, I'll talk a little bit more about this game right now. So the first question I want to ask her is about this nervousness, because she actually, after a post-match interview, said that the team was a bit nervous, and because of that, it had impacted like negatively on their gameplay and performance. So what did they talk about on these last days to, of course, make a comeback and turn this around? Daiki, parabéns, primeiro de tudo. Até eu tô meio em choque agora com o que aconteceu. E você falou depois da entrevista, né, depois da primeira série, que vocês estavam nervosas na estreia. O que vocês conversaram esses últimos dias para mudar isso e chegar com muito mais confiança hoje?
A gente, assim, falando bem por cima mesmo, a gente não mudou absolutamente nada. A gente teve uma conversa mais séria em questão de comunicação e que a gente, independente da situação, a gente não podia mudar e teria que ser um pouco mais consistente. Eu imagino que era para o jogo da G2 ter sido um pouco mais fácil, mas a gente já consertou isso. Eu acho que a gente está muito mais confiante de entrar aqui no palco e jogar aqui para vocês. Então, eu acho que foi essa mais a questão da calma e da comunicação dentro de jogo mesmo, porque fora de jogo a gente não mudou absolutamente nada.
So she said, actually, I'll tell you, we haven't changed anything. We just thought the game against G2 was going to be a bit easier as well. But we talked about more communication and about getting here and doing what we can and what we know how to do. And this, all of course, made us much more, like, with the trust, much better. And this is why it all changed for better for us. And the next question I'm going to ask her is about the split and the Cypher, of course, because Cypher seems to be more and more of a trend right now. So how was it to play against him? Was it difficult? Did they expect something like that and so on? Sobre o Cypher na split, ele está sendo uma tendência agora, né, para a alegria de uns e tristeza dos outros. Como foi jogar contra ele? Vocês já estavam esperando? Vocês já tinham estudado? Porque mesmo na metade que ele estava no ataque, pareceu ser bastante complicado.
A gente estava esperando um Chamber, que é do histórico delas, E realmente jogar contra o Cypher tá sendo um pouquinho difícil, porque ele tá um agente muito mais consistente agora, ele tá sendo bem chato jogar contra. Mas eu acho que a gente não se abalou tanto, porque a gente já treinou muitas vezes contra o Cypher, tá literalmente todo mundo jogando com o Cypher. Então eu acho que surpreendeu, mas tudo sob controle ainda.
So we're actually expecting a chamber on this composition because of what EG had played before, but everyone is playing Cypher right now, so we had trained against Cypher a lot of times, so that was okay for us, and we could really manage the situation. And our last question for her is about the next match against BBL or SR, who she wants to face off against, or who she'd rather play against. Agora contra a BBL ou a Shopify Rebellion, que vocês vão jogar na sequência, quem que você quer enfrentar?
Bom, eu quero muito enfrentar a Shopify por causa da Mel. Eu acho que desde o ano passado a gente sempre vem falando desse confronto e ele não aconteceu ano passado e a gente estava esperando que acontecesse esse ano. Eu não quero que elas percam, eu estou mais ansiosa para jogar contra elas e eu espero que seja na grande final. Mas a BBL eu imagino que a gente vai acabar enfrentando.
So I really want to play against Mel, against Shopify Rebellion, because everyone was expecting this game last year and it actually didn't happen. So I don't want them to lose, but of course I really wanted to face off against her. So I think it's going to be on the grand finals, but I think we're going to play against BBL. Muito obrigado, Daiki. Parabéns de novo. Thank you so much. Essa foi a Daiki.
When people think about esports, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Players, obviously, but there's so much more.
With the launch of the MasterCard Gamer Academy, we're providing 10 people who are passionate about League of Legends or Valorant and want to pursue a career in esports with the chance to learn what it takes. What it takes to manage a team.
Can we wrap this up? We need to scream.
What it takes to produce content. Cut. Okay, yep. Okay, action. What it takes to write, direct, and produce award-winning content. And of course, what it takes to pull off some of the largest events like the League of Legends World Championship or Valorant Champions. In partnership with MasterCard, we've created a priceless experience. The chance to fly to Seoul, Berlin, and more, and take immersive courses on esports, business, content, and everything in between. Taught by the very best. Think you have what it takes? Here's how to apply.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The upper bracket, it didn't go their way, but that does not matter anymore. This is elimination. No more second chances, and you do not want to be the first team to be sent home here.
And she has more smokes to stall this one out. It is a triple lineup. That is disgusting. We've seen this one before. Kentiel find the counter. Daiki will. 3 from range. The shorty around the corner, and Daiki is doing it all. Isolating these players will be so important. You can't let them find any shots with those sheriffs. And Lori, well, she's doing a great job of it. Down is Scary Shark, has to frag 1 kill. It's gotten halfway. Jujina! How many rounds will Jujina steal? Team Liquid take map number 1 in this series. Let's sell it. Dash forward, Scary Shark. Just not looking.
No.
Jujina, I mean, she's so precise. The spray transfers seem to always connect. A dive in, Starbound for the first, has to find the timing, and the flick just misses out. It's Starbound, connects it. They need this round, and Starbound is getting it done, but Daiki in the backlines again steps up, and they need to break that, but they don't in time. Team Liquid defends their home. This is their stage, and they will not lose to EG.
I hope you guys enjoy the Prime Gaming post-match highlights for match 1, but it's time to get into match 2, and we have another elimination game coming to you, and this time between EDG and Crew. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Mira's here with the desk with me again. It's been a great day for Latin America, so why not, Kakuka? You join us as well.
Exactly. I was so happy. Actually, the performance that we just saw from Team Liquid, it definitely made me want to come to this, and I was like, you know what? Let's just go for 2 for 2.
You rooting for Crew?
Yes, I am. I have to.
I thought so. Yeah,
especially with the result
so.
that they had last year. I feel like this year has to be different.
Yeah, well, they're going to be going up against EDG, and I felt like it was a very weird circumstances maybe for EDG. Not the best start ever, but again, Mirrors, going up against Shopify, they kind of got owned, but the vibes were good. They were very happy, and they didn't seem affected by it.
Yeah, it was a really fast game. They were trying to play really fast. I actually screamed them once this week, I think. And they actually play like that. They played really fast, aggressive, like the Chinese style, as we see Kang and stuff. But yeah, let's see if they can do make it work versus the Crew team.
Yeah, I think also it's important to understand that it's not only that it was a tough day for them, they were going up against one of the strongest teams coming into the tournament. So it's having a team that doesn't have that much experience going up against a Titan that is so hungry for the title.
Yeah, and I think the good thing is they were smiling. They were happy.
Yes.
They didn't really mind. They just liked the experience. And one of those players loved the entrance, by the way, from Clem. She's actually standing by right now with Mika Fabs.
Clem, do you have time for a question? Yes. Awesome. We have Clem here from EDG, and we have Wendy to help us with some translation. So do you guys have a special strategy prepared for Crew today?
对，但是我们只打算把自己的做好。我觉得我们现阶段是要把自己训练赛的东西都打出来，然后才好应对今天的对手。
Yes, but honestly, what we are going to focus more is to concentrate on our own performance and try our best to show you guys the stuff that we have practiced in all the scrims and try to concentrate for today's game.
Okay, awesome. Good luck to the team, and 谢谢.
I think she has a point. That's what she needs to do, because yesterday they were whiffing a little bit, you know, they were a bit shaky, which I feel like it's not that difficult to fix, right? Yeah, it may just be nerves on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same thing I would talk about Liquid as well. Like, is where their debut, and the shakes gets them, the nervousness. So, and as we talked as well, that like Shopify is really good individually, and they have this style. Chinese has this style, really aggressive individually, and if you're not getting the shots, there's nothing you can do.
But it's also so important that you can you know reflect on that, being like, okay, this was a very hard match. It was incredibly fast. We only got 3 rounds, but actually, where was the fault? Was it our mistakes? Was it unforced mistakes? You know, because there's a very big difference between those two. And they actually, I think, hit the nail in the head. They have to focus on their own performances because that is exactly what Shopify was doing, and it's the kind of thing that snowballs the most when you get to land.
Yeah, we know what they can do. We know they can pull something special out as well. And this week I had a lot of fun actually because I got to sit down with EDG's Blue and Clem as well to talk about their season, their year so far. And we had some treats, some Brazilian treats prepared. So take a look at this. Oh, I am excited for this one. As you guys can see, we have a big table of food in front of us. And I'm joined by Blue and Clem from EDG. And Wendy's going to be here to do a bit of translation as well. We're going to be doing a tasty Brazilian food challenge. We're going to put our taste buds to the test. And I'm also going to ask you guys some questions in relation to the flavors we're going to be testing. So let's just get this started. If you guys want to pick up these, the bread-looking things. Now, these are called pão de queijo. I'm sorry if I butchered that. I heard that this has a bit of a salty flavor, so I'll let you guys try it. See how you feel? What do you think, Blue?
I don't know.
Very good, delicious. This have cheese?
It does have cheese. It does have cheese. Now, I want to ask you a question in relation to, you know, some salty things perhaps, because you guys actually lost in the China qualifiers, which I know some of you are very disappointed about it. But what I wanted to ask you is, what was that like, and how did you recover from it? Because you guys haven't lost since. You've been undefeated since.
我们大家就是输了以后，大家都抱在一起哭得很难过。但是因为东亚预选赛已经很接近时间了，所以我们必须马上调整好那个心情，所以我们大家都告诉自己说要赶快调整，不要沉浸在那种落败的感情里面。对。
So to be honest, after that loss, we just hugged each other together and we cried so hard. And after that, because the Asian qualifier is so close, we don't have much time to make the preparation, so we can't like to be too emotional around that. So we just cheer up each other and try our best to try not to be so emotional and focus on the next game, focus on the Asian qualifier.
Now this, it might surprise you guys because I heard that this is, thank you very much. I heard this has a bit of a tangy sour flavor. So let's try this. You said the last one was delicious, so Yeah? I mean, Blue, you said you like ice cream, right?
Yeah.
You're a big fan of ice cream.
But this tastes so special. I never tried it before.
Yeah?
A little bit weird, but I think it's okay to eat. Yeah.
So weird. But it's good.
Yeah, it's good as well. Now, the reason we chose this because this has a bit of a sour, swander, a bit of sour. Yeah, flavor. And when it comes to that, obviously one of your teammates, Lija, she can't make it to this tournament. You know, I know that you guys played a while with her as well, and she's seen as a star player. So, Clem, how much does that impact you guys, and how are you feeling about the fact that she's not here?
就是我们原本有些战术是必须由他来完成的，所以会有些影响到我们的战术方面。对，但是其实 Blue 也做得很好。
Yeah, definitely it do have some impact. For example, maybe in the actual games, for some strategies, we really need Lija to stand out. She need to be the key player for some strategies. But after that, we need to change some of playstyle, some strategies to make some more preparations. But also at the same time, Blue also did a very good job, I must say.
Yeah, you have. And speaking of Blue, let's go for the final one. I think I want to end this on a sweet note. You know, we've had salty, we've had sour. If we go for the pujim, I believe it's called. This is the sweet treat for you guys. I'll let you try this first. But also, Clem, you know, what do you think Blue brings to your team? What kind of impact does she have?
很多，是就是他对枪的时候会有时候给我们一些很超乎常人的操作，就是很厉害，真的就是说不出来的那种厉害，就是让我们觉得他是一个很合格的决斗者玩家。
Yeah, I must say a lot of differences. And also sometimes in the actual games, especially for the 1v1 shooting, sometimes Blue can really have the incredible highlights that can really surprise us a lot. And also because of that, it can really bring a lot of differences to the team.
Yeah, and did you like this? What did you think?
I think it's so sweet, and I think it's my favorite.
Oh, it's your favorite. All right, we're going to tuck in and enjoy this and hopefully finish everything. And you guys, your tournament run ends on a sweet note. Yeah, we had some salty snacks, sour snacks, sweet ones. Hopefully it's going to be sweet today, but it's going to be a difficult task because they're going to be going up against Crew. And despite losing that first game, Kakuka, they didn't play bad. I actually think they played quite well.
No, exactly. I think that it got into their heads at some point. I think that the start was a bit rough. I think many things were going wrong, also outside of the server, right? Because BBL had one of the players playing from isolation. So it's all of these things that get into their head and probably do not allow you to concentrate enough, but they were actually very, very close to at least take this to a third map.
Yeah, I really like how Crew played. I really want to see how they're going to perform versus a not as high caliber team that as BBL. BBL just won EMEA, and China here is a new region on the Game Changers for this year. So I really want to see how they're going to perform.
Yeah, also it was their first loss, you know? They didn't lose at all coming into this.
Yeah, but you also need to think about how different the year has been for them specifically, because at times they were mostly playing one game a week, and every game was so separated. We're talking about just 13 officials in the entire year, so it's different for them.
Yeah, it is indeed. But Conair though had a great day. I feel like she was. I can't believe she was on the losing side. And also we have a tweet from her, and I need you guys to help me out here and give me some translation. What's she saying here?
I'll do the first part. You do the last one, okay? Mañana gano y me como este torneo. I win tomorrow. Of course, she posted this yesterday. I win tomorrow and I will eat this tournament. What's the last part?
And the last part is Culião Viera. I don't even know how to explain, but my Chilean friends, my Chilean teammates, they say it all the time. So they know what it is. They know what it is. I don't know how to explain.
Let's just say it's watch me do it.
Yeah, she's giving it. She's confident.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's being very sure. It's you that have doubted me are going to see me win this entire thing.
Oh,
that is it.
Yes.
And do you agree with that? Do you think that's what we're going to see today?
Yeah, I mean, she played really, really well with BBL. They have great aim, great individually, and so if she keeps the same performance, I think she's gonna outperform them.
Yeah, exactly. If she keeps her head in the game and just keeps performing in it, and that way maybe not getting too comfortable and just go round by round, she could definitely do it. Definitely improve last year's result.
Yeah, well, let's hear a little bit more from the Crew girls themselves. Shies is standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hey Shies, can we pull you in for a quick question? Okay, how does it feel like playing in front of your home crowd?
Exciting. I'm very happy. I'm glad to be here. So yeah.
Amazing. Good luck to you.
I mean, the home crowd, they were kind to Team Liquid. They were full force here, and of course there is a Brazilian player on the side of Crew. I suspect it's going to be a similar thing, but what we don't want to see for Crew is that they've been in this position before. They were here last year at Game Changers Champions, and Kakuka, it ended, they lost the first match and they just got eliminated straight away. We don't want to see that again.
Yeah, exactly. But if you take a look at the upper bracket, of course, this is from 2022. They were against Cloud9 White. We know the expectations that everybody had for that team, and on the lower bracket they only got to win that one map. So even just getting one map will equal their performance. I think that for them it has to be different, especially about how mentally EDG should be doing.
And this is the big tournament for them. They've been dominating the Latin America scene for 2 years. So that's where they need to show what they come to do.
Yeah, they want to avoid getting knocked out this early. I feel like you two are the lucky charms. You kind of manifested the first one.
You just jinxed it.
Oh, no.
Now we're gonna be...
No. I have no horse in this race. I have no horse in this race.
Trust
Okay, so you can combine your powers.
Yes.
And hopefully that works. Our coaches are actually ready right now. We are just about to find out which maps we're going to be seeing today. So let's send it down to them and find out, and also welcome the players onto the stage.
So we're starting map selection for EDG versus Crew. Today it is a coin flip that decides who starts choosing if it wants to be Team A or Team B. So it is based on alphabetical order. EDG is heads, Crew is tails, okay? Heads is the front and tails is the back. I'll throw a coin flip. You are heads. Okay, heads is the front. So it's heads. EDG starts choosing.
We chose Team A.
Team A, okay. So EDG starts banning.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze. They banned Breeze. Ban for crew.
Ban Haven.
Sorry?
Haven.
Haven. Okay, Haven. Map pick for EDG.
Split.
Split.
Yes.
Okay. Side on split for crew.
Defense.
Defense. Map for crew.
Big Ascent.
Ascent. Side on Ascent, EDG.
Attack.
Attack. Second set of bans, EDG bans a map. You got Bind, Lotus, Sunset.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus, okay. Last ban for crew. Bind or Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset. So Bind is the sider, side on Bind for EDG.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, that's it. Good luck, have fun.
Elimination is on the line here. Crew, they have been in this position before in a previous year, but for EDG, their journey has barely started. We've barely seen them play. Either way, Kakuka, it's going to be very premature for either one of these teams if they get knocked out today.
Exactly, and we've fallen in love with the Chinese region for the past 2 years. I think that we've learned so much about them, and we just want to see more from them. Of course, it's going to be devastating, but I know if they were to leave here today, I know the next year everybody will be perfectly scared of them.
Yeah, and I really love the split pick from EDG. It's a map that you can play the double duelist, play more aggressive, play more brute force, as we like to say, and that like feels like their way of playing the game. So
yeah,
I really like it.
I mean, once again, similar to the first elimination match, we're not going to see any of the maps they played
everybody
before.
hates Breeze, and I'm so down for
it. But also, obviously, a Crew, they've been kind of banning Haven when we're never going to see that. They didn't want, neither of them wanted to play Sunset again. It feels like a fresh start, and it makes sense because preparation-wise, Kakuka, you don't have to go back and nitpick the things you did wrong. You can just have a fresh start.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that especially if you think about EDG, you know, maps where Blue can be more comfortable, where she can just play in a very basic way that can be easily supported by the rest of the team, is actually giving her some room to have that kind of effect.
Yeah, and here with the underdogs playing against themselves, it's really common to see the picking the comfort picks. So that's why you see like they're gonna pick one comfort pick, the other team's gonna pick their comfort pick. They don't really mind about that much about the draft, like when you have big games and you have to counter and stuff. So that's what I like from this, and with the strategy, I think EDG can do better than the last split.
Yeah, and they looked so good against Zeta on this map, albeit it's like the only time they have ever played it as a team, but it looked good. It's a good start, and also they run the double dive. They might probably just go with Jet and Raze. That was with Leju, I believe, in the team. So in this Prime Gaming Agent Select, it's going to be interesting to see where they go here. Oh, they stick to the double dive.
Yeah. with Cypher as well. That's a variation of the normal Viper comp.
You like it?
Yeah, I do like because Cypher right now is really, really strong. I'm not sure it's stronger than Viper. For me personally, I would prefer the Viper to have the mid control and stuff. But I like that it's a new stuff, so the crew has to know how to deal with it. Yep. And we saw in Liquid's game how hard it is to deal with the trips right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we saw it yesterday as well with Roxy. Like the performance from a good Cypher that is feeling comfortable and has that kind of impact, it definitely makes a difference. It's something that we're very used to in EMEA, something that we love. Honestly, best ult in the game. Prove me wrong if you can. Yeah, I think that it can be a very determining factor. Now, the initiation power that we're going to see from the crew side, if Romy is playing like she was playing yesterday, just keeping that on the side, you know, just keeping that a little bit of the lurks, I think this could be for crew.
Oh, I can't wait to see it and get ready to jump into the match and send this over for your casters. Take it away, Doug and Athena.
Thank you so much. I'm so freaking excited, Athena, to get this thing started. It's an elimination match. We're sending a team home, which is always heartbreaking, but oftentimes that brings out the best in teams.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see them play to the death here, showing the best that they got, trying to prove how they deserve to be here and playing on this stage. And we are starting off with that split. I mean, both these teams playing copycat comps other than the double duelist. We love to see that from EDG. Gonna be such a powerful, explosive play style coming in. Really need to see them put their best foot forward, because obviously the way that they played the other day just wasn't as good, but this is a new day, Doug.
It's against a new team, too. Fortunately for them, you're not going to have to deal with the ferocious Titan that is Shopify Rebellion. They are going to push their way forward into A, though. You see that double duelist comp already diving, taking a ton of space. Crew glad to give it up, it seems. It seems like they're just going to want to fight for this retake as EDG scales forward. Shies catches him. Kinnear gets a second. The spike goes down, but they're down in numbers.
I'm out of scuff. Blinded. Looking like a hard sight to hold. I mean, we have the Omen playing main, but as soon as I said that, Yusin with the double kill, getting that A-ramp control, preparing, and Wawali actually getting a kill of her own. Yusin with 3, and Clem finishes off. That did not look like it was supposed to be a round for EDG in that 5v3 retake, but Crew just dropping like flies.
Yeah, that was very well handled. I think, again, we saw the decision for them to scale into spawn, and I respect it, given that site was so free, right? You want to take some more space and gamble things out. Didn't work out at the beginning, but you're right. The massive 3K from Yusin really kind of kept things together.
Yeah, everything looking so good for EDG. Looked so bad, then so good. I mean, what a way to turn it around. And now we do have the eco round coming in from Crew. Excited to see what they have in store for us.
Really nothing, at least initially. Nothing other than you've got Michaela and Kalita who've gone exploring a bit. They're getting a little bit cheeky. They show some presence mid. That flash gets caught, which is kind of unlucky, but all good. They really haven't taken very much space at the beginning of the round at all.
Yeah, I mean, showing that presence in mid from Crew is really important, but they do just decide to gamble stack towards that B, which is super unfortunate because this is where EDG is ending.
Simi Lu already satcheling forward. Once again, site left vacant for Crew, but now they're going to start to trample forward, try to take some space, perhaps through ramps or heaven. You have so many layers to this. So for EDG, you've got Yassine, who's playing very far back in spawn, much like we saw in the previous round, able to counterflank the flank, if you will, but that's going to hurt from a distance. Shy's getting the first, Clem getting another. That Guardian really putting in the work here. Yassine's on the swing, both kills dropping. And a clean round for EDG, all things considered.
Yep, Cornelia left in heaven, trying to get a gun down. If she may, she does manage to get one of those kills, but again, just a really good round overall. EDG, though, they look like they're leaving that A-ramp spot a little bit open, not contesting it at all. I mean, that's fair if they are getting site for free, but when you do that, you want to push and get some space in order to deny the util. So maybe on this gun round from Crew, we're going to see something crazy. I mean, the light armor, Vandal buys here, they're looking to do just a standard setup, but all of EDG is lined up towards this B main here.
We'll see what they do with it. As Crew seems to continue to want to fight for this garage control. They've done so successfully the last couple of rounds. It's often off of a one-way, much like the one we're seeing here, and a flash, and this time EDG starting to threaten back into it a bit.
Yeah, playing it slow from EDG, actually farming those orbs. Wawa, Lee, and Yusin so close to their ultimates. Just chilling, trying to see if they can get a pick here on this eco round.
It's funny, we often talk about the Chinese style of Valorant and how in-your-face it is, how aggressive and pacey it is. We are going to see a little bit of that, but it often comes at a delay. Blue finding really nice space, but Khalid is there on the counter-punch. The flash around pillar. It's going to kept back for now, courtesy of that smoke. But Michaela spotting the challenge out from Heaven, has to drop to try to get that fight just a little bit closer, trying to close the gap just a bit. Crew's there to respond, and it seems like, barring some heroics that aren't going to take place, Crew are on the board.
Yeah, 2 guns down, not bad for their bonus. And EGG now, we are going to see the first gun round play out on this map. Both these teams looking to farm some sort of orb because, again, we have the Cypher ult so close, so many ults so close. But this execute looking good, but the patience from Kalita and Kayla to sit backside and just wait for them to run into their crosshairs was super, super great. Again, looking a little bit shaky because they did lose 2 of those players, and I wonder if Crew is going to start extenuating the confidence that we've seen them play with. So hopefully they do that.
Yeah, I think you can tell, again, the formula is very clear for Crew early on, or at least it's been the case the last couple of rounds. You've been farming the orb in the hands of Michaela to get that showstopper closer and closer. Then they reset from there.
Yep, this one-way B main making the garage control really, really strong. All they've done on the EDG side is dog towards it to maintain that control, but it kept 2 of the players there and looking like they're going to end towards A.
Gonna have to get past those trips. Trying to do so, Rami playing backside. First duelist down, second duelist will follow shortly thereafter. They really haven't gotten very much traction out on the side at all. Clem is still a little bit closer, only has 17 HP. They're gonna have to deal with the paranoia, the Cypher utility that's still littered across the site. Here. Maybe Wawali can get some space up in Heaven. Maybe that can alleviate some of the pressure, but as their teammates continue to fall, it's another round for Crew.
Yeah, I mean, that execute just looked so broken up, so split up into multiple different pieces there. I mean, the entry, like, the pathing was fine, but then no one was holding that smoke run out. No one was prepared for any sort of reaction from Crew's side. So just such a weird execute to kind of watch. But I think now they're starting to understand that they do need to start taking that Heaven space, and they do need to start taking way more space than just trying to fight site. Because again, like you said, Cypher's just sitting on site, ready to get frags.
Caution here.
Here you go from here. 2 ultimates for the attacking side. Here's a little bit of some of that pace we were talking about, injected early into the round here. Lit a bit ahead of schedule, if you will. Blue dashing up into Heaven, challenging the smoke, getting the kill. Rami doing a very nice job holding the line, at least for a little bit. But that's a side in favor of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of playstyle that we're looking for when you have a double duelist comp. The lurk from Yusin not being super successful, but unfortunately that does equalize the numbers, and that means they dropped a Vandal Sheriff and 2 Vandals here versus 3 guns from Crew.
Seekers being invested here, understanding what's before them. That deep flash, very nicely positioned, but the kill didn't come through. I thought EDG had that served up quite nicely. Blue with the swing, finally connects onto Kinnear. Has to take a step back, dash proc, looking to take the challenge, doesn't come through. All of his space that's being given up, that's being forfeited, Crew are glad to take. But how much more can they find? The first one falls, everything rolls in favor of Crew. A 3K and the spike defuse. Crew are going to take the lead.
Yeah, EDG just trying to delay for so long in that spawn, sending util after util, but it was not long enough. They had to delay for a little bit longer, but again, that was a good round for EDG considering they didn't have a full buy, they didn't have full guns, and now in this gun round, they have the knives, they have the Omenal, and they have the Cypher already.
Take a look at that one more time. That snap from Michaela at the beginning was crispy.
Crispy.
Like very, very good.
Yeah, really good. I think, again, EDG kind of understanding the assignment of playing fast towards that Heaven and taking the space. Because with this double duelist, they are space makers. Like, that's the whole role. Yeah, they should be fragging out, getting entries. But the biggest role that a duelist has is to make space for their team. And now we finally see they've gone so fast. They got past the Sky in Heaven. The Sky got caught with Util out in her hands. Like, there's so much potential for them to be able to take this space and play super aggressive. So I really want to see EDG use this to their advantage, because right now, you know, playing it kind of slow against Crew, against Cypher, like, not really looking the best.
Yeah. And that's the tough thing, you know, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. For as much as we have grown to love the fast, aggressive play of Chinese Valorant, EDG don't necessarily usually subscribe to that notion. They're a bit more metered and a bit more cautious on their attacking side. So I think you're right. If you're going to run this double duelist comp on split, lean into it. Right? Lean into it, try to catch Crew, kind of slipping a little bit, maybe on the back foot, and we already have seen that a couple of times. We've seen some dynamic approaches to the attacking side, but I think there has to be more.
Yeah, and Crew has a double initiator comp, so it's like, if they do manage to get sight, they have to take that space, because the retakes are going to be so hard for them to hold on any of these. So space seems to be the play for EDG.
Speaking of space, for EDG, this time they're trying to take some of it mid. Flash through off the jump spot.
Go get him.
It's interesting here, too. They're a bit concerned of what could be happening A. You just saw Kalita on the minimap use the dog to clear up ramp. So definite concern that they've lost some control there.
Yeah, looking like a B-split, and B-split it is, but again, the breach util popped so early in order to delay, but it doesn't matter because they've already rotated, but EDG doing such a good job of pulling those rotators after pressuring, just like you said, towards that A main. They know they have that space, and they're gonna end towards this A where only Sky and Omen are left on site.
The rest of them are trying to come over very quickly. Does she stick the TP, or at least attempted to? 47 seconds left. They've established a lot of control up in Heaven. They don't necessarily have to commit to this. You see Wawali across mid to try and take some space, but if they get the kills on the site, you might as well commit to it. You've got the showstopper, excuse me, that is going to get one. But Crew seems to be left in tatters. You still have the late flank that's going to come through. Rami's left alone, coming in through spawn. Unaware of what's happening on the other side. Wawali cleans it up, and we're tied at 3 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, such a good round coming in from EDG. They used those rotations perfectly. They abused what they knew was going to happen, putting that A main pressure exactly like you said, making them give up some space towards that A Heaven, and then continuing to push towards mid, to pressure male, making Breach use their util. And then this execute, of course, just looking so clean. Kalita just a couple seconds too late on those jellies to send. Wasn't enough time for her to delay, long enough for her team to get there. But again, EDG just looking really, really good. And now we have them going towards the mid here. They haven't started towards mid in a while, flashing towards ropes. But they're going to be baiting out that Crew smoke. They know that they're cycling these smokes. But what they don't know is that Crew is actually pushed up towards the main.
You got that trip that's keeping them back for now. But yeah, there's so much knowledge that they're gathering off of that.
Camera taken
and then
out.
The Cam spotting the first. And it's a duelist, no less. I mean, that should confirm a lot of what's potentially waiting on the other side. Did you see those trips?
Grenade! Yeah, those are crazy. Are they going to be able to get past it? They are! The range of satchels way past it, but Jet unfortunately caught in those Konir with 2 amazing kills. Thanks for those crazy Cypher trips.
Yeah, she split the uprights. That was crazy. I don't know how she did that, threading the needle, and ultimately it kind of falls apart anyway. Blue gets caught, all the kills come through.
Flawless.
Crew putting up a prime gaming flawless. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, that was
that setup. That was great.
That was a crazy spiderweb, Mission Impossible push through kind of laser setup on those trips. I'm surprised it didn't catch the race satcheling out. But yes, what a hold from Crew. Kanyan actually like moving around with her controller role, getting those picks, making sure she's playing with the trips. And it's just such a good round overall from these Crew girls. EGG tried to go somewhat faster towards that B main, and they got punished for it.
Get out of my way!
Here's a little bit more fast. You've got the Paranoid, the double satchel up. That Rolling Thunder is going to cause so many problems. Holy smokes! How did Michaela just get dropped like that? She had to have been stunned. Either way, they've got the neural theft down. Shies has so much to deal with. The only player backside so far gone undetected. Getting the first onto Clem's, gets the second onto Wawali as well.
these executes looking so patchy in some of these areas, you know, pushing, trying to take space, but people aren't even clearing on site yet. Like, it's so mismatched. But again, EGG in this post plant, they have to do something.
There are only 2 members up. They have the advantage of the spike being planted, and the 2 very quickly dwindled into 1. Simu in a 1v3 with so much to do, not a single target found.
Yeah, but what a round by Crew, just sitting in their defensive spot. I mean, they set up for that breach early on, that trap play. Thought it would have a little bit more impact, but it did manage to delay them for quite a while, and I think maybe that's the reason why EGG's execute looked so spotty. Like, one person is way past on their own timing. As you can see, the Jet pushing to spawn here, but again, achieves nothing. Remy, sorry, just coming out and getting those 3 kills on Cypher, doing the best that she can, and EGG again falling to what looks like a very solid Crew on defense.
Yeah, Crew looks really nice right now. They've won 5 of the last 6 rounds. It seems like they've had a very good lead on what's going on. The trap plays that you mentioned, much like the one we saw in the previous round, it seems like they're really dialed in here. And EDG, again, we've got to mention they've made their attempts at leaning into the strengths of this double duelist comp. It just hasn't found the success you'd expect.
Yeah, now they're back to this mid control, trying to use more rotations, but again, they're splitting up. They're going to split up through A Heaven. They don't know that 2 of these players took A ramp control already.
Michaela's here to fight. Michaela wants to take this fight, already gets the first. Shaizdru's in on the fun. How much more can she find? Yeah, they got Heaven, but it was something that Crew was almost willing to give up and glad to give away.
Yeah, I mean, again, trying to do these fast splits, these fast executes without baiting enough util. They have a double initiator comp with such fast floaters, such fast rotators, that there's not much that they can do if they're just getting flashed and blinded and flashed and stunned the whole time. Like, it's such a hard way to put, or such a hard position to put yourself in. You need to default. You need to get these kind of util, or you need to have an execute that's so thought-through that you can dodge whatever trap that they're starting to play.
Yeah, I also think Crew are doing a really good job of rotating super snappy as well, right? Once they realized that they had lost some mid-control, Michaela satcheled up to A Heaven to take these fights, which is just gorgeous to watch. So you can tell they're playing very decisively. They know what they want to do. They're doing it off of a trigger, and it just seems to be a little bit too fast for EDG, all things considered.
Yeah, for sure. Those cancel calls need to come in a lot faster for EDG, and now Houston is trying to get one, but Cornelia is here to show her the Omen diff in the server.
And honestly, I mean, I want to talk about that a little bit more, what we just saw, because you're in a 1v4, right? Oftentimes, when you know where the other person might be in a 1v4, you can afford to take a swing, right? You don't, I mean, let's take ones and see what happens. It's just one, right? But even there, the setup from Shai's to use the fault line to set up the kill for her in a 1v4 just shows discipline.
Yeah.
I think it shows like commitment into what it is you're trying to accomplish, and that's a scary, that's a scary Crew.
Yeah, I mean, Crew with this double initiator comp is looking really clean. They're not afraid to use util because they have so much of it. They don't need to be scared to use it to peek. They don't need to be scared to use it to get information, and they're using it to the perfect advantage. Again, EGG need to be way faster with these cancel or commit calls, and Crew just looking so good right now.
Now, one way will continue to be a problem unless EDG decide to try to disrespect it, get past it, deny some of that space. I mean, it's effectively been a free orb for Crew in the hands of Michaela. Got the showstopper back online.
Yeah, not putting any pressure towards that B main and just letting them get that line means that Crew is going to be able to consistently rotate players off, but there's 3 players in male. Michaela manages to get one, but Blue with the instant trade and the split towards B looking like it should be happening, but they don't know that Omen is all the way in B main.
And so that causes a freeze. EDG not fully convinced on wanting to end B. They don't want to take really any more risks. They're going to end A. They still have the Cypher utility they have to get through. And all they really have is Heaven.
Yeah, but they did manage to bait out both breach flashes, so maybe this retake might be a tiny bit harder for Crew. The site is free, and I mean, Blue, if you're thinking of getting that smoke, you should, because you guys need this space. We still have Sky, wasted flash, we still have Paranoia on that Omen. This retake can be so easy for Crew.
All 4 members of Crew trampling through spawn. I mean, it's a one-dimensional approach at this retake. Can EDG hold them back? They've put down sniper trips of their own. That flash is really deep. The flash was too deep. EDG's there to farm just on the other side of the smoke. What a response from the attacking side.
I mean, I was just talking about EDG taking space. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You didn't need to do that because you guys had really good crossfire setup. That was really, really good. I mean, again, like, kind of questionable sense of the util coming out. I understand Khalida wanting to flash deep into that site and then having the Omen Paranoia blind anything close, but it didn't work out. Again, this split was so good for EDG. Again, they have these really good mid-round calls where they're calling that freeze, where they're putting pressure. But again, like we said, they have to be putting that pressure towards mid, trying to get a kill. As soon as they get a kill, they're so fast at grouping up and making sure that they hit either one of the sites and keeping crew on their toes.
EDG continues to burn the clock in the opening of the rounds. They've got a couple of ults here. Should they choose to commit? Oh, that's very good!
Oh my goodness!
But Blue goes airborne, doesn't get caught, pushes forward and drops Michaela.
What am I watching? This is crazy. Earlier I said Mission Impossible Cypher trips. This Mission Impossible movement, and Khalida equalizing numbers with that kill from Heaven, dogging to try to get more information. EDG again with this freeze call.
What do they do with it though? The flash, they have such a good idea of what EDG are trying to do here. I mean, understanding there's a really good chance that they have a late lurk or a flank, given that they've shown some presence A, reads it like a book.
I've got your trail.
This would be really ambitious. Oh my goodness, she's gonna stick it. She stuck it. Oh, she stuck it, that's the spike! It's well out of reach of her teammates. Can crew hold the line? Can they keep them back as this onslaught of the attacking side is inevitably knocking on the door of the site? Wawa Lee trying to drop the first, find success. Kinnear now left alone. Surrounded by members of EDG, and Khalida's timing could not be better. Blue now, the one who has to figure out how do you solve a 1vx.
I got the spike.
Looking for the spike, finally finds it, picks it up. Tries to get it down off of the swing, really patient off of that flash, waiting for the bait, takes out the frenzy, and that's okay. It works out in the end. That was scary for a moment. But a 3K for the Skies. Crew get to 7.
We were talking about crew being so disciplined, but honestly, I like that side of Khalida that we just saw because she just wide swung and said, nope. Yo, EDG is doing such a good job understanding the game, understanding that, hey, they're going to rotate. But again, every single one of these executes where the way that it's ending is just so fragmented that it's missing parts. I mean, the Omen TP, yes, it was crazy. The Sky was Heaven, though. Their teammate was ready to help, but the timing was just so off that everything just looked so weird. But we're here with a fast A hit.
Simu as a judge, 2 satchels, and I mean, she's still around, but Blue never really gets to take off. There are the satchels. You see Rami understanding there's some pressure backside. That judge from a distance somehow gets a kill. Not really sure how that worked out. You've got the Rolling Thunder. Here's the thing, EDG have gotten out onto site. They don't have the spike.
Oh, no.
It's just being camped by Michaela.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Everything looks so fragmented.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Disjointed.
They have the right calls. They're just not executing it to the flawlessness that we would expect.
One enemy remaining.
Tough scenes and tough sledding for EDG on this attacking side of Split. That's been really the story or the song of the half, if you will. You've got the right ideas, the comp, you know, you're leaning into the strengths of it, but there's always, it just seems like there's always a facet of the plan that does not execute the way everything around it does.
Yeah.
And that's what gives Crew an 8-4 lead at half.
Yeah, Crew really good at picking these kind of mistakes up. But again, we need to talk about how it is attack-sided map.
Sure,
and it
sure.
double duelist, and they didn't manage to get as many rounds as I thought they would. I mean, four is great. 4 is great. Not only a double duelist, though. On defense, it's double duelist. They're gonna have to push extremities and take aggressive lines in order to equalize those numbers and equalize the space. But again, against a double initiator, that is gonna be hard.
It will be indeed. Crew is facing elimination, but Konir is confident that the team will survive and get revenge on BBL later in the tournament. Take a listen.
Siento yo como player que pudo haber hecho mucho más, pudo haber ayudado de mejor forma a mi equipo y sí, me voy a cruzar de nuevo con BBL y la vamos a ganar. No se fue mal, pero me voy a asegurar de que no vuelva a pasar.
A lot of noise though. This is great. Tries to spike the off angle, now forcing one to stick onto the spike.
Wow.
And they both get their picks. Now halfway, Romy on a 1 versus 1. Fun plays the time, gets the pick!
Y era que lo que más va a perdurar es la venganza del perder el primer partido. Y nada, que esa chispa de primer match no se va a ir, ni con EDG, ni con ninguno. Yo sé que confío en Caleta. Nosotros nos vamos a bajar los brazos para seguir intentándolo. Queremos llegar a esa final, queremos ganar el torneo. Así que espérenos.
Confidence abounds, not just in the team, but individual teammates. And honestly, Athena, when you find yourself in an elimination match at the biggest tournament of the year, confidence is exactly what you need.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot waver no matter if you're winning or losing. You cannot change your mindset. You just have to try to focus on playing the way that you play and playing the way that your teammates play. I remember yesterday, Sarah was actually talking about how she was a little bit nervous, but the way that she calmed down was just looking around at her teammates and realizing, hey, we are just playing the way that we normally play. And so this is what both these teams need to do here. I mean, confidence is key, yes, but playing the way that you play and making sure that your game is your game and that you're not being forced to play the opponent's game is another super important factor.
Oh, for sure. You end up in such a slippery slope if you try doing that, because all of a sudden, not only are you leaning into their strength, but perhaps it's a weakness of yours, and you just get all sorts of messed up and sideways. So honestly, all things considered for Visa Crew Blaze, it's been a great start. I mean, an 8-4 half, things looking really nice, and now they have to deal with the fact that they're going to be playing a double duelist comp on defense. That's tough, man.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. We're going to have to see a lot more aggression from EDG, but I think it's something that they're going to be able to do since they're starting off right away with this B main pressure, flashing and one-waying, but then giving up all that space. Super questionable, but Crew is ready to take that space away.
Oh, if they pulled the trigger on that paranoia, nicely canceled. Nicely canceled by Crew. That would have been walking into disaster had they committed. But really, I mean, they got, what, they got the paranoia out, they got a flash out from Wally. They got Similu's nade out too. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of util out. That's great. I don't know how they're going to react. I mean, EGG at this point, as soon as the team has been cutting noise, I mean, it's been a long time on that counter, and we're just fully giving up the space on the EGG side. They're not even trying to get info. They're not even trying to take space back. They are just gambling the rotate based off of nothing, I guess?
The lack of information, the denial of, yeah, maybe that's what it is, but unfortunately the gamble's ill-advised. You seen? Stunned, dead. Not really a chance to do much more than that. Similu's here to help, close by, as is Wawali, but they can't even get themselves out of spawn. They haven't committed to getting the spike down. They just want to take the fights, and that might be a problem too, but Crew's able to navigate it gorgeously. Shies with 2. Now the spike is going to get committed. Similu, who was here at the beginning, the only one left alive in a 1v4. They're weak, mind you. Getting healed up, though. 48 HP on the sole duelist, the sole player for EDG. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Crew fully understanding and aware that they had so much time on the clock that they just played together, peeked together, really made sure that no one was getting out of spawn and getting ready to retake. Again, EDG, man, we talked about being aggressive. It's not just because of the double duelist comp, but right now they are getting rotations abused on them. I mean, they completely rotated and left their Omen alone on site, and Houston, there's not much she can do in that scenario.
No.
And so now we're just stuck in this weird place where we over-rotated, we weren't sure, we didn't get enough information, and now we're stuck. But hopefully, changing something up this round with that gamble stack towards A.
We're not being decisive or fast on this one. Wanting to feel out where this inevitable stack is, and as you were just mentioning, this time it is on A. But they're cautious, they're careful about it. You wonder here too, I mean, yeah, if you're the defense knowing that you don't really have much of weaponry other than 2 Buckies, you kind of have to gamble, right? You kind of have to gamble a little bit here, but I'm surprised there's no presence mid at all. There's no, like, yeah, really anything like that. It's just a heavy gamble A.
I mean, Bucky is the best weapon in the game, so.
Confirmed?
Actually, Judge.
judge.
But we are looking like this dog is going to be going out, getting all that information, and now they're going to know that the site is clear. Not too much util being wasted, just a fault line coming out from that breach. No flashes wasted, nothing. And this is a free site for crew EDG. They're going to have to scramble to come up with a good retake, because like you said, that Bucky, it's kind of hard if you want to retake with that, unless you're flying out and flying into the action. So maybe that's what they have in stock for us.
I mean, this just feels so miserable when you gamble like this and you realize you gambled wrong and you have no weapons to fight back. It's so difficult. They do have a dash and they do have a satchel, so they can try to close the gap. But there's the first Bucky down. Ooh, and the Sheriff might be enough. Hold on. The Sheriff might just be enough. That nade is perfect, though. Right on target. Clem and Wawali, can they pull this off? They've upgraded to a Spectre. They still have the Bucky.
One enemy remaining.
But it's well considered by crew. It's well executed by crew.
I mean, those 3 kills, though, that was so
clean.
good. Getting 3 guns down, denying crew to have such a strong bonus round. And now with this first gun round from EDG, they're going to be looking a little happier with Wawali's crazy, crispy shot. Those were nice.
It's a confidence builder, right? And again, much like we talked about at halftime, confidence is key on a stage such as this. It seems like, I mean, they do have enough to invest into this a little bit here. They've kept a Bulldog and then SMGs the rest of the way for crew.
Yeah, grouping up towards this A main here, really good. I mean, grouping up is the way to play against EDG, it seems, because they refuse to get any information. We still have 3 players sitting on this B site, no clue what is happening. But again, against this bonus, you don't want to do too much. You don't want to overcommit and lose your gun, but Blue with a kill through the Cypher trap.
All it was a shoulder. I mean, a shoulder peeked on the other side of the cage, and that's all it took. Very nicely done. But again, how do you convert? A second one falls. They've got to close out this 3v5. If there's any attempt at a retake here, you cannot afford, or at a comeback here, excuse me, you cannot afford to fumble the bag. They're pushing into spawn. They're really pushing into spawn. They're going to have a couple of players chasing behind them. They try to turn the flash. What a mess of a round.
I have no idea what is going on, but Cornita does not care because she is going to get 2 with that Stinger. And now they're picking up these better weapons, going back towards that A site. They know that Jet was here. Jet doesn't have any delaying power. They can take this site for free.
They've got a Guardian and a Phantom to work with, and 20 seconds to play around 2 as they mull things over. Just a tap, just a bait, just a dare to challenge. It does not come through. Do they realize that Blue's creeping forward? They do now. That's 3 on the round for the duelists as Blue looks for another. The flash is there, the dash is forward. That was scary. Costs her a life. Khalida left in the 1v2. We were just talking about Kinnear has faith, has trust in this player. Can she deliver when her team needs her to the most? No. Simi lose there to clean things up. Yusine is going to get the defuse. EDG will get to 5.
I mean, we were talking about confidence, Doug, and Blue just walking up on the site when she has 2 teammates with so much utility. She has the paranoia and the smokes on Omen, but I like that from her. I mean, the jet dash, I feel like every jet player has been like, yeah, I've been there.
It happens, yep.
I've been there.
I've done that.
That's fair.
Unlucky.
But again, really nicely played by EDG. Crew almost making a weird bloodbath happen in spawn for them. That was such a weird round, but they brought it back. They made sure that they knew where they were ending, and I think overall, well played by both teams. Super crazy, but well played. And now we have just a regular, another A main hold. We have 3 of these crew players towards A main, putting that info up, but Cypher has a full setup. It's so weird because they have this jet playing towards vents. No op, just vents, ready to fight with this Omen.
There is some mid presence, so I'll take that. All things really considered as we think about how they've played this defensive half, now that they actually are putting some presence, some personnel across the middle of the map. Should get you a lot of info. And think about this. They know that there's no one pushing B garage. They have mid. They have some presence of what's happening mid. So you've got to understand at this point, if it's not going off in your head already, this hit is going to end A.
Yeah, and Cypher really needs to delay in time because his team is so close. The trips catching Michaela and Clem getting hers. Cornir with an instant trade and 2.
I thought Kinnear was going to be a little bit faster on it too, a little bit quicker on the jump. Ultimately, a teammate dies. And all is good because they're able to stabilize. I don't know that Michaela necessarily even had to die there, but either way, for Crew, it seems like 11 is inevitable. At Flash confirming where at least one player is coming from. And it's a judge for Similu. Does have 2 satchels, so maybe we're gonna get this really fun, crazy satchel forward, make something happen, end up on Reddit, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it is 4v2, the paranoia coming out. The satchels, just as you said, a kill onto Cornelia and Kalita. Oh my goodness,
No way.
it's down to a 2v2.
No way.
Oh my god.
She's gotten it 3/4 of the way. Oh my gosh. She's gonna have enough time.
Oh, I told you the judge is the best gun in the game.
That ends up on Reddit. I can't believe that.
You have like a weird, like, not a caster curse, but a caster
I manifest.
wish.
I manifest.
Yeah, manifest.
Yeah.
You manifested that. That was really cool. I mean, a 2v4 retake. We were talking about how retakes are going to be hard for these duelists, but again, this is the way that you want to do it. Being aggressive, putting yourself into close quarters where you can't get util dunks, and then Houston, of course, just cleaning up the mess right behind her. That was insane teamwork coming in from EDG.
And now Blue has the op to play around. It looks like it's going to be a pretty aggressive line towards A, which is not where Kerr stacked up at the time. But I mean, that's a spark. That's a huge spark.
EDG just playing towards their strengths here, like sitting on site, making sure that they're holding, ready. They're not over-rotating, over-committing just yet. But again, this lack of information is super interesting. But at this point, I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue because they are rotating the op over towards the B side to try to get some.
Your feet! Oh, that Rolling Thunder is only going to tag one. The other 2 members have gone through it clean, but that draws out the showstopper too. That's huge. Oh, no way.
No, Michaela.
And just when you think you're safe and you've drawn out an ult for free, your tip of the spear is what falls. They're going to try to re-hit B. There's still a couple of members here. The judge finds another. Oh, and if only you knew what was on the other side of the smoke.
Oh,
pushing forward.
No.
It's a judge show now.
Oh my, I love this judge meta that's coming out. The breach stun onto Blue. She has an op. Is she going to re-peek? Nope. She is smoked off, but still super confident to walk out of the smoke. Houston and Blue with the crossfire. So well played from EDG. I am loving this Similu judge. This is amazing.
Yeah, we often talk about like what's a power weapon that's going to come online that's going to turn the tide of the match. It's an op, generally, right? Nah.
Nope.
This time it's the judge.
It's the judge.
Unbelievable. I mean, you talk about the impact that that weapon has had in the last 2 rounds. It's been outrageous.
I mean, it is a good answer too, because if you're stunned with a judge, I mean,
you
still get yours. Like you can, and especially on a movement character where they can just move out of the way or push themselves toward you even while they're stunned. It's so good. I mean, this is not the answer that I thought was gonna happen, but EDG found it, and I mean, Similu, amazing with that.
And off of that outrageous performance over these last 2 rounds, Crew decide to call a timeout, and well, wisely so. They've had a lead, they've had control for really the entirety of the map. It's just been in these last waning moments that we've seen the tides begin to turn.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how EDG was looking so fragmented in the first half, but they're kind of showing how they play really well in these crossfires, in these stressful situations, putting their duelists up in that front lines to kind of get that space and get those kills, and it's working out really good for them. I was talking about how they weren't using their information that much, their info gathering, but instead they're using their bodies, which I think is super good, and obviously one of the best ways to play when you have a double duelist comp. But setting up the op here on Blue is something I really want to see. I mean, we have her set up towards that B main, even though Crew is fully set up on that A main side.
And now note here, they don't really have a ton of weapons, right? They have a Stinger and a Spectre and then just a couple of pistols, so I wonder how much they're going to be willing to invest into this round. Given that they have Seekers, well, okay, that answers that. They're willing to invest that much. As they satchel forward up into heaven, following the Seekers, looking for a target. And Michaela just has to give some of the space back up.
Wow, my eyes are down.
This has the potential to get really messy. Wawa Lee in the face of the flash. Michaela cleans it up. That's a weapon upgraded. You imagine. But Clem up in heaven, looking for anything else that she could find. Oh, blades have been popped. Blue's looking to make a play here. As Clem's still not finding any target, and time is ticking. This continues to burn into the round, and it's all gonna work out for Crew. With this lighter weaponry they invest, but it's just 3 shares left. It does not matter. The MasterCard Thrifty comes through for Crew.
I mean, Crew, they knew that they had to take that space, and they got sight for free. So what does that mean? They have so much util to push into spawn, to push into heaven. The Sky Flash, the Breach Flash, the Omen Paranoia. All 3 of these heading towards where they need to take that space and get themselves into close quarters. Again, that is not what you want against a Thrifty like that. You do not want to give up so much space. You want to take those long-range fights, but playing retake was just so hard because they did not have a good enough plan to combat that much util.
Off of that Thrifty round, EDG decide they want to take a minute to think things over as well. You see back-to-back timeouts. And with this, again, as we near the end of Split, as we near the end of this first map of this elimination best of 3, you can feel the pressure. You can feel the fact that this is the end of the year for one of these 2 squads. And you don't want to leave any stone left unturned.
Yeah, I mean, I initially was talking about how I really wanted to see Blue set up their op, and now it's looking more like we need to understand these trap plays that they're trying to set up with the Sky and with this Raze. I was hoping that they did more with the Cypher Cam too, because off that Cypher Cam, that's so much information. You have a Raze nade, you have enough flashes to kind of help to push, but instead they're just kind of playing it a little bit safe, in my opinion. They're playing it the way that they have been. It has been working a couple rounds, but again, that was kind of on seeming lose judge. Like, I don't think that's something super reliable. But again, another read coming in from Crew where they end up going towards the B site. And EDG is not going to be ready this with 4 players towards A.
It almost feels like they're just ABing and EDG are guessing the other way. I mean, it's a very light setup towards B, and you already see it. Yusine has to give this space up.
Yeah. Fire in the Paranoia is going to come out, and the flashes are out. The Raze rocket is out, and Yusine gets caught out. This is so unfortunate for trying to play alone on site.
They have such a good setup, too, to confirm that there's any flank coming through. You've got a trip that Blue's going to have to run into. Maybe she jumps over it, or she just gets caught by it. Never mind. So now they know where the flank is coming from. Shies is going to be holding that down. They have every single member on site. Only ult to keep in mind is Clem's drill theft.
Ooh, nice shot.
Yeah, great shot onto the first. It's clean. It's calculated. Numbers still, though, in favor of the attacking side as the spike continues to tick away. It seems to be getting a little bit worse. Just Blue and Clem left. Michaela's gotten 3 on the round. There's nothing they can do.
Again, the site just seems to be so free for Crew every time they've taken these sites. A, B, just like you said. But they're setting up in their post plant so fast, so quick to set up in these crossfires and making themselves super solid. Even though they did lose that breach, holding that B main, it was not a problem because the site crossfire was just way too good. This entry, again, rocket used. Site is completely open. Michaela just good for 3 on this round. That is not what you want to happen, and it's so hard to retake again with these double duelists.
Really nice patience out from Michaela as we're already into the action, and it's a fast one, of course. You've got the Raze, excuse me, seemingly who's already far up, going back to the judge. And well, why not? With the success that you'd had with it previously. Also note here how they've tightened the strings around Crew right now. They've lost sewers. They have presence up in ramp too. If they're not careful, this could get messy. Also, on the other side, Blue may have bit off a bit more than she could chew. That's exactly what takes place.
Definitely need to wait in that spot, or at least wait to see what happens. As soon as a team freezes and holds, you need to understand that they are waiting for you. But unfortunately, it was too late to realize that. The flash coming in through A ramp. Crew looking like they're going to end in an A hit here.
Well, I mean, EDG have just been left in scraps and tatters. Just 2 members remain as they attempt to prolong this map any way that they possibly can. A 2v4 in a situation like this is a very big ask, and it's just gotten more difficult. You see, the only one remains in a 1v4. They've committed to getting the spike down as well, and you see it's nothing but a bulldog. This would be a heroic play, to say the least. But that is the task that has been charged. You see turning the flash, having to give a little bit of the footing back. You can only turn that for so long, and that's all it's going to be.
Attackers win.
Take down EDG on split 13-7.
Yeah, what a solid showing from Crew here. I think EDG's definitely going to be using this one as a warm-up game of sorts because they need to have a lot to talk about. Crew topping off the scoreboard, looking so good together as a team. They had a couple of issues, but they worked them out so fast.
We're going to step away and take a quick break, but when we return, Yinsu and the desk will break down map number 1. We'll be right back.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With AimLabs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With AimLabs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading AimLabs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm standing by with Fricks from Crew. Fricks, how did you guys prepare for EDG, and what can we expect going into Ascent, which is your map pick?
To be fair, we already know how Asian teams play. They are really, really aggressive, so we should play like some defaults and some passive game to play with their minds, you know. But for preparation, is that, I mean, it was, we didn't have that much time to prepare, so we had to adapt. For map 2, that is Ascent, I expect to win. That.
Awesome stuff. Looking forward to it, and good luck to the team.
Thanks.
Yeah, a very good start there for a Crew, as you heard there from the interview as well. They were playing mind games. I've got Kakuka and Mura's here back with me on the desk. Did you guys feel the mind games there from Crew? Did you like the way that they played on Split?
I mean, I think especially when we're talking about that second half, we can see that they were expecting EDG to be a little bit more aggressive, and in so many instances that didn't happen. And that was when Fricks actually called for the post, and he was like, guys, you remember what I said about them being aggressive? So they're not doing it, so let's be aggressive ourselves.
Yeah, I think they started doing that. They were playing slow, playing mid, getting control of mid because they don't have Viper defending. But then I think like as the game goes on, they noticed that the weaknesses actually were in their sights. They weren't holding the sights well, so they just started going A, B, and that was it.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like, especially when we're talking about mid, there were so many situations where they were given the space and they were like, okay, we made it here. But then that initiating power that they have with the Breach, the Sky, the Omen was not in sync. So maybe making it simpler actually gave them the win.
Yeah, of course. We just saw that round as well. They won a Thrifty in round 18. We've seen them do it a lot. They actually have the highest Thrifty win rate out of any other team in this tournament, but also a really crucial time, right, for them to do that, because maybe the scoreline would have been a lot closer if they did.
Yeah, I mean, after that round, the economy snowballs. It wasn't that round specifically that they noticed that it was easy to enter the site. Like, you enter a site in a Thrifty, you won like, I think 4-2, 5-0 or 4-0. So they were like, okay, that's how we should play. And then after that, the ADG couldn't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. And we also saw rounds like the one where they just kept pushing onto the defender spawn and, you know, trying to throw ADG a little bit off their game. And I think it worked perfectly.
Yeah, we also saw a little bit of chaos as well. If you guys take a look at this Verizon Verizon high-speed moment, even from Shimu Lu. I mean, she was doing this a lot. This was mad.
It was a great play. Like, really, like, so what 2v4. At that point, I thought like EDG could come back something or something, and then they started winning some rounds. They got more confident and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. This play was just really great.
Playing together, you know, trying to stick the defuse to get it all the way. For the HP, she cannot get it, but still they get the round. Honestly, that race moment reminds me of the first time that I met Flights. We were testing Icebox, and I literally remember looking up being like, how did a race get here? Yeah. Because it's impossible for you to expect it, especially when you're in LAN and there's so much noise and so many things happening. It's impossible to catch those moments.
Yeah, you can't even hear it. You just you can see the reaction of the second player. I think Sky. She was like aimed to the left, to the right. She couldn't find her. It's like, it's just great to see those race plays always.
It reminds me of YZ from BLG. I don't know if you remember. He was just like doing stupid stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Stupid stuff on this map with the judge. But more importantly, EDG, they are in a deficit right now. They did play a lot better than the last time we saw them. But if they do not step it up, Kakuka, they will be eliminated. They have to win the next map.
Yeah, exactly. And remember that Split was actually their map pick. Ascent is a very easy map. Like I believe that the defaults and the standards are very much easy to understand, especially because everybody usually plays the same compositions. So I want to see a little bit more of what we were seeing on Split. I feel like everybody was more comfortable in what they were doing. Even when it came to those aggressive plays that composition was very well suited for, they seemed comfortable doing it. They seemed sure in every step that they were taking. Sometimes it doesn't go your way, but you know, it is what it is.
I really want to see something different here from EDG. I don't want to see the standard comp. I want to see something different, that they I don't know if they build something, and because if they're gonna play full standard, I don't think they can beat Crew.
Yeah, and also we have to mention they're playing 2 Jet maps now, right? Blue, she had to play the Jet on Split. She's gonna have to play the Jet again on Ascent, as we've seen from the first match as well. You need to be very, very comfortable on that agent for Ascent.
Yeah, we talked before with DG as well, and we saw actually Daiki took the main character of the game, but like you can see how Jet impacts on this map. And yeah, as I said before, I really want to see something different from EDG. I don't want to see the standard comp.
I mean, Daiki, maybe the main character for you, to me, she was the ultimate boss every single time. that I was seeing it. It's like I was nervous. I wasn't EG, and I was nervous, being like, oh my God, Daiki's coming. Like I can hear her steps. Every single piece of utility that she was using was so impactful. The shock darts, the reveals. I was like, damn, it's so complicated.
That's Kone, I feel like, for this matchup. But EDG, of course, they took a tough loss to Shopify in their international debut. But we had a chat with Yusin about what the team learned heading into this elimination match.
就是 SR 真的是很强劲的对手，然后能与他们交手，就是我们很开心，然后也学习到了很多东西。第一次打国际大赛，然后一开始很紧张，但打到后面大家都玩得很开心，这样。就是这次毕竟是第一场比赛，然后我们可能还是有点紧张，然后战术没问题，只是协同上可能就是可以经过这次比赛去做调整，然后让我们队伍更好。
This could be the first round for EDG. Out through the smoke, Alexis falls, floor wheel trade, and it's all on her. 1v2. Time dwindling, and look at that teleport! Reposition all the way into the back lines, and Floor thought she had finished the job, but she hadn't.
我觉得我们就是要回去看一下今天的问题，就是战术上是没有问题的，就是一些协同配合上可能要再交流沟通，然后做得完善一点。谢谢今天在场的粉丝，然后还有荧幕前的粉丝，谢谢你们一直陪伴我们、支持我们，然后我们会尽全力打好接下来的比赛。
This is the thing, they talk about how, you know, they want to play their own game, they want to focus on themselves. I think we did see a degree of that on Split, but we were talking about in the Team Liquid match, you know, why Liquid are so good, because they just don't respect their opponents, they're willing to take fights, they're very coordinated. Do you feel like maybe EDG are showing a bit too much respect for Crew, because on that defense side, they were so unwilling to kind of push beyond even kind of the boundaries of the map?
Yeah, I really think so, and as a Chinese team, as I said before, we can see they play really aggressive, but in the defensive side, I don't know what happened there, but they just didn't do that too much. I think the only time we saw it was like when Raze was flying in with the judge or something, but I really missed out from the Jet player there, and I want to see more on the Ascent. I don't want to see them really playing full back, because that's when Crew like grow in the match.
Yeah, they were much more reactive instead of like taking that initiative. Exactly. If you want to be extra aggressive, and actually, you know, if you want to turn the tables on something that's happening, if they're, you know, getting rounds round after round, if they actually have the upper hand also in the score, you need to change something up, and that also has to come from within. I feel like in that first map they ran out of fuel a little bit, so I hope that this 5-10 minutes might have been enough.
Yeah, and speaking of changing something up, Romy on that first map, you know, her Cypher setups were very interesting. She was going A, she was going B. I think she had a really nice understanding of how to maybe stop the double duelist.
Yeah, I really liked how she was rotating from A through B, and there was a round that Raze ulted on B. I think she had those weird cables. I think it didn't get Raze, but it was kind of annoying for them to go through. They had those setups, those things that they thought about the game. So I really liked it, and yeah, I think it played a really great influence in the defense.
Yeah, and now going into Ascent, we know how important the Killjoy is going to be on that side, and I think that she is the kind of player. I think her and Kalita, we were hearing from Konir, just hearing about how she thinks that Kalita is so important for the team and all the value that she brings. Many of the things that we see happening, especially when it comes to Ascent, is going to be about the Sova and about the Killjoy, and that stopping power that they needed in Split, and they will definitely need it in Ascent as well.
Yeah, of course. They get to start on the defense, which, as you know, Kakuga is going to be very nice for Crew. How tough is it going to be for EDG?
I mean, it's complicated after, you know, being so close for being out of the tournament. I think that they can be happy with the performance that they had on the first map, but if I were them, I'd want more. So that just comes to an individual level of, are we happy enough with how much we improved on Split? Is this something that we're going to continue in the next map, or is this going to be enough?
Yeah, I think for me is more about like they playing their underdog card. Like we're here with the standing and etc. And we really want to like just show our game like they were starting to do in Split, but then keep it, like keep the emotion, keep the flows going, don't stop, and start playing a little bit afraid that we saw in Split. So yeah, I think that's the mindset for them.
Yeah, this is the thing. They have nothing to lose, right? It's their first ever big international tournament. Even as a team, they haven't been together all that much in terms of playing matches. So it feels like they're getting a lot of great experience. But for Crew, this is where they went out last year. They got eliminated
Yes.
in the lowest right off the bat, and it will mean a lot to them, Kakuka, to go a bit further.
Yeah, exactly. And they also, that time that they were eliminated, they also started off winning the first map. And I'm going to say that it was the same score. It was a 13-7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was going to say we did not renew the script for this year. But definitely, this is one of the teams that can be reverse swept. Listen, if I'm ADG, maybe just pull the SMG card.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
On Ascent though? On Ascent?
On Ascent? Yeah, I think that would be really hard to play without smokes on Ascent. Well, I'd love to see.
What do you mean without smokes? Without smokes, you have Phoenix, you have Neon,
Cypher?
you have Jet, exactly, and one Cypher.
You got me right there. You got me, yeah.
I mean, we have seen it, right? In situations where you're not really finding the breakthrough, you're not getting the wins that you need. Maybe what it is that's going to push you over the line is something wacky, something crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, EDG themselves are coming to this tournament. They said it themselves. We do have comp changes. We prepared a couple of new things so far. We haven't really seen it to the degree of SMG. But is this a tactic that you'd like to see them do?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, I want to see something different because in Ascent it's just always the same, And with the level I've saw from this first two games they played, like this map and the last game, I think Crew has an advantage on that. So I want to see something different and that they surprise Crew here.
Honestly, love it or hate it, Phoenix on an Ascent.
Yeah, could be good.
Love it.
Yeah,
love
yeah,
it.
love it.
Give me some prime Scream Phoenix, and
Oh,
I'll
God.
be loving it. But we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select very shortly, and we're gonna find out. For EDG, they have to win here. If they don't, they will be eliminated. No more second chances. Crew, of course, they will get to go on if they win. But again, if they lose, I think things will get a little bit, dicey for the third
Hear me
one.
out. EDG lose now. They're just on the same level as NA's first seed. That's all I'm saying.
Whoa! Oh my god! Oh, she's brought the spice. She's brought the spice. But unfortunately, there is no spice here. We are going to see a very, very standard meta comp. What do you guys make of this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just want to play comfort. Probably if if you have Blue coming in, that you have explained to her everything that you want and expect from her to do in this map. I think that this is probably one of the easiest to learn how to have that impact. So if they set her up well, this could be definitely the 1-1.
Yeah, I really think the Latin American Ascent is really good. Like we always scrim together here, and I always you play versus a tier 3 team, and they always know how to play Ascent. They play really well. It's really hard. So I think that I don't know. I think that Crew has an advantage here.
Yeah, they want to keep it simple, right? They just want to do everything they have already done so far and not to overcook things.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it could be easy, and I think that this will mean a lot for Crew, right? I think that this is something that they need, that they've been wanting for too long.
Well, let's see if they can get this win indeed, because otherwise, elimination is going to be on the line. Let's jump into game and send it back to your casters, Doug and Athena.
Thank you so much, Shinsu. This map, Ascent, to decide how things settle, if it ends here, if we move on to another map, it's just so fitting when you think about it's the most straightforward map, it's the most basic map, it's the most probably explored and figured out, Athena. This feels like an appropriate place for this to potentially end.
Yeah, I mean, the copycat comps means that it's really going to be down to how each one of these teams plays, because it's not going to be down to that double dualistic crazy comp. But we're going to start right off the bat with all the players of EDG outside of B, speeding up into that B main as soon as they see Crew taking space. A kill from Blue, 2 kills, and those are great entries.
Yeah, sliding into the jet roll just fine. The paranoia setup was beautiful. Blue with reckless abandon continues to push forward out onto the site. 3 kills already. What a start. And this round's over.
Yeah, I mean, 4v2, we've seen EDG do this on Split, but again, we have an Omen with a Paranoia and a Killjoy. Killjoy, not much that she can contribute to this retake other than holding the close sights, but a really good crossfire from EDG with one person playing in B main, being super patient.
I'm hoping that we get to look at those opening 2 kills one more time, because it felt looser.
Yeah.
Right, it felt loose. It felt like on the fly. It felt very decisive. And I think that's exactly what you need if you're going to play in the position that EDG's playing in right now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Blue showing us glimpses of that when she was walking up, taking her picks, taking her fights. But again, following up with that util, getting the picks. Blue just going crazy this round and doing what she does best. entering 4K right away. Just a really great way to start off for EDG here, and they're definitely feeling the heat.
No investment from Crew, other than just a couple of the spicier pistols. That's all it really is. We're going to get to see some of this early exchange and trade of utility to feel each other out, and then see where things want to end.
Placing swamp grenade.
Yeah, that knife whizzing through. You've got the nano going out as well.
Yeah, breaking that turret that they can hear towards that B main and removing that information, the deep line from that KJ turret. Now looking for any sort of reaction, but EDG is going to group up towards the A side. Omen has been sitting here listening, holding, making sure nothing weird is going on, but Crew already setting up for 3 towards that A main side.
Which is, I'm really surprised too that they're leaning so hard because they invested util B. I guess that was all they really needed to confirm where the hit is going to end up. Almost everyone is here. Kanir had a great position, almost does something fascinating. Ultimately can't come to fruition. EDG puts together a Prime Gaming flawless.
Yeah, Prime Gaming flawless because that was so good. I mean, again, they stacked, Crew stacked towards that A side, but it did not matter because the way that EDG executed looked so much better than the way that we saw them executing on that split. So something really, really cool. Clearing their corners. Cornelian, unfortunately, not getting one from that wine spot, and Blue just doing Blue things and killing.
Blue's had a freaking outrageous start so far. We'll see if they're able to keep that up. 6-0 for the Jet. And the potential for more, just 2 away from having the Blade Storm online. I believe that knife only tagged 1. They want to try to take this fight early on anyway.
Yeah, EDG doing a good job of doing these defaults, getting that orb. So far they've shown they like to take the means, and Yusin just showing Konir that last game does not matter because she is here to show that she's so confident and ready to take those picks. And now again, down a man. Crew. They need to react somehow. I mean, just sitting on site, they've stacked towards that A side, let the Killjoy play on alone on B, but again, as a Senti, all you can do is delay and try to get as many kills as you can, which isn't probably the best way to play because you are just alone, no util, nothing to help, and now we see EDG trying to set up towards that B side, the A side, sorry.
Enemy kill.
Michaela.
Yeah, they've got to be really careful here because they've left a lot of safety valves in place, if you will. They've left Similu playing over by B to draw some attention. They've left Clem across mid.
30 seconds
and if they don't hit the rotates, this could be problematic. But as I say that, of course, Crew's starting to peel away from A, and that should give EDG a lot more room to work with.
Yep, Similu breaking that turret, making the rotates start to happen, and EDG just playing it so well and understanding that, but the clearing, the site needs to be clear before bomb goes down. Blue dead already.
Oh, that chuck's gonna hurt. Yeah, Yusin takes a ton of damage. And they still haven't cleared out the player in hell. Finally, Shies meets her demise. Michaela falls as well. A 2v2 as the spike ticks away. Yusin, again, weak. Off of the barrage of utility that kept her at bay. Turret cleared. Khalida looking for a window, looking for an opening. Snaps onto Yusin. Rami cleans it up as well. It was close, but Crew are on the board.
What a flick from Khalida. That was so clean. Oh my goodness. What a nice shot. This is how you want the round to go for yourselves on your first gun round from Crew, but EDG doing a good job getting guns down on their bonus. They managed to have enough money to full buy here for both sides, but it's so interesting how they pulled away the rotators and decided to contact back in. But again, the timing from Crew was so good. It was looking really, really, really good because they didn't even clear hell. But again, EDG just did not find everything that they needed, even though it's so weird because they have such good reads, but again, the execution just so close.
A victory in the round, but you see, wait, okay. Whew, I was really confused. I was like, wait a second, you've got money, you're not buying. What's going on here? And of course, it's the ever-beloved Tech Pause.
I feel like it might be us.
It might be us. We'd almost gone a full series. Almost.
But yeah, Tech Pause it is. I mean, both these teams looking like they know and understand Ascent very, very well. I really like the way that EDG has this approach of even though they do set up and even though they do have numbers, they're still putting pressure on either side of the map. But I think grouping up and playing numbers is something that they might need to get more used to, because EDG is just abusing and doing something that and Crew is just abusing that by doing something EDG isn't used to.
Yeah.
Crew on the defense side, they love to re-clear. They've been re-clearing the mains every single time. They either push up or they re-clear. They understand the space and the push-pull concept that they're trying to like execute. But for EDG, I mean, knowing that, they should be grouping up a lot more often and should be understanding that this is how Crew is playing.
Gear is the culprit, as seems to be the case. It's often gear for us for whatever reason. And as soon as the gear is fixed, whatever the gear is, we'll get back into the action. Yeah, I think you're right. EDG have done a really good job of swinging, right? Of playing the pendulum, of making some presence, making some noise, and letting the presence be known on one side of the map, and then resetting, pausing for just a moment, forcing the defense to spread out a little bit in the introduction of doubt and the lack of information that's going across the map. So EDG have done that very well. I do think, I mean, historically this map seems to swing.
Yeah.
Right? So we'll see how things continue to play out and manifest themselves. But for now, EDG with a slight lead.
Yeah, I think they're doing a good job of their default and getting these orbs as well. I think that's a really, really big thing. So far, Crew hasn't contested as hard. We've had a couple of wide swings from the mains, but kind of dry, no util, and I think that's probably going to change in this next round, where they're actually going to try fighting for the mains now that both teams have guns.
Well, I am being told that a client is being restarted. So we'll figure that out. We'll get you all back into the action as soon as that's reset, and we'll continue the game.
Don't you just hate it when gear?
When gear. I hate when gear.
Ugh, gear. Yeah, I mean, I have a I really like Ascent. So for me, when I'm playing Ascent, I play
controversial take these days.
No, I like Ascent.
There are a lot
I
of
think
people
it's
who
boring.
are upset with that.
I think it's boring. But I like Ascent.
You like it, and it's boring. I'm gonna need you to explain that one.
You know, Fracture, I didn't like it, but it was so fun.
And it's not boring.
It was so fun. It's like, it's
you've
one
got
of those
some
games.
explaining, yeah.
Okay, it's one of those games where when you play ranked, when you play Fracture, you're like, this is so fun, fun, and it's not that bad. When you play scrims, you're like, this is the worst.
Sure.
Like, either you're owning or you're losing.
Right,
and
right,
so
right.
for Ascent, it's so slow and seemingly strategic, and a lot of the metas have been the same. The defaults have been the same throughout quite a while.
Yeah, for a little while now.
Quite a while now. So I like it because there is always a way to be a little bit more creative and find things that people haven't really seen before. And so far, we are seeing both teams playing a little bit more defaulty on that style. But for example, like, we saw Daiki with Sova just owning and like absolutely destroying that B main. But then we also haven't seen anyone try to contest it as much, like Odin spamming back or trying to do some sort of trap play and all that. So I think it's really interesting to see how this is going to play out, because it is a boring map, but there is some creativity that can be had.
So low-key, I also am of the cat. I like Ascent. I think there are a lot of people who don't like them.
To do.
No. Well, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was boring, and I liked it. Honestly, I think you know, there are a lot of people who have conversations around Ascent right now, and oh, it's so stale and everything's the same and blah blah blah. I think, personally, especially in a game that has so many variables to it, I think it's really healthy to have a map where things are pretty standard and pretty figured out, because that's when you figure out who's really at their best. When it comes to fundamentals, when it comes to executing comps, the way that they're designed to be played and things like that, I think that's when it's at its best. We're already seeing a really pacey start out from EDG on the other side of the timeout. They want to go full pedal to the metal, and Crew are there to slam the brakes on it.
I mean, just like I was saying, I was expecting Crew to be contesting this orb, and I guess so was EDG, because they wanted to punish that contest by pushing up, getting into close quarters, but unfortunately Crew just read that like a book, ready, and got the kill, and now they're playing it safe.
And so much like we've seen in the last 3 rounds that we've had, EDG like to make some noise and establish some presence on one area of the map, and regardless of if they walk away with a numbers advantage or not, they slow things down. and they feel out the rest of the map, see what else is being given to them, and that's exactly what you see out of EDG here. They made a lot of presence A long, they throw the brakes on it, now they're feeling things up mid, they're working their way up cat to see if there's anyone playing tree, and as is vintage, you're gonna have this Omen setup here. A Paranoia inevitably will come out, there it is, right on cue. And they've got a really good hold here. This crossfire that they have set up from Konir and Shies could be all they possibly need, or Konir's just going to do it on her own. 3 kills on the round already, the 4th on the other side. Shies cleans it up, and the spike is well out of reach here.
Yeah, what a clean way to set themselves up for Crew. They immediately falling back into the crossfire. They knew they had numbers. They knew that EDG had to group up and do something together, and they were very, very well prepared for that. Something that is so, so good that Crew's doing is this fast reaction towards these setups. And again, Konir just getting 3, almost looking like a replay of how Jujino was playing towards Cat on that Omen. Really, really cool parallels to be seen here from both these teams. And again, Crew solidifying their defense.
Good news, this time it's attack pause, not attack pause, it's attack pause. This time out from EDG as they want to take a moment to talk things over, hit the good old mola as they figure out what's going on here. We're tied at 2 apiece. This has been a great response, really, from both sides. Again, especially on a map like Ascent, when it's so early, it's really just about feeling each other out, poking and prodding a little bit, seeing what's on the other side as the playbook develops around that. And I think that's what we're seeing out of EDG here.
Yeah, for sure. Crew not doing anything too crazy, because as defense side, they're trying to understand how the attack is playing. And so far, EDG has switched up their pace. They've switched up where they're starting. They've switched up extremities versus mid. And now I feel like we're going to have to see some sort of switch up again to kind of see if they can figure out the answer, possibly towards mid, because that's not something that they've done that much. And as I say that, we do see them setting up for some sort of mid. They have that KO ult. They have those knives, possibly a B split. So easy to get into market for them with this util.
I do love the way that Crew are playing this, though, because they've split some of their Killjoy utility. Killjoy's playing A. You're going to be able to hit that nano from a distance if it is a fast exact B, but that's not the case. They want to explore mid, as you were saying. They've got the blades to work with. Now the KO ult is online. The nano's instantly popped. They're going to take so much space mid. The Jet's going to have so much to do here. What can Michaela find? She's still gone undetected. Finally gives her position away, and they still haven't looked. 1 kill comes through, feeling the pressure of the others. Yusine drops her. And you still have 2 members backside who haven't even gotten tested yet.
Yeah, I mean, so back and forth, just sitting on site, waiting. Yusin dropping, and now it's up to EDG to be able to clear this backside. Shimi Lu getting the first kill.
I'm really surprised Rami's not pushing forward at this point. Now starting to take some space. And now her position's given away as well. They're split. Oh, Yusine got caught. Simi Lu got caught as well. It's just Wawa Lee left alone in this 1v2. And a ridiculous 1v2 it would be. The tap on the first, and that's all that's going to come through. Konir gets 3 on the round. Crew's going to take the lead back.
Just a small little mistake of not clearing backside. They killed 1. They thought it was empty, but they saw that smoke and decided it's okay, it's clear, we're good. But we were not good because Konir was lurking in the back halls. I mean, that was so good. Romy was super patient. She definitely could have come out and helped, but I think Konir managed to calm that, hey, they don't know I'm here. No one's clearing me. Like, I'm good.
Yeah, it's quiet. And it's crazy the fact that she was able to get away with as much as she was from there. Given the fact that she had already gotten a kill, managed to stay alive long enough to net another. Just really, I mean, it feels almost criminal.
Yeah.
The success that she was able to find. Very quickly, up online for Michaela. Hasn't really come up at all, and they haven't really done any early aggressive tests towards B other than, what, the pistol round, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
So we may get some of that here.
Yeah, setting up the line for Michaela with that op. Super important information. I mean, they're using the drone towards mid, so maybe they're thinking the op is being rotated over, but they don't even know that Michaela's fully gotten the line. They still have this mid trap set up, and I think EDG might potentially walk right into it.
She's getting further and further up. And you can see it on the minimap. Clem was playing with fire. Does not take the ill-advised step. Does not go past the point of no return. Another flip towards A. This time there's no crossfire set up, there's no paranoia set up in tree. They're gonna get that much space for free. Blue EDG looking to push the pace, and she's pushed it right into the next round. As Shize is going to pop the ult instantly, and that just, I mean, that just puts a full hard stop on this hit. The smoke's through. You still have the Killjoy utility. You're going to have to get around Kinnear and Shize playing back site, but EDG cracked the site wide open. Michaela's the only one left alive on the opposite side of the map. The alarm bot's going to give the position away. Has nothing but an op, and the door is shut.
Yeah, that was so good, so explosive from EDG. But Clem with 17 HP, they're both so low. This is so winnable for Michaela. The knife coming out from KO and knowing where she...
Holy smoke, she's gotten one. Again, so weak, just 17 HP. Nano cleared, Spike tapped. Onus on Clem to go forward, and the positioning is great. 4 kills on the round for the Killjoy as EDG ties us at 3.
That was so crazy. Michaela actually pushing into B-main, and she overextended just a tiny little bit to where the Killjoy turret saw her. And crew were so fast. They still rotated, but EDG was even faster because as soon as that turret hit, they knew that something was up. Instantly rotating towards A, slipping through that cat and getting theirs. It was a fight. It was such a big fight, and Clem clutching it up with those 4 kills. Bloodbath, actual bloodbath, but now we're going to return to the action, and it's gonna be a super fast tiles crunch.
It's Sharks. Oh, it's Sharks, but it's not finding any success. Michaela has to give it back up. Tail tucked, runs away.
Man, EDG have to re-clear this mid, but
Yeah.
do they know that Michaela's just set up all the way at the bottom of mid? This is gonna be so risky. Hopefully they use enough util to catch her out.
Oh, that smoke should suggest an attempt at clearing things out with no real idea of where they might be. Michaela could be. The trap that sprung at just the right time is their patience. The first, the second spotted. They line up and they both fall. Looking for the third. It does connect. Blades back online. The dasher out, feeling the pressure. That's 4. The ace doesn't connect, but the damage has been done. Clem wondering how everything went so painfully awry so fast.
My goodness, what a round. Michaela, such trigger discipline, sitting all the way patiently bottom mid and getting shut down by Kinnear. That was crazy. Just talking about the proper util to re-clear mid. Man, a drone. The drone did not turn around and anything, and again, no bodies positionally turned around to clear that angle. That was so unfortunate from EDG, but they have to be careful. They knew they were pushed all the way down mid. They knew they had that much space, and oh, look at this again. It looks so clean.
I mean, this 4th one was really impressive. The 3rd was a little spotty. I'm convinced that a kill on a player that's not moving is the hardest one. Right, like, no doubt. But ultimately executes. You see the buy now from EDG. It's lackluster at best, but that might be enough. Already getting the opener. It's going to be tough to upgrade that weapon if they want to try to get it. They have Casey, but Khalid really far back, and it's Kinnear who has the op. Rotating over now.
That smoke is lay the team, and they're gonna start falling back. Successfully picked up that Phantom, and now they have 2 guns to work with, trying to play for a couple more picks. That information on the Sova drone showing that maybe this team is starting to fall back, but full cat control for this Jet, and I don't think the A players really care. They're not playing for cat. They're getting on site and getting ready to play for site. Again, the op being traded back to Michaela. She has the cat angle held, and this crossfire is going to be super important for crew.
And the question is, in eco rounds like this, how much are you willing to invest? They've invested 2 ults now. Michaela with the op. Just out of reach as she finds a second. Looking for the 3rd, narrowly missing. And Romi's the one left alone. EDG invests, they invest big, and so far it looks like it's going to pay off.
30 seconds left.
Wow, what a way to turn that thrifty around for EDG, because they only had 1 gun, acquired a 2nd one, and ended up splitting in a perfect way possible. They used their ults because they knew that was a winning condition, and Romy left in a 1v3, make that a 1v2. Beautiful kill.
Blue is weak, but they're really patient with it. Wisely so, as there are just so many different variables and so many things that Rami has to consider. narrowly avoiding the dart. He's gonna have a bead on this. Not able to get the kill though. I thought it was gonna come through, but the MasterCard Thrifty is what does.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy, crazy round. I mean, Simi Lu with that first kill on Emin was so important because that's the reason why they got that matchup. That's the reason they got all that space. And that's the reason why they could reset and retake towards Cat. Amazing plays, amazing round. They don't need guns, Doug. They just need sheriffs at this point. Simi Lu, holy smokes.
I think you're absolutely right, because you wonder, are they willing to invest that much if they don't out from Simi Lu, as you mentioned? I think you're right. A little bit of aggression here from Crew. The paranoia to set Michaela up on an aggressive line. The spam just narrowly missing. They've got the Hunter's Fury too invested from Kalita, not connecting on anything. Oh, she's in trouble. Whoa. Gotta get out of there.
Simi Lu using both her flashes right away. Kind of rough to fight for that B main control. They do get the orb, but I mean, that was a lot of util just to push off the Jet. And now both these teams looking like they still don't have enough space that they need. I mean, the B main was contested, yes, but they're ending towards A anyway, but they don't know that this Killjoy is fully set up on the site.
They really don't have anything to get rid of it either. I mean, Simi Lu doesn't have ult. You do have some utility from Wao Ali to clear out the nanos, the alarm bots, what have yous. Will that be enough, though? Oh, they're hard committing to this. They're already out on site. She's the only one up right now, too. I thought there was going to be a moment in which they try to flood to counter and catch Blue in trouble, but no. Oh, she's behind them. Gonna fall. They have so much pressure that they've applied across different areas of the map. The only three that remain feeling like they're no good option, but Blue's gone unchecked for just a moment. Now clear. 1v2. 1. Simi Lu's so weak. Kalita 13 HP just on the other side of the door, and that's a gutsy call because that nano didn't land, but it doesn't matter. The kill does. Kalita with 4 on the round.
Oh my goodness. I was just going to talk about how EG doing so much pressure, leaving that KO, and after using so much util, actually managing to pull away from that A site. But you cannot fake away from the Sentinel site because the Sentinel is just going to sit on site and chill until they know that the bomb is out, until they know that the spike is out, and they know that the team is executing towards that site. So again, really well played by Crew here. So patient, even though the rotates were a little slower because of that pressure. But this retake was just insane. I mean, this goes to show that Crew is ready to go out. Even with its just mechanical, pure mechanical aim, they go out together. They're ready to hold hands and drop and trade. And I think that's something that EG was not prepared for. I mean, the crossfire not good enough to delay enough.
Yeah, that was really scrappy. That was really nice. You see off of that, a timeout is called by Crew. They're up 1 round, just one slight round separating these two squads.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams super close. Again, this is starting to look like a nice little back and forth, similar to what we had yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, both these teams have the right ideas, but they're just, it's just a matter of who comes out on top. And every single time there seems to be some sort of multi-frag or some sort of misplay from one of the teams in order to open up that round for the others.
Which kind of goes back to the conversation we were having earlier around Descent in general, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the beauty, in my opinion, of this map is that that's what separates teams. That's what to is one little misplay, burn execution. That's what maker.
Exactly. Both these teams forcing these weapons. I mean, not the best buys. We have both side and Guardians, and then we see the Sova ult, the Hunter's Fury on EDG's side, trying to take this B main control back. Lots of mollies going off. The turret is broken, though. They know that KJ is playing towards B now and successfully grabbing that orb towards Simi Lu.
I'm really surprised that we haven't seen an Odin out from Kalita yet.
Yeah, I was just talking about the Odin. I think that's so interesting because it's such a good weapon, but their B main control has been really solid, so they haven't really needed it that much.
Wow, that was very nice. I'm also really surprised that they're leaning into this anyway because the knife spotted Romy. But they want to go into B regardless. Now the spike is out of reach. What are they going to do here? Yusin has ult. If they can get out onto A, establish some control. She can ult, scoop that thing up, and then reset on A. But it has to be on the other side of kills. If they don't get the kills to make this work, it's not really that advantageous at all.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to take some space here. This 4v5 is going to be really hard to set off. They have the Silva ult to play off, but again, not enough to secure. They have to delay for long enough for them to play off. They can't just sit back and hope that it's okay. These two players on site have to delay long enough that the Silva ult can do its job and win the round.
They're delaying plenty, and I mean, at this point, it's not really them. Crew have just been a little bit patient on this attempted retake. They don't have any ultimates. The kills are just gonna bleed for EDG as they all fall. No Hunter's Fury invested, no need. A great response from EDG.
They literally didn't need to do it because that crossfire was just so good. The KO and Omen and Hell absolutely demolishing that retake. They learned from the last retake that Gru had where they just dropped and killed both those players, but they showed that they were not scared to play in those same spots.
See if we can take a look at it again, because that happened fast. That happened aggressively. You see it again. There was a lot of patience out from Crew. They were waiting things out, and you're right, just the setup that they had, as soon as you try to pop out of that smoke, you have what, at least two, potentially 3 guns staring at you at the same time.
Yeah, now we have a weak buy coming in from Crew, and EDG knows that. They're opting to just stay grouped towards that B main, and both teams gambled opposite sides. The KO being used on an eco round.
Yeah. Surprised about that as well. You know, oftentimes in situations like this, you want to get through the round without having to invest. As little as you can invest and still find success is ideal. So they drop the null command out from Simu, and that's all they do for now. They still have Wawali's ult. Can't imagine that becomes a variable in this equation.
Yeah, I mean, free site means free space as well. They're pushed all the way into spawn, and they know that these players are going to have to retake from B main, but they have flipped the site.
They dropped the lockdown, but it's not like they really have them trapped. They don't have control across mid. They don't have control across spawn. They funnel out, and yeah, one's going to fall, but you're just going to have to deal with this ferocious flood attempt that's going to be coming out from spawn. But that's going to work? No way! It was so close! For it to be that close and still be a Prime Gaming flawless just feels wrong.
I love how Michaela's just desperately swinging her mouse around, trying to swirl and twirl away from those bullets. But yeah, I mean, such a good play from Crew, but again, it was so hard once they knew that they had less than numbers advantage. Like, this was so well played from EDG, so patient, using their util on the run out, and even though their KO is detained backside, doesn't matter because the firing squad is here to protect.
That was dangerously close. I love that you saw it on the members of Crew's faces. They're still smirking. They realize they tried getting away with highway robbery. Oh, so close. Narrowly missing the timing. Will they dare challenge blue again? Oh, wow.
No charges left.
Wow, that was such good damage. They're trying to put so much pressure towards that mid. Knives are popped. Switched the op out towards... Wait. I'm lying, sorry. Switched the op out. Michaela has the op towards A main holding. She dropped her op in spawn and picked up that Vandal. Does not care. They are so rich, EDG, and they're just contacting up into this B main because they know that the Killjoy turret has been broken.
Kalita has ult. Playing so far back, playing so safe. That knife not going to tag. It's interesting off of that. They are going to funnel forward. Crew have been very patient and very cautious with this as well. Seemingly wanting to force the fight to happen out on the site. And that's going to be Thirsty Scene is going to be on this late flank, but Kinnear might be ahead of it. If Kinnear's patient with it, that could be the difference maker. But no, Yassine does win that out after all. You hear the second Hunter's Fury come through. While Ali's able to get 3 on the round.
God, what an
all with the ult. You talk about value. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Romy left in a 1v4. Not much she can do. She picks down Wawali, but that was such a good ult, such a good play. Again, EDG just doing so well early round and starting to clean up their end rounds, their late game rounds, making them win. That is so, so cool, so clean. I mean, that ult from Wawali was sick. But again, the way that they entered, the way that they still managed to fully clear sight, I do think they're overusing util based on that round that they lost where they didn't clear enough. But they're using so much util to get into sight that it's like, they know it's solid. They know that there's no one there, and they're turning right away.
We've got an interview actually down on the stage in the crowd. Take a listen, guys.
Hey guys, I am in the middle of this amazing crowd right now here in the studio, and we have Nat here, who is a VCT super fan. Nat, how have you been enjoying the event so far?
It's doing great, actually. My voice is almost gone, but yeah, we're still here. Yeah.
I think that goes for everybody. I think it goes for everybody in this crowd, right? This is crazy, but this isn't actually the first time that we've met. We actually met during VCT Lock, and that's how much of a super fan you are.
Yes, I love VCT Lock-in was crazy, and like, it was an experience. It was emotional at the end of it with the, let's not talk about the 11-3, but like, it was crazy. It was crazy, insane. We ended up crying at the end, so emotional it was.
Yeah, what's even crazier is I hear that there is like a WhatsApp group for esports super fans here in São Paulo.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So basically what happened was at Lock-in, we started meeting a lot of people that come to this type of events. So at a certain point, we became like a group of like 50 to 40 people, and it's always growing every time we go to like an event like this. So it's freaking crazy. We're growing every time.
That is amazing. Who here is part of that group? That's why we have this crowd right now. I think it goes without saying, but which team right now are you cheering for?
To win, let's go Liquid. Yes, right now with the game crew, come on, let's go Shies.
Shies and Team Liquid, of course, the hometown heroes that we have over here. This crowd is absolutely insane, and you have to be here to enjoy it. But right now, I'm going to hang with you guys because this is where the party is at. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show. Woo!
Thank you so much, Miki. Yeah, that crowd has been a lot of fun, really all week. And the crazy thing is, it's a Thursday, right? We're still like in the middle of the week. People got like jobs and responsibilities and adult stuff they got to deal with, but they're having a blast out here. And currently EDG is as well. They managed to stabilize things a little bit at the end to have a 2-round lead, but you've got to put them away, and it seems like they're trying to do so. An aggressive peak at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, I mean, putting this B main pressure early and then leaving it is so smart because EDG still has a KG turret in play here, but they don't know that the B split is about to happen.
The
Blue
ponytail.
getting caught out. No.
The ponytail, that's crazy. Now they're just going to flood out and swarm. They've got so much room to work with. They have so much space. The one problem for Crew, if we were to try to highlight a problem here, is that there are 3 of them who are outrageously weak. I'm not going to try to do math on broadcast because that's like a cardinal rule. You don't do that. There's not a lot to go around. So if you look at them funny, they might fall, and that's exactly what's happening. 2 of them have already been sent to the next round. Kalido, 16 HP. You've seen this is difficult, but doable. She has control of the spike. They're going to have to go to her. What are they waiting for? Kalido just got the dart back online. Used and clearing. You've seen trying to find cover, backside, trying to find some space in Bauhaus, and she's going to get one. She's going to get ones, but Kalido takes a little bit of things into her own hands, and Rami's there to clean things up. It was set up by Kalido. There was so much damage that was dealt at the end onto Yusin, and that was enough for Rami to clear the round. Whoa, that was close.
I mean, that was so risky, just giving her the ones and backside. That was so scary. But again, so well played by Crew. I mean, that super fast split towards B. EDG needed to decide whether they were going to play for the choke, play for market, or play on site, because what ended up happening was they were caught in such a weird crossfire. Obviously, Jet getting picked off first. KG can't do anything about that. They were falling off, but they didn't decide fast enough. And now we're going back to the second round where Guns on that Crew side, EDG opting for a Bucky, actually. Interested to see what they do with that.
Yeah, we saw it on Split. We didn't see a ton out of it. We'll see if it's different this time around. Yusin has already fallen. And this has to feel like a huge sigh of relief here for Crew, given that you were down 2 rounds. You really don't want to extend this into a 3rd map. So they win the pistol, and it's like, okay, we should, barring something crazy, we should get back to 7-7, and that should be how the game plays out the rest of the way. So you just got to get through this as cleanly as possible.
Yep, a 5v4 here now, looking like Crew's just going to regroup towards that A main. They're fully clearing because obviously you don't want to worry about that. The drone's going to get them all that information, but they're actually not going to be able to spot out that there are still 2 players playing on this site here. The execute coming out.
Did just spot the Jet. Michaela getting one through as Wawa Lee. Hang on. is able to keep things competitive and interesting. That's all right. Better late than never. Clem left alone in a 1v3 with the Sheriff. The snap onto Michaela is going to be tough. Almost hits it, but it doesn't connect. We're tied at 7.
Yep, 7-7. This is really, really good for Crew, knowing that they were at that deficit. But again, both teams understanding how to play this map really well so far. And I think it's going to be hard, but with this bonus, I mean, it's not, yeah, it's a bonus.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They have a Vandal. They're rich. They can still afford a Vandal. This bonus is going to be really interesting to see how it plays, because I think that this is super winnable for the way that Crew is playing. They need to get up close and personal and make sure that they win these fights, because EDG, again, they still have a Spectre.
You want it up close and personal. It's going to be fast. You've got the Paranoia. You have the smokes. Michaela's already dashing out onto site and plucked out of the sky by Clem. A heroic shot. Wawa Lee joins in on it as well. But they've still lost sight. Oh, Clem is still backside. She hasn't been cleared. No armor, has taken some damage, but slipping the net, getting just past the smoke. They have no idea she's there. Rami finally stops that. That could have been disaster. But they still have a couple of things they need to deal with. They still need to deal with Blue. They still need to deal with UC, and now just one remaining. In a 1v3, still healthy with it as well. Kinnear committing to getting the spike down. Shies drops that. Crew take the lead right back.
Just like I said, I mean, having that Spectre on Simi Lu is so rough. I mean, you want to win that first gun round. It's super important, because now they're broke again, and they've let Crew take the lead. This is going to be a hit mentally for this team, because they were doing so well, and now it's just like, you've thrown the advantage.
Yeah, that one hurts. And man, were there opportunities. This shot from Clem was beautiful. Rami makes a massive play here, because again, Clem had slipped the net. She'd gotten out backside. She was tucked in the smoke. They had no idea where she was. She could have scored the round on her own.
I mean, she did such a good job at delaying, but EDG just couldn't close it out.
And so, as you were mentioning, EDG find themselves on scraps. They've got a Guardian in the hands of Wawa Lee, but it's just pistols other than that. Crew playing this one carefully, understanding there could be a trap, there could be a, you know, a shorty, who knows what's waiting on the other side. So you play this one a little slowly. Try to see if you can feel out where the pressure might be. It's meticulous, it's calculated, it's careful.
Yep, there's not breaking out of this cat setup. Interestingly, they're not actually going and opting to find more information either. They're just sitting in their setups, understanding the retake B. I think it's good that they're playing heavy towards A, but the reaction here, possibly getting into that smoke and just flashing out of that door, is going to be super important, because this execute from Crew is going to be really, really strong.
Paranoia was a little early. Oh, but it is going to connect. It's going to delay. It's a Paranoia, and then the nade from KO, and now Blue's waiting on the other side. Oh, just narrowly missing a second. Yusin is still playing back here. I mean, they've done a considerable amount of damage. They still haven't really gotten out onto site. And you don't have a ton of time to flip here. You're going to push right into the teeth of the defenses, and those Sheriffs have been problematic. Blue left alone. Shies and Kalita both weak. Oh, I thought that was going to hit.
Spike planted.
Can Blue pull this off? This would be ridiculous. Remember how properly ridiculous of a start she had. The pistol, I think she was 6-0 at one point after round 2. Has upgraded to weapon 2. Now confirmation of that. Both members of Crew playing down in hell. So much to do for Blue, and really not a lot of time to do it. But she's got to go, and she's got to go really fast. Managing to slip past the first, going around Jenny. Shies and Kalita both playing this so patiently. Blue's running out of time. I don't think Blue's going to have enough time to do this at this point.
No,
with only 3 bullets left, yeah, able to get a kill, maybe gets a second, but it's not going to matter.
Wow. I mean, that delay was looking so good for EDG for so long. The Paranoia, the Molly, the flash out of the smoke, they delayed and delayed and delayed. But unfortunately, they just couldn't get onto site fast enough. They couldn't get those first entry kills fast enough. I mean, getting kills from door is great and all, but you need to secure the site. And obviously, Omen staying alive for so long. Man, these Sentinels are doing their jobs for EDG, just staying alive and delaying for so long, but it looks like the rotates and the flooding in just isn't as seamless as it should be.
Yeah, and you can't help but ask the question, like, you got bonus, so you only had pistols there. Imagine if you had a weapon. Who knows what could have happened? Michaela trying to provide some cover. The snap from Blue is clean. Very nicely done. Yusine has gotten up really far. Has a teleport, but decides to take a swing. Gets a kill anyway.
Oh.
What on earth is that? How does she get away with that?
Oh my god, EDG just taking their fights, and that is something that they should have started doing earlier because that was so clean, but Crew is back to answer. Konir getting the trade for Kalita. Oh my goodness. That was actually a crazy early round.
That was ridiculous. Konir, a 1v3, the door closed. Whoa, aggressive. I mean, you're pushing into all three, and you're no way you get ones in a situation like that. Gambles up to see if she can catch him slipping and cannot. I still don't understand how Yusine gets the kills that she does in B-main. That's
pretty
nuts.
crazy. That was pretty wild. I mean, she had to either TP or swing out of that molly, and she just swung full confidence, gets the spray down on KJ. That was so clean. But as well, the pressure in mid from EDG with that flash over tile, setting up Blue. Ooh, look at that. Those kills, so clean.
She had 85 HP when the Nano pushed her out of Cubby. She had no armor and 85 HP. Takes both of those fights and wins them in both. That's outrageous.
That's crazy. But both these teams, a lot of ults in their belt. I mean, we have KO ult, we have Hunter's Fury, we have Knives, and Omen TP on Crew's side. Looks like they're going to use it to their advantage with a full A execute.
Yusine is down here. And it's on Michaela to go find her. I mean, you've got to suspect that there's somebody playing down in hell, right? But there's just nothing to push. They're not going. They're really respecting this. They waited for the dart. She gets tagged. She still stays alive and still gets a kill. Yusine once again pulling off a miracle. Finally falling to Konir. That's crazy.
Yusine is just staying alive for so long for her team and surviving. Blue trying to hit the flank, but there's a turret right there. This is going to be such a good retake.
Konir stuck the TP into their spawn and they don't know.
Oh.
This could be massive. Trying to smoke for herself, and now Clem realizing, hang on, something feels funny here. But is patient with it. You see it for EDG. The attention of the members that are alive are divided. They have to deal with what's happening in spawn. They have to deal with the fact that the spike is ticking. And time is of the essence. Just narrowly missing the timing window. Konir's got to be snappy with it. It's going to be stuck as long as it could go, but it's not going to be enough.
My goodness, what an amazing post plan. I thought they were trying to delay for this Hunter's Fury, but they were delaying for Konir's amazing TP play. That was such a good flank, and on such an important round too. Like, that was so sick. I mean, they invested so much. They have to win that round. They invested the KO out. They invested the Knives, and now we have Blue getting caught out by that. It was so weird. It was so crazy. Shy is just trying really, really hard to do her job, and she did. And again, man, that delay was so crazy on site from EDG, but it just wasn't enough. Again, like I said, these rotates and these floods just are not happening the way they should. But Crew genuinely outplayed EDG that round with that TP play.
Yeah,
that was really clean.
I mean, it was a gutsy call.
Yeah.
Very gutsy call. You mentioned it just a little bit ago, excuse me. That's a huge round late in this map. Given the fact that they were down to EDG, that takes a lot of confidence and that takes a lot of trust. And for Konir to execute that beautifully, not rush it, really trust her teammates to buy some time for her to make a play was just gorgeous. So EDG burn what very well could be their very last time out of this entire tournament. They're going blind the rest of the way, down 2 rounds, trying to find a way to win Ascent and to take us to the 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to figure out a way to solidify these retakes because my God, their Sentinels are doing so well at holding the sites and making sure they know when they're coming in, delaying, using Paranoia, using mollies, playing in smokes. Like, EDG is doing so well up until a certain point in each of these rounds, and Crew's post plans have just been phenomenal.
You got to set up for Blue to take some space here, or Bucky, and you see the flash just in case anyone is there to challenge, but the hit's on the other side of the map. Well, they invested the lockdown really early, too.
Yeah, this is going to give enough time for EDG to rotate, and now hopefully we're going to see this new adaptation to these retakes because they really need to clean this up. It is 5v5 though. This is going to be so hard. Bucky in hand though. We've seen EDG use these shotguns to their advantage.
Kalita has to be careful here. You've got the turret and the alarm bot, but you can tell the intent here is for you to play off of the Hunter's Fury because Clem has the lockdown and because of the post plan anyway. But you're right. There's a flank that's coming in from Yusine. Kalita has to be so careful. If she dies, the plan is spoiled. That additional layer is gone. She forces the fight. Kalita can't drop the Hunter's Fury to deny the lockdown. They have to wait it out. Oh my goodness, that's gutsy. That's bold. Where's the swing? Where's the challenge? Rami was there to help. Oh, that was beautiful. What can Wawali do? 12 HP for Kalita. Rami's healthy. Wawali is not. That Shock Dart could clean it up. But no, it takes a swing. She got it to half. Rami has to land the shot, and she does.
Oh my gosh, what a chaotic round that was, man. Like, Crew full committing, sticking to it on site. I mean, EDG, how do they not time that right with the KGL? I mean, that was crazy. They pushed in the tree. They knew they had to take that fight. They knew that their Sova wasn't available anymore in order to ult and kill that lockdown. But it was just so well played from Crew that I don't think EDG was ready at all.
No, I do think Rami was the MVP of that round. Rami was there to help the fight with Kalita to give her a little bit more room, at least enough confidence to drop the ult. That was absolutely huge, and then obviously getting the last kill of the round certainly helps. Again, aggression out from EDG. They've already taken up Cat off of the Paranoia. They're trying to set up Blue to find success. It's just not really netting anything.
Yeah, I mean, gambling wrong is always hard, but that pressure towards mid is great because Crew either has to fall back and re-clear this or hit towards A where there's 4 players ready. So seeing how this is going to play out, I mean, they're kind of creeping back towards that mid, knowing that they have to re-clear this. But Jet has already rotated off and already set up in a different spot.
Remember here, Yusine used the Paranoia at the beginning of the round to try to set up a trap. So that's really not available if they want to try to delay once they get a really good idea of where Crew's headed. Oh, that knife is huge. That hit 4. The only person that wasn't tagged was Rami.
Yeah, with a knife like that, you're definitely going to have to call it cancel because your whole execute is just up in bits. Grabbing the orb and falling off, that's like the only thing that you can do. But they are looking to retake that mid space, kind of ballsy because they didn't know that Jet was not there anymore.
Michaela has to find some value here. You've seen playing on the other side of the smoke, and you've got Blue waiting. Did she not get spotted? How is she alive? What is this? Whoa! How? How does she get 2?
Enemy remaining.
What is going on?
How does she stay alive that long without taking any damage and still get 2?
Dude, Yusine is so good at avoiding everything and just staying alive. Like, that is crazy, EDG. What is going on? Crew, you need to have way more confidence in getting those picks and picking those swings, man. That was... Dude, Yusine is actually incredible at dodging, at staying alive, hiding in smokes, avoiding util. Even when hit by util, playing in those angles that you can't really spam through, and you have to wide swing into her crosshair.
Actual anime plot armor. That's the craziest thing. Yusine has had so many ridiculous rounds this series. And you see it as a Prime Gaming Flawless out, and you just kind of left scratching your head like, how? What?
Yeah, that was wild. A really good setup, though, from the defense side. I mean, that knife completely canceling that execute was where it all started. That was perfect.
And honestly, I was surprised that they re-hit because they drew out the null command.
Yeah.
Out from the KO, so I thought, okay, you got the knife, yeah, you got spotted, but you drew out the null command.
Yeah.
Flip the map or reset, but they just pushed back in, and unfortunately, they guessed wrong ultimately in trying to go back into A.
Yeah, and the worst part was they re-hit after not even trying to apply any more pressure towards mid. Like, they ended up just like walking back into mid, but if you were planning on re-hitting, you need to put pressure towards mid, put pressure towards that B main, knowing that the other team took so much space on you already. You can't just let them have it and be like, well, we're just gonna tell you guys that we're going A. So.
Right. Final timeout of the map has been called. It's just going to be action the rest of the way. Crew hanging on to a 2-round lead, trying to put EDG away, trying to stay alive in this tournament. They've gotten this close. Can they finish the job? Meanwhile, for EDG, as would be obvious, they're fighting for tournament life. Have not won a map in the tournament yet. and on the precipice of extending the series if they can pull this off. And that's an excellent start. It's bold, it's confident. She's gonna find all three. What a round out from Blue. Everything's been thrown into disarray, but Khalid and Kinnear somehow still have a decently winnable situation. Kinnear invests the ult, tries to get out onto B. And Khalid has been spotted. That was the one. Wait, what?
Okay. A little bit of miscons. I mean, this flood almost doing work, but again, everyone's just taking ones on the EDG side. Doesn't matter. Clem finally getting the kill onto Khalida, and now they're just waiting for the spike to be planted.
This was a 2v4, but they've kept it competitive, and Kinnear has plenty of time. The one problem is that they know where she is. There is no element of surprise. Here, there's no ult to flip the map. There's nothing like that. It was already invested. A fake TP.
30 seconds.
Just to cause some problems. The first spot and now position given away. Swings out boldly with Paranoia in hand. Looking for the fights and gets them, and it was not the fight that she wanted. EDG bridged the gap down to 1.
My God, what a messy round. EDG is making me so scared. I'm literally getting anxiety watching this because that was so solid from Blue. Look at the work that she put in. Amazing blind, amazing util, amazing dart, just spamming and taking advantage of that. But then ending up here, forgetting about the player in B main, and then ending up taking the ones on site. That's so scary. But it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, that early aggression got them this round super fast.
It's been so messy and it's been so scrappy, and that does not seem to change this round. Look at how fast they've already scaled up. The problem is EDG have 3 members that are still playing proper on site. So yeah, you have some space outside of B main, outside of site proper, but you haven't cleared that out. And you don't really have the weaponry to fight with. You have 2 Spectres.
Oh, no.
Is that gonna be enough? They've already gotten 1 kill. She didn't see the second. Wow, Ali was still up. And they're all gonna crumble. They invested the null command. Rami left in a 1v3. And it's just not gonna pan out. We're tied at 11.
My goodness. Okay, we were talking about how good EDG is at holding sites. They were like, yeah, let's play to our strengths. Let's just hold the site with 3 this time. And I think that was really well played. I mean, Crew tried to do a play where they pushed into market. They even sent the Omen blind, but it did not work because no one was playing. Instead, they had this setup on site. It looked a little scary for a second with 2 players sitting behind that default box, but it doesn't matter because Wawa Lee had the crossfire from that danger spot, doing such a good job.
And the crazy thing is, Michaela didn't spot her.
Yeah.
She got out on the site and she turned, she checked it. It was just too fast, or it wasn't wide enough, and that was the difference maker. Again, an instance where these tiny micro instances decide the round.
Yep. Exactly. Now we have Hunter's Fury still on the EDG side with the Omen TP. Not a single ult for Crew, looking like they're going to set up for a mid default, slowing down the round, trying to do what they did earlier. The drone not spotting?
No, it didn't spot either. It was a little high. She's still getting the tag. Rami dancing for dear life. They've gotten so far up. Yeah, just 5 HP left on the other side of that.
Not ready yet.
They have no idea how many members of Crew are mid right now. They just know that the drone got cleared. They don't know how many guns were waiting on the other side. Now both have fired. The alarm bot, the swing, that is, I mean, that's almost flawless.
Yeah, Crew needed to clear out that KJ utility, so they had that mid space to do stuff, but instead it caught Jet off guard. They're ending up to split towards Cat. I mean, this is such a good call. Shies with the kill on Shimilu. That was crazy.
They're scaling into spawn. You've seen it ulted off of site to be the first real critique we can give on the player who's had such an outrageous map. And in the potential waning hours, that's when things potentially go sideways. The spike is planted. Clement, you've seen left into 2v4. We saw Crew make a really good run at a situation just like this a few moments ago. But Clem's gonna have to do it all on her own. Yeah, you have a member who's weak, but this feels borderline impossible. The benefit is they have some money. Clem can go for it, maybe take a gamble and see if you can win something out. But it's just not going to be the case. Crew gets a series point and EDG pushed out onto the ropes.
Man, that was so rough. Like, EDG getting that first blood, like, they know that they have the numbers advantage, but they're still not ready for the way that Crew is reacting. Again, Crew so fast with the way that they react and pushing together, taking that cat and splitting. I mean, that was so good, but look at this. Everyone is just taking ones. Blue is completely unaware, and Houston just trying her hardest to do something, but nothing can be done when everyone on your site is already dead, and let the whole team take the space.
Here are the blades used at the beginning of the round. Michaela and a couple of other members of the attacking side have been tagged. Blue's taken some of this space already in B main, which is nice, and then you can fall back. You still have the Killjoy set up to provide some cover and add an additional line of defense in case you have to give that space back up.
Yeah, both teams playing it slow, pushing up to kill that Killjoy turret, but it is only gonna not pop the reaction. Crew actually playing super slow still. They put pressure towards that main, but EDG is pushed up all the way through B. Romy, is she aware of the knives?
The gun barrel. She's been spotted. She's dead. And they're going to be rotating into her. A cloudburst is going to be enough to pave the way to safety. But now, I mean, Crew are left in fits. You don't feel safe going B. The one benefit is you have Kalita, who has not moved A. But you imagine EDG are going to be wise to this. They have so much. They have so much passive info off of this Killjoy setup.
Yeah, I mean, Sova starting to rotate towards that A side. Definitely a call that they need, but hopefully not slow, not too slow.
Nanos start to come through. The Paranoia is going to buy some space, but they have to push out into it anyway with 20 seconds left out on the round. Time is of the essence. The spam out from the Odin not connecting, but they're warning shots and they hurt. The flash forward, are they going to fight into tree? No, Yusin on the swing, decapitated by Michaela, but EDG holds the line. Kinnear left alone in a 1v4, and we're not done yet.
My goodness, EDG, that was so, I mean, Romy just so unaware that the Jet could have pushed up all the way. That was crazy. That was so, oh my God, it's like watching the nerves starting to push into both of these teams, trying desperately to just win out this map. EDG coming back, making it a 12-12. That's what you want to see. I mean, it feels like the confidence has been great. Crew trying to push into that tree because they know they need numbers. They just chose the wrong side because this team was finally ready for this aggression, and EDG just completely shut it down.
Clem was cold with it. What an outrageous map. And again, it's only fair that we get a couple of extra rounds to see this continue to play out. Tied at 12, overtime to decide who wins Ascent. Does EDG survive, or does Crew advance? EDG on the attacking side, you see there's perhaps some expectation of pressure from A. They've got the turret, and they have Yusin waiting for some of that pressure to be applied, but it does not come to fruition.
Yeah, EDG opting for a contact play. They know Crew has super fast reactions to any set of util, and now walking all the way up Cat. But the flash is there ready. Shies, you should have peeked with that because that was beautiful. But it doesn't matter. EDG's opting to go through grass towards that Heaven spot.
Michaela feeling some of the pressure as EDG has taken Heaven, as you were just mentioning. But there's a lot of fight on the other side. Crew strikes at the perfect time. Clem left in a 1v4, a disaster of a situation. And there's so many things that Clem has to consider here.
Like a knife.
Like a knife, like the 4 remaining members of Crew, like the fact that the spike is not in hand, like the fact that your tournament life is currently being threatened.
30 seconds left.
Like the fact that the crowd is fully behind Crew. It just continues to pile up. And that might be it. That might be enough to tip the scales. Crew with the lead once again, series point.
For a second, EDG looked like they finally cracked the code on how to win this attack side, contacting up. And I was just talking about how fast Crew's reactions are. The delay with the KO flash was so good, and it just let the whole team kind of flood in and be able to be ready for whatever EG was going to do. They took Heaven. I mean, just not quick enough, not fast enough. They didn't have anyone holding behind them, holding their flank. It was so messy, but it's such a good idea at the beginning of the round.
Oh, Crew are going to have to do it on the attacking side in this Killjoy utility. But the knife is gorgeous. The knife tech Clem. They They can get past everything that's been set up. And look at how far up Michaela has gone. There's no way you expect this here. Can she find another? Wisely takes a step back. Killjoy down. Just 3 members left from EDG. As Crew want to put this map away, want to put this series away. The finishing touches of aggression seem to be exactly what they need, unless Yusin can play spoiler once more. Keeping things competitive, trying to equalize things a little bit further as EDG now have to push forward. They have to venture out into the space that's been established by Crew, where the line has been set. The smoke is checked, Wawa Lee left alone, and it will not be enough. Crew take down EDG, Crew survive.
What a map. That was so close, back and forth. EDG putting such a good fight up towards Crew, but at the end of the day, Crew showing absolute dominance in that overtime, showing that they can be quick, they can play together, they can be mechanically amazing, and both these teams showing that as a team, they are so strong. But like we said, the small little mistakes, the small little issues, making each round go towards that Crew.
I mean, we got to talk about the poise that Crew has shown. I think when you have a team like EDG who's playing aggressively, who's starting to show some depth to playbook, and who mounts a pretty ridiculous comeback right after it felt like they had lost control of the situation in the second half. A lot of teams can fold in that situation, and they aren't able to close it out, and then they go into map 3. But Crew has shown, they showed a lot of grit, they showed a lot of poise, and EDG, I mean, they put up one hell of a fight.
For sure. I mean, on both these maps, Doug, they managed to bring back so many rounds that we thought weren't winnable. I mean, that 2v4 on Split just showed how much potential that this team has, and they stuck it out. No nerves, managed to do what they couldn't do. They were so good. They pushed out, they played amazing, and I think that just shows how close this competition is. But again, like you said, Crew just coming out on top, showing that poise, showing that teamwork. A seasoned veteran team now just showing what they have.
Yeah, you learn a lot about yourself and you grow a lot as a team when you go through a series like that, facing elimination, and it's all smiles, of course, because you walked away on top. Plenty of love from the home crowd towards Crew Blades. That was an outrageous performance. I mean, the step up from Michaela was ridiculous. I think Khalida had some outrageous moments as well. That felt like a complete effort.
Yeah, I mean, every single member on this team performing so well. Konir, one of the really great players, but again, all rounded on both sides.
Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye, bid adieu to EDG, and we're going to let the desk do all of that for us. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Doug and Athena. Yes, unfortunately, we got to say goodbye to EDG. I have Murs and Kakuka with me here. What a map that was. I think that might have been my favorite map of the whole tournament.
Man, we were so close to going to that third map. I am happy, really, for Crew to get the victory. Actually, their first international victory. We were talking about how last year things did not work out for them. But we were starting to get so close to see what EDG was capable of. And don't get me wrong, there were so many things about this map that should probably have gone a different way. We had a lot of multi-kills, a lot of 4Ks, insane plays, but I think that it was, the one team reading onto the other one and actually performing really well.
Yeah, I was cheering for Crew, but I really feel sad, like the way it ended for EDG. Like they were starting to heat up. You could see they were playing better individually. You could see some individual plays from Wally, from Similu, everyone. So they were popping off actually. I was really impressed by their gameplay and how they started really with the aggression. What they didn't do in Split, I really liked it. Yeah.
Hey, hopefully they're going to be back next year. But as Kakuka said, Crew, they've never got an international win before, so that's a nice time for them as well.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Crew as well because, as I said before, they play for already 2 years in their region. They win versus everyone, and like they have to do it internationally.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what else they can do. But for now, let's send it down to the stage. Tixenia is standing by with Shies for the Verizon post-match interview.
Salve, salve, galera! Tô aqui no palco com a Shies. Palmas, barulhos aí pra Shies. Vamos trocar uma ideia, lembrando sempre em português e inglês. Hello, everyone. I'm here with Shies. We're gonna talk a little bit more about that victory, important victory for Crew. So, Shies, first of all, congrats. Amazing, important victory again. I saw a little bit different Crew today. I saw that you managed to fix a little bit of the problems that you had yesterday. What was these problems and what did you fix for today's game? Shai, primeiramente, parabéns pela vitória. Eu vi uma crew um pouco diferente hoje, eu vi que vocês consertaram algumas coisas. O que foi conversado? O que vocês fizeram para arrumar do jogo de ontem para o jogo de hoje?
Bom, eu diria que... Obrigada primeiro, né? Mas eu diria que a gente arrumou o nosso nervosismo. Porque a gente estava muito nervosa, era meu primeiro mundial da Mica. Então, a gente sentou ontem, conversou como um time, todo mundo se apoiou, todo mundo olhou uma para outra e falou pro que a gente está aqui, né? E a gente conversou bastante com o nosso psicólogo também, então eu quero agradecer o Tom, que ajudou muita gente com o nervosismo de estreia. Acho que foi mais o nervosismo mesmo que a gente mudou para hoje.
So she said that they were a little bit nervous yesterday because it's her first championship from Micaela. So they said yesterday, they talked a little bit more about what they were doing today, and they talked with the psychologist. That was really important, and this was like the main thing that made they win today. My second question for you, it's Ascent was a nightmare for you. It was really hard for you. What was the problems? What happened? Why you struggle a little bit to close the game? Shai, o segundo mapa Ascent foi um pesadelo, aí a gente tava fazendo de tudo, tava difícil. Onde que foi os problemas? Por que vocês demoraram para fechar esse jogo?
Acho que as meninas, né, a EDG, vieram com um mental totalmente diferente pro segundo jogo. Então acho que foi mérito delas também, além de tudo. Então acho que foi isso.
I think that EDG was playing so well. They changed the mental from the last game, so I think that EDG were playing so well that made the game hard for us. And my third and last question for you. Next game is going to be against one of the sensations of the tournament, SMG. What do you expect for this match? Shai, próximo jogo, uma das sensações desse campeonato, a SMG, que vem jogando demais. Qual a expectativa para enfrentar esse time?
Elas com certeza estão vindo forte, mas a gente também está vindo forte. A gente vai mudar o nosso mental. Já mudamos nosso mental, então vamos fazer um bom jogo.
I think they are a really strong team, but we change our mental and we're going to do a really good game against them tomorrow. Thank you so much. Obrigado, Shai. Parabéns.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We all go up.
elimination is on the line here. Crew, they have been in this position before, but for EDG, their journey has barely started. We've barely seen them play. Either way, it's going to be very premature for either one of these teams if they get knocked out today.
But how much more can they find? The first one falls. Everything rolls in favor of Crew. Crew are going to take the lead.
Paranoia coming out. The satchels, just as you said, a kill onto Cormier and Kalita. Oh my goodness,
No way.
It's down to a 2v2.
No way!
Oh my god!
She's gotten it 3/4 of the way!
I told you the judge is the best gun in the game. The raised rocket is out and Musi gets caught out. This is so unfortunate for trying to play alone on site.
Just Blue and Clem left. Michaela's gotten 3 on the round. There's nothing they can do. Crew take down EDG on split 13-7. The first, the second spotted. They line up and they both fall. Looking for the third. It does connect. Blade's back online. The dash around, feeling the pressure. That's 4. The ace doesn't connect, but the damage has been done. They don't have control across mid. They don't have control across spawn. You're just going to have to deal with this ferocious flood attempt that's going to be coming out from spawn, but that's going to work. No way! It was so close! Michaela getting one through as Wawa Lee. Hang on. The snap on Michaela is going to be tough. It almost hits it, but it doesn't connect. We're tied at 7. Whoa! How? How did she get 2?
What is going on?
But there's a lot of fight on the other side! Crew strikes at the perfect time! Crew take down EDG! Crew survive!
Welcome back to Game Changers Championship 2023. If there's anything that we can guarantee is that nail-biting Valorant action. And with this being our final game of today, we hope that you guys are ready because we have the upper bracket showdown between the unstoppable force of Shopify Rebellion and a Turkish powerhouse, BBL Queens. I'm Janiro, your host, joined on the desk with Baby Bay as well as Kakuka. So we have a representative from each region. You're happy to be here?
Yeah, I love being on the desk. It's a lot of fun. And I'm excited to be here with you guys as well.
Oh, hear me out. It has already been a magnificent day. Team Liquid, Crew, so Latin America's happy. I think that only BBL winning can make us happier.
Oh, I feel like we're already getting into heated waters. For those of you who don't know, Kakuka is going to be representing EMEA. We have Baby Bay representing NA. So this is going to be an interesting one. I'm literally just an innocent third party watching, and I'm going to try and make sure that this doesn't get a little too violent. So let's start things off with Shopify Rebellion. They have showed up with the most dominant performance that we have ever seen in Game Changers. I mean, Baby Bay, that was one of the fastest maps, if not series.
It was the fastest series.
The fastest series.
It was, and it was nearly flawless. And this is what you want going into your next series, because the other team, like BBL, has no idea what the cracks are on these maps that they played. Like, they just look so dominant the entire way through. And honestly, on the flip side, BBL showed a lot of cracks in their gameplay on that last map.
Ooh, okay. Listen, we're still not playing that game. We're not there yet. And I cannot, listen, the same way that you cannot look at BBL and say objectively, yeah, they're not that good, I cannot look at Shopify and not say bravo for what you did the other day. Yeah. You know, coming into last year, they had, Cloud9 had this huge expectation coming from NA and everything that we had seen during the year that they were definitely going to do internationally. But yesterday was a statement. Everything worked perfectly, and being so successful, so calm, and so on point, if you manage to translate that to the rest of the week, of course they can get it.
Yeah, we're in for a very exciting turn. But you know what they also say is that you should never trust anything you see online. I'm a very big advocate of that because if you actually saw the tweets that were sent out yesterday, you would have thought that this didn't really go as planned, Kakuka.
I mean, that's if you want to call it like that, what is it?
What even is it? A little shaky with the op, sorry, getting used to things. Meanwhile, she literally dominated with the op.
Humble queen. Listen, humble queen.
What is this? But yeah, and like, there was a lot of questions being like that we needed answered. Like, how is Floor going to play in this series? Yes. How, is she going to meet expectations? I think she exceeded them. She had 400 ACS in this game. It was absurd.
She clears you.
Yeah, she does.
Do you think that's probably because
that's
of
my
what
duo.
happened?
First of all, that's my duo. We duo quite a bit.
Yeah.
In the NA rank.
You're close like that.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
cool like that.
Fair.
We're cool like that.
Cool flex.
Yeah.
Weird flex, but okay.
No, I mean, it's not weird. It's actually a very
pretty
good flex.
cool,
It's
right?
a very good flex, actually. Stop winning. But I was going to say, do we maybe, do you think that people did not expect this kind of performance because of what happened in the finals?
I think it's more than that. I think it's just like first land things too. There's a lot that goes into it. Like you're not even playing from home anymore. You know, you're playing on an international stage. There's a lot of pressure that comes with that, especially when you're young, and especially when all the eyes are on you. And they were, and she dominated. Like it was absurd.
Well, according to her, she was just like, yeah, next time will be better. Next time will be better, I promise.
And
I don't know, maybe
that's scary.
13-0, 13-0.
That's scary.
That's
man,
scary.
I don't think
Because we already touched upon potentially not finding any cracks, but we'll dissect this further because the team has arrived and we have Mika ready with Mel herself to see what's going to be happening today.
Hey Mel, do you have a second? You're one of the most vetted IGLs, and you will be up against Vanya today, who is also getting a lot of attention as an IGL. So how do you plan on outplaying her?
Well, Effie has worked me like a dog day and night this week, so I think we're pretty well prepared.
Good to see that, all that hard work. Good luck to you.
Aw, I gotta love that work ethic. They're really in it for a long one here, baby.
Mel is a tactical genius. She is best known for her signature tactic, floor go kill. She also has a second little known tactic of Noya go kill. What an absolute legend. Top 3 IGL for sure.
Pick unrelated.
And just look at him. That is the guy that has been overworking probably every single person on the team, mainly Mel, as she stated. And I don't know what to say about that. That's an interesting picture.
The amount of pressure that Mel can take surprises me. Like, I remember when she came to Japan, all the pressure that she puts on herself, like staying active in socials, being a brilliant IGL, just being a Miss Do-It-All, and just keeping always a smiley face, even under that mask. What is it?
Forbes 30 under 30. All right, she got that one too.
That was pretty sick.
Is there anything that she can do at this point? Okay.
Nah, I don't know.
We're hyping them up a lot, but I think also something to look into potentially is that the cracks. Are there any cracks? Did you see any? Because you were looking over the highlights, you were speaking about them, and you're saying, you know what, they're looking pretty dominant.
I think it's tough. I think that this series is going to show us what the cracks truly are, because I think that their opponent,
there are any.
No offense to EDG, they played great today, by the way. I thought they had some really good showing today, but it wasn't the strongest opponent they could have went up against. And on the other hand, Crew yesterday against BBL, I felt like they did a really good job with their macro game. They just like choked in the individual skill.
Yeah, and BBL as well, Kahuga, they have an incredible IGL on their lineup too.
I am so sorry if someone at home did not watch the year that BBL had, that especially Vanya. Every single day that BBL came to play, someone would surprise us. But Vanya was always there, being like, yeah, I'm the IGL, I also play smokes, but it doesn't matter. Like, I'm the final boss. I will, you know, she's literally the best equivalent to Mel that we have in EMEA. And I agree, this is the kind of game that is going to show us if Shopify Rebellion is going to have, you know, that big of an impact in this international event.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just highlights the difference between the IGLing, the calling, how that's going to be going. I think as well something to take into consideration here, Baby Bay, is that when we're looking at BBL particularly, they don't really have every single one of their players with them. On the ground, is that a concern from like a player perspective, from like a team environment?
I mean, I definitely feel like being all next to each other is definitely like the best situation you can have. But there is the sickness buff that a lot of players talk about.
Sickness buff, okay.
Where it's like you don't have the pressure of the crowd and stuff like that. I don't agree with it, but it is like some things that people talk about.
Have you been in that situation?
I've never been in a LAN situation where I've been sick. I've been blessed, thank God. You know.
Or like any
but I
one
also
of your
haven't played a LAN in a very long time. So.
No, but it's not only the effect, like it affects both the teams that are playing in LAN and the one that is in isolation, because you know you can't help but feel guilty about that, and the situation is sadly not getting any better for BBL.
No, absolutely not. Unfortunately, 2 players down here. We have both Wenz and Alkia that are going to be playing from isolation today due to their positive COVID test, and we already spoke about that a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see how that impacts the dynamic of BBL as well. We already touched upon it, having that ability to be close to each other, being able to react together. But then you already touched upon how that might be impacting Shopify Rebellion. And I think at the end of the day, when we're looking at this, it's going to be like, you got to put your best foot forward, because if there's one thing that this matchup could be is another BO3 going all the way.
Yeah, and I could definitely see it going all the way. I don't think this is going to be a 2-0 by any means. I think when we see the map pools from both these teams, it runs really deep. But I still think that Shopify will come out victorious at the end of the day.
Wow. I was literally going to use that to pivot into the fact that, yes, they are potentially going to go all the way, but you also have to go up against Eva Kukuka because mechanically, she's cracked.
She was like, the other day, the places she was having on Sunset, I was like just stuck to this, looking at the screen, being like, is this for real? Because we're talking about all of those complications, and for her, it didn't seem to matter that much, but it's also, you know, kind of the opponent that you have in front of you. You need to think about Shopify. If you guys remember Mel from last year, every single recap that we had from Game Changers Championship last year has Mel sending out saying, what the you doing? You think you're doing? It's if she brings that kind of personality, and if she is, you know, contagious with it in the rest of her team, maybe that is something that can get to BBL's head.
Realistically, does that get into players' heads?
I don't think it will. Also, there's only 3 players to get into the heads with now.
That's like more than half the team, though.
But listen, if they're less, they have more chances of affecting them because you don't have your goals.
Yeah, because you're not strong as a unit, strong together. Well,
exactly.
Something I want to talk about on the flip side is, you know, Vanya was dominant the entire year, right? And I feel like we haven't seen the peak 100% Vanya yet, and that's the scary thing. I think for Shopify going into this is like, yeah, like Eva was popping off, going crazy.
Do you think Shopify's scared?
I think I would be watching this and I'd be like, well, if Vanya has one of those games where she's just like basically instilling everybody, it could get dicey, right? But you know, we'll see what happens. I'm sure that Shopify isn't scared, but it's something to look out for us and for the viewers. I think Vanya could have a really breakout game that she hasn't had yet.
Well, let's see what BBL's thinking about it, because we have Mika ready with Eva to see how they're feeling about the upcoming game.
Hey Eva, can we pull you for a quick interview? Okay, awesome. I just want to ask, who do you think on Shopify Rebellion poses the biggest threat to BBL? And we've got Rebecca here to help with translation.
Hoş geldin. Shopify Rebellion'a karşı oynuyorsunuz bugün. Sence orada hangi oyuncu sizin için en büyük tehdit oluşturuyor?
Bence hiçbir oyuncu bizim için tehdit oluşturmuyor. Çünkü buraya herkes hak ederek geldiğini düşünüyorum ve kendi oyunumuza güveniyorum.
I don't think anyone is a threat. Everybody came here deserving it, and yeah, we just believe in ourselves and we are confident.
Best of luck to the team. Thank you, Eva.
Confidence is key. That was something that we discussed yesterday, Kukuka, but coming into this, it feels like nothing has changed in that regards.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they just have to keep, if with the adversity that they faced yesterday, if nothing mattered in the end and they managed to get a clean win, hey, well, you just have to replicate it.
Yeah. Is that possible?
I don't know if it's possible against a team like Shopify right now, but I think that yesterday was a big wake-up call for them because they did come in very, very confident, and the fact that that last map went to such a close series or a close game, I think that that's like a wake-up call for them, and they're like, all right, like we can be very confident, but let's also be on top of our game.
So if there's a sick buff, if you have 2 players that are sick, you get double the buff.
Yeah, you
do. Is that how it works?
Yeah, you do.
Is that boy math?
You know what?
Boy math, yeah.
I don't know, it's your theory.
I'm a man, first of all.
Whoa, okay, let's talk about friendships. Who doesn't like talking about friends? Do you have friends, baby?
Oh, of course. Yeah, you guys are my friends.
Oh,
not again.
Oh, really? Because like my friendship with Breeze has ended, and now Sunset is my best friend. Because you know what, Kuka? We haven't actually seen Breeze. It's been getting banned, but Sunset be popping up on every single one of these map photos.
I mean, I actually I'm very happy with it. When Miras was here, we were talking about it off camera because I think it's very funny. It is something that definitely we will talk about in the upcoming games when we look at all the bans and all the picks that teams have been doing during the tournament. Breeze is not popular at all. Like we were thinking, hey, there's for sure someone that is going to come with Sunset as a permaban, and it looked like every single team had the same opinion and being like, it's not going to be us. It's not going to be us. We're going to be prepared for that. Or maybe everybody agrees that if Breeze was bad before, it's even worse now.
Oh!
I don't even think that's a hot take.
Hot take? Mild
I don't even think it's a hot take.
Cold.
It's pretty cold. Mild. Like honestly, like Sunset is such a fun map to play. Like I don't know, like I'm sure you guys play some ranked. It's actually like a breath of fresh air, I feel like. And yeah, Breeze had changes in it, but it still played the same-ish way, you know, with the solo Viper
I have
mainly.
PTSD. You didn't have to live through that, but I still remember every single day how Gambit used to play that map, and I can't see it.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I like just how Sunset is as a map. It seems like a lot of fun, and it's it's like people get to figure it out still. You know, people get to figure out what comps they want to run. People get to figure out if they want to run double controller or breach.
Yeah. I think that people have very strong opinions about, for example, we've been playing the same compositions on like Haven and Ascent for a very long time, and now when a new map comes out, everybody is like, oh my god, this is so bad. This is that. And it's like, how about you just give everybody some time, because you're going to be complaining for 2 years that everybody plays the same. So how about you're a little bit more supportive with somebody, play something different.
Like SMGs for Duelist Palm. Everyone and their grandma on the internet was like, no, this is never gonna work.
No joke, Lotus, best map.
Honestly,
Lotus?
bestie.
Lotus. It's a very much better version of Haven.
Ooh, okay. I feel like we're adding a couple of takes here and there. It's like, you know what?
It's better than Haven. Yeah. I agree.
Like the entrance.
Wow, you guys agree on something finally. Can you also agree on who
we
might
agree on
actually?
a lot of things.
Okay, not on
Just
this.
not
this
NA
one.
is better than EU.
No.
I'm sorry. Where's your seed one? Sorry.
Can we mute him? No, I'm joking.
Sorry.
That's actually a great thing to talk about, though.
Oh,
is
it's
that
not in the tournament
Shopify is the last NA team in this tournament now.
Yeah.
And will that have an effect on how they? Probably not. Probably won't have an effect on how they play. But they are the last NA team. It's kind of scary, bro.
The fact that Shopify Rebellion is that final NA team is really important here, because we also had a chat down with Noya to talk about how their debut here in São Paulo went and why they think that they're ready for anything that we're going to be throwing at them.
I wasn't super confident before we played EGG. I think we aren't really scared of losing, and we don't think about it because we've already experienced it during last GC and NA. And even when we did lose, we still stuck together as a team. No one got mad at each other. And I mean, now we're back and we're better. I think the reason that we played so much better than our opponents was that we had a boot camp when we got here, and we've been practicing really hard the entire time, no breaks. And it's been rough, but it's definitely paying off.
Just the ability to prioritize target like that in such a short moment is amazing. Mel will go for more. She gets her fun for once. Let's go, Mel. 3 kills.
I do see my teammates as more than just teammates. They're really close friends. Even though we're so different ages, we all share kind of the same humor. I don't know, we just enjoy spending time together. I hope I can keep putting up the numbers I did against EGG, but to me it doesn't really matter as long as we win as a team.
All right. Confidence. Are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm good.
We saw that, I'm just letting you know, we saw that. You can't just throw stuff on the ground. Yeah. It's an interesting day, but you know what? We're having an incredible game of Valorant lined up. And I think another thing to highlight as well when it comes to the stakes of this one is you win, you're up against G2 in that upper semifinal. So technically, if you win today, you're 2 series away from claiming the title.
Yeah, and it could be full EMEA. Okay, I stop. I stop now. I'm actually sad.
All right,
No,
you know what?
EG lost today.
Because you two cannot actually seem to decide, let's do this, okay? I am a chatter, okay? And I have worked so hard for my channel points. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into them, but I want to put them into one of the teams, okay? So I'm going to give you each 30 seconds to convince me that I should Gamba go.
Okay. I don't need 30 seconds, by the way. All I need is this. I don't even need to speak words about what's on here.
You have to fill up the timer.
Everybody would agree right here that this is all you need. I'm not going to say it. I'm just not going to say it. I'm just going to stare you guys. I'm going to stare you down,
for
especially.
18 seconds.
Are you guys actually going to stare?
Definitely.
You're going to stare.
Wait, do you want me to show it to you only?
No, I mean, I don't need to see.
Can we get some
now
tape?
one with this.
You are one with.
But this is all you need. Floor is the GOAT. Floor is the GOAT. I said I wasn't going to say it, but I had to.
Okay, EMEA's turn. Let's get it.
I'm going to get it. Listen, you have to be betting your channel points on BBL because it doesn't matter how many hurdles they face on the way, they will come on top. The year for them was not easy at all. A lot of things happened in Turkey and happened within the team, and they overcame every single one of them. And they are not, a one-person team. They don't care. You have Honey, you have Ale, you have LK. It doesn't matter where they are. Also, Wenz is a fellow Swiftie, so you should be supporting her. You too.
There's no way.
No, but for real, BBL has demonstrated so much during the year. They deserve this spot and fought so hard for it. Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you guys know where I'm gonna put my channel points, but instead, I will let you guys know the server, what maps we're gonna head to. So let's get it because the coaches are ready.
Selection process for SR against BBL
this match is a coin flip, okay? So whoever wins starts choosing if wants to be Team A or Team B. We're using alphabetical order, so BBL is heads, SR is tails, okay? So the front of the coin is this, heads, and this one is tails. So it's tails, SR starts choosing if wants to be Team A or Team B.
We pick Team B.
Team B, SR, so BBL, Team A. So BBL starts banning a map.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze, okay. Ban for SR.
We ban Split.
Split. First map pick for BBL.
Ascent.
Ascent, side on Ascent for SR.
Defense.
Defense. Map pick for SR.
Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven for BBL.
Defense.
Defense. Second sets of bans. We're starting with BBL, one map.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus. Last map ban for SR. We have Bind and Sunset.
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind, so the sider is Sunset. Side on Sunset for BBL.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, good luck, have fun. Yeah, for them.
Ascent, Kukuka, the first one that we're going to be heading in with a Turkish roster.
Yeah, I think that this is crazy for Shopify Rebellion, the possibility to change everything that happened last year and get into that semifinal against an old friend in G2 Gozen, and for BBL, the possibility to make that semifinal all about EMEA. But as you were saying, that first map, Ascent, I mean, there are some things that are history for Valorant, and is knowing that the first Turkish jet was seen, and then the fact that Ascent is a Turkish map. It doesn't matter where they're playing it, if it's online, if it's in land. It's heavily leaning towards BBL side.
Yeah, BBL is definitely insane on Ascent. I will say, though, that Shopify does get defense first, I believe, so that's the side you do want. You do want to start defense on Ascent. It's so oppressive. But overall in this map pool, I actually think that Shopify won this because I feel like BBL, besides for Ascent, where they're definitely a dominant team on, they kind of run these comps on Haven and Lotus that are kind of behind the meta, in my opinion. So I don't know if they'll be able to beat Shopify, really, because we saw how much that EDG struggled with playing the Breach Comp against the double controller on Haven. And then on Lotus, I think BBL, unless they switch things up, is still one of the only teams to be running a Breach Comp on that map. And I feel like it's just not in the meta right now. That being said, doesn't mean they won't win, but I think that their chances of winning are slightly lower.
So is it specifically the Breach that you think is potentially the biggest pain point for them in these two maps?
Yeah, I believe it is the Breach that's the pain point, yeah.
Well, also let's see what kind of Ascent we get, right? Because if we're talking about BBL being very dominant on this map, we know that Definite is not going to be an easy win, even if that is the case. But what is going to be our reaction if Shopify is able to replicate what they did the other day?
Yeah.
Because that is scary.
That would be actually
that
scary.
would be very, very scary. Yeah. Could also turn against them, don't get me wrong, because imagine that happens again, okay? And this is a 2-0, extremely clean. Again, we're done in 1 hour somehow. And you're G2 Gozen, what do you do?
I'd be quaking in my boots.
Yeah.
I'd be scared.
Yeah, but you know what? I think the good thing about a team like G2 is I don't think that they would be that scared because they are LAN professionals and they've done it before. They can do it again, right? But we're focused on these players right here, right now, and And I don't know. This is gonna be interesting. I think pistol round is gonna be really pivotal for BBL right now. I think they need to start off strong, and if they can win this map and maybe frustrate the likes of Shopify, maybe that's their way into winning further down the road.
And talking about replicating, just because BBL was able to win, you know, being 4-1, now that it's 3-2, I understand how they can get it. That can get into their
Yeah,
hands.
with the Prime Gaming agents select ready, we can further dissect some of these comps that we're going to be looking at Ascent. And considering they're basically identical, it's going to be, again, here, Baby Bay, a showcase of how can you utilize your composition to your own strengths.
Yeah, nothing special here. This is the standard Ascent comps, but like we were talking about, BBL just seems to be able to really engage Alkia into getting these like early on kills or the early first bloods, and then you have Vanya, who's this amazing duelist as well on the Omen. And if Eva is popping off the way that she has been in the previous series, Sova can be really impressive on a map like this.
Hear me out. You're looking at that. I'm looking at the Alexis versus Felipa. I think that especially in the game that we just saw between Crew and EDG, I think that the impact that KO was having on the map was brilliant. So I'm looking at that head-to-head.
All right, we're going to be looking at a head-to-head of some of the most amazing players that we've seen so far. And you know who else better to cast this banger of a matchup than Vansilian Potter? So let them take it away.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. And yeah, Potter, it seems as though every time we've casted so far here on the stage of the Game Changers, I've been saying that it's going to be banger games, but this is really a true banger now between these two teams. I mean, we're playing the best maps for both BBL and for Shopify Rebellion. I hope that we're going to see a 3-map series here.
I think we should, Vans. I think we absolutely should. You mentioned it, map 1 Ascent. This is absolutely a comfort pick for, I think, 99.9% of Valorant players out there. We're coming up to year 3. Absolutely. I mean, this is a map that everyone feels comfortable on. I think the approach, generally speaking, is pretty much the same. So I think both squads, they're absolutely going to be prepared for what's about to come. And this is really the perfect map to see, I think, whose game plans, how many layers each team has, the mid-rounding decisions. Ascent is one of those maps where you can clearly see the communications coming through from individuals. So I'm excited, Vans.
I think the reason why we're thinking that the mid-rounding is going to be so great is because you have such a good roster between BBL and Shopify Rebellion. What Vanya could call, what Mel could call, and the players that could actually clutch in those big situations. See some good plays coming out from Eva yesterday, but if she's not going to be stepping up to the plate, someone else will. And I'm pretty sure Shopify Rebellion is in the same boat, right? Fluorescent, yes, dropped a crap load of numbers in terms of ACS in her game the other day, but if not, Noya also had great numbers too. So you're going head-to-head. I mean, the desk probably could have had every single player head-to-head. It'll be kind of even.
Yeah, and that's what makes this game so exciting coming up for sure. I mean, let's talk about Fluorescent a little bit. You know, that sign that Baby Bay had, Floor Goat, as it should be, right? Listen, that first map, that first series that she debuted in, there was a couple of missed shots, a couple of whiffs with that operator. I think she even tweeted it out, but she was consistently in the right place at the right time and missing those shots. So I think that means a lot, especially for a young player like her. Debut on this international stage, that was a warm-up map for sure for a player like Floor. So I think coming in, just got to double down, gain confidence, and listen, I slowed down those op shots on the replays later when I went back to the hotel room at like 0.25. Those were spot on. So Floor, you're doing good. You're doing good. Keep it up.
And even if you're missing shots, but you're still putting 400 ACS, I mean, you're in a good spot for sure for a star player here in Shopify Rebellion. But on the other end, BBL, they're still going with a lot of obstacles here, right? We presented this roster with their first time coming onto the international stage, not having that experience, building some great chemistry online, but that was going to get tested right here at the GCC. They come in onto the stage with missing one player in Alkia, and this time 2 players in Alkia and Wentz. But at the same time, maybe it could kind of be a buff too, right? Because now you're playing in an area isolated where you can get some better game sounds and whatnot too, versus a very loud crowd here at the CBLOL Arena. So I think this is going to be a very, very tough game to still play for Shopify Rebellion, despite them having a speed run against CDG before. I know that this is going to be much closer.
It should be, and I'm looking right at Vanya, right? I mean, just that opening map that she had, it was incredible. We consistently talked about the fact that the controllers were the stars of that match, right? And that's not something we talk about often, but Vanya absolutely has what it takes to deliver here today, and that's exactly what we're expecting. She's gonna lead by example, and that's what she does best. So I'm expecting her to bring her A game here.
That brings some thoughts in the games that they had on Sunset before. Vanya could be at one spot to the next while being isolated, while being pushed in, and still get 2 or 3 picks, being an anchored player on the defense. So that is definitely going to be an intriguing one to look out for. And if it's going to be probably part of the strategy to really try to isolate Vanya too. But if not, Eva, solo player, so many clutches that she's had yesterday. I think she had like 5 clutches at least. One of them being a 4 versus 1, having a highlight reel. There was a lot of sky differences going in from BBL's matches. I don't know, I'm just excited for this one to start. But as you could tell here, chat over at Twitch, there's a little bit of a wait going on here with, unfortunately, a little bit of technical difficulties that we'll solve very soon, and we'll get into it as soon as we can. But Ascent is on the cards. Coming up is going to be Haven after that, and if we need that third map, it will be Sunset. So let's take the time a little bit to talk about Haven then for Shopify Rebellion. They were just really happy to play Haven when we can, and when it's in that map rotation, they're going to take it any day.
Yeah, exactly. If you're Shopify, you're looking at map 1. If you're able to solidify this, you are feeling so confident going into map 2. But it looks like, Vans, your wish is my command. I'll bring the game over to you. It's BBL versus Shopify. I think we're heading right into the server here.
100%.
Oh, no. I got baited.
Yeah, we got juked. We got definitely juked. But if not, we could always continue the Pots and Vans podcast here. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. But yes, so Shopify Rebellion, I love the interview that Noya gave towards the end as well. And also you're trying to look at this head-to-head. If it's going to continue with the storyline, if Shopify Rebellion will continue to be as good as we know them to be here in the North American scene, and how they've proven themselves in their debut matches here at the GCC on the stage, this is a possible Shopify Rebellion versus G2. And G2 on that end has also had a great run so far, reworked their comps, reworked their maps, and now the map pool is quite deep for both of these teams. I actually want to go back here to BBL as well. The question is yes, Ginny was mentioning on the desk that it is Ascent is Turkey's map, but at the same time, is their map pool as deep? I like to say yes, because they've proven some great strategies on Sunset when it's the first time that they brought it here on the main stage.
Yeah, I think that they are a team that has those layers. You know, the desk also touched on the fact that this is a squad that lives together. They have a home together. They are full all-in committed to progressing and developing in Valorant, and it's been an incredible year for this squad. So certainly, I feel like both of these squads, which is so weird, they're both coming into this stage match with a chip on their shoulder. They both want to prove themselves. For SR and for Mel's side of the table, they don't want to choke this time around. And for BBL, I mean, they've got to prove their worth for the international stage and let everyone know why EMEA are such big fans of this squad.
100%. And with them living together and working together, I mean, even if you're looking back at how they were so good in that season for 2023, they went through some small roster changes just before the Game Changers started towards the stage 2. But they brought in some excellent firepower, and they're doing quite well together. But on the other end too, you talk about some players living together, but for Shopify Rebellion, maybe they don't live together, but they've been boot camping for like the last week out here in Brazil. So having a chance to talk to Effie's before they walked on the stage, he was talking about, hey, we're actually accustomed to the time zones. The time differences is not too bad. It's only a few hours if you're in from the East Coast boot camping in Toronto versus the 2 hour behind here, or 2 hour ahead here rather, in Brazil. They've been comfortable with that, and they've been getting used to the ping, getting used to the scenery, and they're just ready to go.
Yeah, ready to go indeed for sure. Hopefully we will be ready as well to hop in that server, but yeah, I think the jet lag issue, and that's such a weird one. I don't know if chat and the folks at home are completely aware of it, but it's like a 12-hour flight, but only a 3-hour difference.
That's true. A 12-hour
2 hours
flight.
if you're East Coast.
Yeah, and I actually flew in from Turkey straight to here, and that was a 14-hour flight. If you're flying in from Montreal, it's like a 10 to 12-hour flight, so it is quite long. So despite having the time differences, having that way down in such a long flight could actually drain you when you're actually moving through, because, I mean, being on a plane that long, it's not easy to really come out in full strength and really in shape. So it's nice that they came earlier on. Big support from Shopify Rebellion. What do you mean? Are you laughing at me because you're talking about shape and Mel's the ones
Vans.
that's gymming every day?
I'm laughing at you, Vans, and I'm laughing at Mel for sure as well. Alexis, marry me. I love that. This crowd, I mean, we kept highlighting the energy in the crowd in here, but we're learning so many cool things about this Brazilian community. There's even a private little WhatsApp chat group where they're bringing and collecting all of their friends and coming up here. It's such a great energy in this stadium right now.
You just saw the shot of Alexis, and I'm actually quite a big fan of Alexis walking on the stage last year in Berlin, cracking her knuckles and getting ready to play. Yesterday when she played her game going into round 2, showing that, you know, an assertive dominance that this server is ours, this competition, this tournament is ours as well. And I also like here, Sarah, that you're currently seeing right now, has been a great initiator throughout the North American scene for the Game Changers, and getting picked up here by Shopify Rebellion, it works out quite well. Flora the Goat indeed agreeing with Baby Bay. And now we don't have to wait too much longer. Chat, we're finally about to get ready to go in the server to start this best of 3. Who will be the team that will face off against G2 in the upper finals? Will it be BBL or will it be Shopify Rebellion? It's about to start right now on Ascent.
On Ascent indeed, we're going straight into things here, and BBL are starting on the attack side. Only 4 seconds left in the freeze time here, and you can see all members are very grouped towards this A main. Jet, Alkia, it seems like she wants to get a lurk timing on this short A. She dashes, the speed, it's on.
They want to go very quickly, and Alkia gets it first blood. Catching one off guard, but Sarah turns around just on time, so that's going to stop that push coming in from the A main because of the smoke and the utility from SR that held it down. But BBL looking to re-execute right away. Contact first hell, and it's beautiful for Shopify Rebellion. Instantly, all of BBL falls, and Shopify put their foot down.
What a response coming out for Shopify. What a read. The utility was a little bit jumbled for BBL. That paranoia coming out with the nerf, it seemed a little bit slow in tandem with that dart, but man, Alkia was so explosive towards this short A. I think if BBL sped it up in A main a little bit faster, this would have looked like a different round, but Shopify react and they respond.
If Sarah also wasn't able to react on time for that flick, for that pick, that could have been bad news bears for sure there for
Such a
Shopify.
nice shot too.
Definitely. So an equal full classics coming through on the attack. They will move very quickly to fight towards the A main. Just trading off a couple of shots left and right, but it's still the advantage for Shopify to start. Fluorescent, the scope in doesn't work, but it will scope well.
Those are confidence angles. Those are confidence angles. You know, I always get a little nervous, Vans, when you put yourself in close range fights on an anti-eco, but Shopify Rebellion had the correct flashes, had the correct backup, and they want to highlight Fluorescent. They want to get her going with an early Marshall. Beautiful control, and these are the kind of clean anti-ecos you want, especially if you're the team that thinks you've got the edge. If you're the team that thinks you're fundamentally stronger, you've got to show it. And so far, Shopify, at least in that anti-eco, was clean.
The ping start early for BBL to try to look and be careful of any type of shark attack that's coming towards middle. Look at their positioning, playing all the way back, trying to avoid the silver utility at the same time. So Shopify Rebellion, very happy with that. You see, they're not really moving here, Potter. They just want to play the clock in their favor in their bonus round.
Yeah, they don't want to allow Floor to find any deep lines. You saw a lot of spamming through that smoke as well. This drone should allow BBL to control this A main. Now, with this amount of control, B main and A main, the mid rounding here, once they take care of this alarm bot in mid, the sky is the limit here for BBL.
Yeah, you talked about how important that mid rounding is going to be. So only a single Owl drone contains that A main. They can work a little bit more towards this B side. Now the counter Owl drone coming out from Sarah gets the information on alert. There is that commitment for that mid control that you talked about.
Alarm bot will be taken out. Only 45 seconds left. Still strong side is towards A for Shopify, but they're quickly on the rotate. This is a full commit B split.
Recon Dart already ready on the top of the site. Looking for wall bangs if they can, but Alkia is just pushing forward towards the lane. Crossfire set up, double push in.
Wow.
Nice CDS coming out from Sarah. A second and third two to drop the spike. Fluorescent capitalizing on the fourth, and Felipe is alone, and Fluorescent is still there to stop her as well.
Sarah looked so calm. That didn't even seem like it was a bulldog because those kills came out so damn fast, but crispy as ever, and that was as easy as can be if you're Shopify. I mean, all of your crossfires, it held strong, it held true. And if you're BBL, you're wondering, Did we go too fast after we took care of that alarm bot? Did we not have enough control? But it was just Shopify with that early rotate.
You're absolutely right. It looks so easy. The smoke was thrown towards the back of the site for BBL, but where was Whistle the utility, right? The flashes to really isolate the players, in fact, suffocate them. We'll hold that thought.
Oh, wow.
Trying to go for an attempt to be aggressive towards a main. Mel gets picked off, but not before she picks up her own the duelist for Alkia onto BBL's side.
And Alkia does get Vanya a kill and a weapon as well, so that should be huge. These are some good trades coming up for BBL. They're happy, they're satisfied with this. 2 weapons collected and still a drone on the back of Ava here.
Spike has been dropped early in this round by BBL, so it has to be recuperated by both Vanya and Eva.
Yeah, but right now, Shopify, they don't know. They don't know, and Moya wants more information. She gets caught out, and now it's just Alexis all alone, all the way on the other side of the map. But look at this, fans. This timing, this is going to be interesting. Pretty soon, Alexis is going to get all the sound cues she needs.
Unless they hear her. And with that knife, now they definitely know. She's playing towards the garden, and Alexis did hear and saw the recon. Now here's the TP, so the commitments towards the B side for BBL. Looks like they're going to double up in there on the post plant.
Should be able to get the spike down, and Vanya's got a new smoke coming up here in 4 seconds. Probably going to throw some sort of a one-way down towards these stairs, so both players can really just focus towards that lane. It's going to make this difficult, really difficult for Alexis.
Just as you called it, at the same time, Alexis was pulling back just to avoid the L-drone, given that time for that smoke to go out. So now both jump peeking. Alexis just waiting patiently. Here's both of the jumps. With the second knife, they did count for that one, and it works out to be a beautiful trade in the end. Vanya allows BBL to get the Mastercard Thrifty.
What a round to do it as well. Shopify are feeling pretty salty about that one, especially with how clean and dominant those first 3 rounds were. But for BBL to come and stop all the bleeding here on an eco, what a momentum change coming into this 5th round.
That was confidence right there as well from BBL, not waiting for the drop. They knew exactly that from that one-way smoke, that clock ticking down, that we would be rotating across here for the defenders on that lane, yet they still wanted to swing out. But the bonus round was still pretty decent here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Mel feeling a lot of pressure right now. I think that Omen ult going off. Well, that was help from Mel. Vanya's already in the back of sight right now. So much confusion on the side of Shopify's side.
The drop comes in, almost caught with utility in her hands, but Noya will finally drop her down. Here's a Hunter's Fury just to stop the attackers from committing within the B side. Offshot missed, but the Hunter's Fury unfortunately could not connect from Sarah. As that will force BBL to rotate, pivot back towards the A site where it's currently open.
Yeah, they're going to beat the defenders 100%. Going to make it into the A site first here. Should be able to set up in a post, and Ava's got everything she needs to win this round.
Dropping right away from Generator. They just want to make sure that they clear towards the site. The Recon Dart did its job in itself just to clear out towards Heaven. Even a deeper clear with the L-drone. And for Shopify Rebellion, they were just waiting for the spike to get planted. They couldn't really hear the audio until they now start committing into different angles around the A site.
Yeah, and right now Killjoy Wens has that turret up, so it's going to stop Mel's flank completely short here. Shopify, they're just trying to constrict. If they get a pick somehow, some way, there is a chance.
That was an important turret to place, because it looks like Eva wants to set up to play the Hunter's Fury as a desperate measure.
Oh, no.
Here comes the closing in from Shopify Rebellion. Drop down from Fluorescent, low HP, but still connects onto Alkia. Now there's that Hunter's Fury. They know exactly that it's coming from Wine. The push comes across. Beautiful position from Wentz to protect her teammate. Dropping Sarah as well. There's not going to be any time, and BBL will get the second one.
What a clutch, what a round, and those mid-round decisions that we talked about at the start of this game is exactly what we saw here in this post. But man, what heroic efforts coming out for Sarah. Gotta give her credit, gotta give her kudos. She just stepped right back onto that spike as that Hunter Fury is coming her way to try to get half. Doing what you gotta do, but BBL, strong posts here. And again, it started off with such a confusing round, right? Vanya just ripping that Omen ult right at the start, knows that that backside B is weak. And that just throws everything out of works. It even made Mel start throwing all her blinds towards A early. So good pressure coming out here for BBL.
Yeah, BBL's doing a good job addressing this split from the A to B side, creating these confusions round after round. And finally starting to get a little bit more of the understanding of where Shopify Rebellions are currently placing themselves. But looking at SR this time around, they want to focus a more passive play. Fluorescent went from B to A, trying to spot across towards mid.
Deploying drone.
And BBL continues to play the mind games. There's this Aldro cut up towards the A side, but everybody's still working towards mid.
Yeah, that's a good tuck from Floor, not giving any sort of line of sights, not letting them know that the op is posted on the line. And with Ava without that drone, should allow Fluorescent some opportunities here. BBL's already taken care of this alarm bot about 15 seconds ago, so they're keeping Shopify guessing right now.
That's a big knife, because that actually hit Vanya, so she can't really throw anything to try to help her teammates who are trying to sell this fake towards the B. And here's Alexis playing close. Nice molly on the ground. That's going to split the attack just for a couple of seconds here. Give a chance for players to rotate across. Here's the commitment and a beautiful double stack on towards 3. And a prime giving flawless on top of that from Fluorescent. We're staying cool for Shopify.
Cool for sure, and that's the power of Sova. You know, you saw Sarah and Noya, you talked about it, both these players really focusing towards that spawn, trying to get as deep lines as they can. And Shopify, they knew the whole time. They had all the reads. Alexis was not rotating at all, holding strong on this crossfire at A. And man, those shots are so clean coming out here for Floor.
And that will cause the first timeout out from BBL to try to refocus what they could do here. I mean, if I'm looking at this from my perspective, it looked like they were working the map quite well and already getting a couple of rounds here, making it very close when you're playing your attack side first. I'm actually quite surprised.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You know, even that last round, the way that Alkia was up in middle in that market, taking care of that Killjoy turret in B main, that bake was incredible. I think though if BBL actually send Alkia in to actually try to punish and find a pick, maybe provide a little bit more util, actually throw the smoke in spawn, that would really make Shopify bite a little bit harder. By the time BBL made it towards that A, it was still strong side. There was still 3 defenders over towards there. So I think BBL, like you said, Vans, they are working the map, they are dissecting it right now, but they've got to find picks in the process of getting that map control.
You're talking about that, trying to utilize the utility a little bit more to stick together as they have more of a broken buy this time around, buying around the Blade Storm available from Alkia. So will they try to do something very quickly for some mid control this time around? We'll find out when the barriers come up.
I think last time, and even for the last 2 rounds, Alkia has had so much freedom in mid. I wouldn't be surprised if she really speeds things up. Uncharacteristic mist for Fluorescent there. This should be a lot of noise, a lot of tells.
Breaking a door instantly. It looks like Shopify, they were looking to read that. 3 players are playing inside this B site. BBL's pushing up towards spawn as the swing comes out. There is that first pick. And Noya's going to give the information that so many players are close. There's that shorty. Support from Sarah with the wall bang. There's only Wentz left. Guardian, 12 HP, 3 versus 1, has a lockdown to work with, but the spike's down out in the open, up towards the spawn, where Fluorescent is currently still waiting. Picking up here this Bulldog, just trying to get that pick. Players are slowly closing in towards the market. Wentz was trying to go for that 1v1 against Mel, but she gets dominated there.
So quick, and Fluorescent is just so mobile. I mean, those flying shorty kills, what can you do? What can you really do? I mean, Fluorescent is so mechanically gifted, and she's decisive. When she wants those kills, she knows exactly how to get them.
Almost got the second one too, that was crazy.
Yeah, and the fact that she's got help, she's got backup just immediately, no matter what. Exactly what you want when you're on the defense side here for Shopify, and the ultimates coming online right as you need them.
And the ultimates being used right away. They'll come in out towards this B main.
I like this change of pace.
But Floor stuck within the site with the op. And while she's being suppressed, but an ult command just has to land the shots. There's that first one, gets instantly traded out, got the 1-for-1. It's the best that you could do under that scenario.
Yeah, but look at this. Noya is on the flank. They flip the map. Killjoy ultimate in tow. This is going to be, I mean, BBL, they've got to make a plan to exit right now.
Sarah's holding in towards the spawn as well. Mel's just going to try to isolate them. Flashes are being thrown. She has a paranoia, not allowing players to push through. And as they're running back towards the spot, that Sarah's just greeting everybody there. What a retake coming out from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and that was planned all along, right?
Yes.
I mean, they just left Fluorescent to her own devices. They trusted, hey, listen, you get your 1. If you get 2, that's a nice little bonus for us. It doesn't matter. Either way for us, we're going to retake B site no matter what. So beautiful start, even better finish for Shopify here.
You want that under the pressure of 5 players really splitting the site against you to still get 1. Having the reaction time, reposition to a spot where you're not going to get too much pressure from the staircase. It starts off quite well.
Oh, Mel's getting hyped up, Vans. She's getting hyped up. Getting invested into this one, as she should be. And BBL, these last couple of rounds, like we mentioned, they've been getting that mid control. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But on the way, they need to be able to find some kills, maybe insert somebody towards this short A, and that's exactly what they're doing this time. Ava finding some ground towards this pop dog area. Once they get contacted mid, that might open something up for Ava. Maybe she's able to punish someone coming sniffing. I don't think Ava's gonna go first. Oh, well, she is going first.
Thankfully, Alexis is just waiting with the fragment. So spots her opponent, slows it down for a bit. That forces the yellow drone a little bit earlier than that 1-minute mark, and it doesn't really clear too much.
Yeah, BBL really want to send some sort of misdirection here. They're only sending Ava to try to bait out more utility, and her teammates, they're regrouping with. I think a little bit of indecisiveness coming through here for BBL.
Especially when you have the null command coming out. You can't really capitalize on that smoke that was thrown towards a tree. So with 40 seconds left, BBL are rotating back towards the market and are just looking to potentially flood out through the market. But there's still time to work with. They're holding out towards the pizza for now. Even smoking towards the spawn. Are they going to pinch towards the garden? Flashes to hold him down for a bit. There's the cavalry. The crossfire is now currently set up. Nice smoke coming out though, and Sarah's getting picks on the other end of these smokes. Alexis repositioned herself. 2 easy ones right there. And there's nothing really that BBL could do now with the Lorelei that they had, of course. Vanya only with the Sheriff. And Alexis puts 3 in the round.
Ice cold for Alexis, and an immediate response as well with just a simple, nice right-click flash. BBL, they've got to change something up here. The bleeding, they've got to stop it. Perhaps it's about time for that timeout to come through, or because they've got 2 ultimates to work with, we'll see if Vanya is able to have some sort of quick play once again. The last time around, it was towards that backside B. You could see that the entire team is very much grouped towards that outside B. So maybe as her teammates get contact, Vanya's just going to rip that ult.
At the same time, Sarah's playing within the site. Hunter's Fury in hand, or potentially even a recon dart. Starts with the Odin, though, that gets some contact. Defa's already so low on HP. Recon being thrown. Shock darts, too. There's that first to try to do some damage.
The combos of the utility, they didn't do it, though. They don't have enough.
So now you kind of have to fall back for a bit, trying to find the right timing to find Solus. As Alkio is trying to get that spray through the smoke. Elise committed now. The TP goes within the sights at the staircase. Here's our Hunter's Fury to answer right back from Sarah. Does not connect into anything yet.
Yeah, and I like where BBL actually planted the spike. It's a very non-traditional spot. I think they're going to try to allow Ava to go for a spam play that Hunter's Fury in this post. Oh, Philippa, that tag is going to hurt so much.
Especially with that recon. Mel gets that pick up to Philippa, even drops it, and Alki also falls. Not a real opportunity for Eva to be in a great position to use that Hunter's Fury. 5 players swarming inside the side of B, and there's only 1 left. And definitely on a 5 versus 1, you don't want to pull out that Hunter's Fury. Just going to pack the stats. Eva gets 1, but Shopify get 8 points.
Yeah, and this is just a dominant defense side here for Shopify so far. I mean, we talked about the fact that they're okay with retaking. They're okay with leaving one of their players on their own devices because they've got the protocols to be able to back it up. The utility right now is looking perfect. The teamwork, everyone peaking at the right time. Shopify are playing beautiful Valorant right now. On BBL's side of things, we mentioned it last round, Ava's got that Hunter's Fury still in tow. It'd be nice to see if she can open up with something here. Create some sort of pressure to open up a lane for Alkia. And again, they're repeating pistol round.
Yep, pistol round. Paranoia came out towards main, but Fluorescent was ready there with that operator. Gets instantly Elisa trade out on the other end towards the A main. So that's the op. should I say, Mel falling down. Diomp still present towards tree. BBL just looking to reset for a bit. Upgrading a weapon here. So trying to find something to work with as they have this lower buy.
Yeah, and remember the only one round out of the two that BBL had was on a low buy just like this one. Ava is able to collect that Phantom like you said. I like that they're leaving Wenz. I think Wenz is gonna try to get contact a little bit earlier before these B players do. Or they could double back up to Cat and meet up with Wenz. We'll see how this contact goes.
Definitely so many options. Depends on what happens right here. Noyo's the one that's going to get tested towards the market. 3 players of BBL just holding, jumping, trying to create that ruckus. You can see there's no commitment there, so they are definitely going to try to come back on a split. But unfortunately for SR, or for them, nobody from SR is moving up from A.
Yeah, BBL doing their damnedest to sell fakes with just sound cues, but Shopify too much experience, too much information to bite on something like that. Floor has so much vision.
Nice jump for the bait, pushing through now. Fluorescent's under pressure, but Alexis still holding the site. No way here for the players of BBL to move in for a plant. Shopify Rebellion, this whole half, they've been so happy of just holding the sites, pretending to allow BBL to have all this control towards mid and shuts them down every time.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Shopify, you're feeling real good right now because, like you said, not only are they playing to their strengths, but so far they've had to just play standard, really. I mean, a few protocols here and there in their retakes, but really most of these rounds have been pretty standard for Shopify, and they've been dominant. So don't gotta fix anything that ain't broke if you're Shopify.
The fans are loud here for Shopify Rebellion. Alkia finally won maybe of these first executes where they're not really contested towards main. A little bit of a miss from now Cloudburst, but thankfully nobody was there from Shopify Rebellion. They wanted to play a more passive retake out towards the EMEA, but Wenz fell.
Yeah, she fell and she didn't even see an enemy. Just got spammed down through that smoke. Doesn't even get to shoot a single bullet. Unfortunate, Alkia almost able to equalize things, but right now, once again, Shopify feeling pretty comfortable, slowly constricting in this retake. What a blind.
Hunter's Fury is available for everyone. Pulse plan, utility's too good for Shopify Rebellion. Vanya instantly becomes the last player standing in close range. Mel, Omen on Omen action. IGL diff. What a shot from Mel. The defuse comes in and Shopify Rebellion, they end the half 10-2.
Almost a classic Vanya play to end things off. Almost crossed that finish line, but Shopify dominating from start to finish in this half.
That was so nice and really well done here by Shopify Rebellion on the retakes. You talked about those protocols there that didn't need to be tested too much by Shopify Rebellion, but when they do, that's the type of action you see. But I love all these trades that happen to keep this pretty close. But with that, earlier, we spoke with Eva about BBL's run so far and their matchup versus Shopify. So let's check it out.
Şu an güzel hissediyorum ve umarım diğer maçları da kazanacağımızı düşünüyorum. Çok iddialı bir şekilde ilerliyoruz ve buraya şampiyon olmaya geldik. İkinci map 9-3 bitmesine rağmen birazcık pasife çekildik. Neden hiçbir fikrim yok ama galiba o arenanın heyecanından dolayı birazcık pasife çekildik ama sonunu güzel bitirdik ve güzel sonuçlar aldık.
Holds it down. Michaela holding the other angle. That high-low is still too good. And the crossfire even more beautiful for Crew Esports. And that only leaves one more. Oh, what a flick from Eva! It's a 1 versus 1 on that spike. Sticking it halfway. Goes up for the swing. And lands that shot as well.
Aslında bence Shopify çok iddialı bir takım. G2 gibi. Onları da ben finalde görüyorum. Ama bence bu kadar iddiaları çok çabuk sönecek gibi geliyor bana. Ve yarın biz kazanacağız gibi geliyor. Ve finalde yine G2 ile oynayacağız bence.
And with that, coming back from it, BBL still showing a lot of confidence. You know, when they played against their opening matchup, they did quite well. They came in, proved to the world that they're ready to play here on the grand stage. But unfortunately here, as the first half we just witnessed now in Ascent versus Shopify Rebellion, it's been very one-sided to a point where Shopify Rebellion, all they had to do was just sit and wait for them to come through.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, this is where that confidence, it has to stay strong. It has to shine through in moments just like this. It's exactly how you said it. Vanya, I mean, look at these ladies on the side of BBL. From the moment they walked through these doors, they had stern faces. They knew exactly what kind of business they wanted to achieve here. And this is it, going into the second half of Ascente. Attack side now, or defense, I mean, this is where you make your stand.
We're playing Valorante on Ascente. And this time BBL on the defense. A chance for them to come back where, you know, when you're looking at this overplayed map right now of Ascent, where the basics could still pull you through, you hope that the defensive half now for BBL, they can make this comeback. And it starts off with a knife to get some information towards main. All of Shopify are grouped up there.
Yeah, Floor, she was able to make that silent jump. BBL didn't hear anything, but she catches that paranoia.
They really just want to try to push through and play the contact for BBL, but got denied right away. Shopify was ready the whole time over, but Vanya is holding within the smoke. What a flick coming out from Fluorescent. Out within the site now, 5 versus 2. Eva and Wentz, at least Eva is there. Connects on the first wallbang onto Fluorescent and comes out with 10 HP. It's going to be very difficult for the last 2 players to try to clutch this back now for BBL. Shock darts 2 to land right at the feet of Eva. And Wentz, it's all up to you. Isolated against 4 players now of Shopify Rebellion, upgrading to the Sheriff. As she swings out, Mel and everybody else was just waiting here from different angles. And that's a convincing second pistol there for Shopify.
So convincing. And, you know, I was ready to kind of give criticisms to Shopify, the fact that Fluorescent just jumped into that smoke by herself here on her own. But hey, if you're a Zoomer and you got aim like Fluorescent and you know your teammates are going to back you up at a split of a second, you get confidence. So Fluorescent is absolutely rewarded for that.
So bad.
But it was close. BBL, I mean, they had the right read and they were in the right place. That paranoia went out.
Speaking of paranoia, it's going out.
Boy.
Shark attack coming out for a BBL. And Fluorescent's just ready once again. Avenging her teammates, drop in a second. Now the shark attack, they can't really do much with it. Now all separated. Fluorescent still wants to continue to chase some kills and build up this Bladestorm ASAP. Vanya getting a timing, catching a timing. Unfortunately, it's a classic versus everything else. That's 2 dinks that she brought in. Unfortunately, no picks. But that's going to soften some players, at least for Eva with the Sheriff. Maybe she could work some magic.
Hey, if the scoreline wasn't 11-2, that's a good anti-eco. That's a good eco. You say, hey, good damage, guys. We did some money damage. Yep. Great eco, squad. Let's go. Let's win this gun round. Right. So if you're a BBL, that's the kind of comms that you are definitely telling each other here.
Unfortunately, it becomes copium this time around as Shopify Rebellion are at map point. It's been one-sided from the beginning to the end. And even looking at it, thankfully, with whatever that they bought, the Sheriffs, the lower buys, they could still come out with something of a decent buy, right? Couple of Vandals, couple of Phantoms, 1 Judge, small shields, not too much utility, right? We're missing a flash coming out from Felipa.
Yeah, but just like on Pistol, BBL, they've got the right read. They've got strong side towards B, another paranoia in tow. We'll see if they can actually get the frags this time on this B hold.
It's a contact from the turret first. Shock darts close. Sarah gets the first blood, but Felipa is there at the staircase. That 3-player stack is now 2 players left, but in a great spot to swing out to surprise some players. But the trades are just always so good for Shopify. Drilled from A to Z. Off angle, Vanya using her own smoke as a little one-way and gets that pick on Tanoia. They'll anchor down the B site. That actually even pulls out Shopify Rebellion towards the A site.
Yeah, but Alexis was already lurking for so long. She's got so much ground. This kind of timing is really going to pull BBL out for the works here. Depending on how deep Alexis goes, will make this post plant even easier for Shopify. Ava, she seems to be aware. This 1v1 is going to be everything for BBL.
And Mel, despite her having smokes, didn't want to smoke towards the main. She didn't want to give a chance here for BBL to get that earlier read. So the gamble pays off. The plant will come in towards the A site. That important 1v1 will happen.
Spike planted.
Eva's the one that's going to try to push through first and also waiting for her teammates. So this is actually great discipline from BBL, but Alexis still gets the first pick. Both players now low on HP. The knife gets destroyed right away, but they're setting up the crossfire.
Yeah, and those communications should be coming through for the BBL side, that both players are barely limping. You can see Alkia is picking up the speed.
Enemy remaining.
It was a nice attempt. The backstab coming through. I love this so far. Alexis behind 2. There's that first pick. Oh, they get stopped by Vanya as BBL manages to stay alive.
good clutch, great clutch coming through for BBL. We talked about it in the beginning of the round. That was a great read coming through here for Vanya. Had that paranoia, ready to go, ready to react, and is able to fully catch 3 players in that lane. So beautiful duelist type styles coming out for BBL side, and that's exactly what you want if you're Vanya.
And that smoke that was thrown by Alexis, I love it how he kind of threw BBL towards the loop, thinking that, oh, we're throwing one way here, so they're playing towards A main. Somebody's going to have to stick onto the spike, somebody's going to swing. So both players were focused towards that A main site. But thankfully for BBL, they had a 2 versus 1, and Alexis was also low. So they're able to manage to fight another round with a lot of aggression towards middle. A walk down here towards the area, and they're just looking to cancel out potentially a recon dart. But if the recon is going towards the spawn of CT.
What a molly, what a nade, and that timing. Alexis completely wiping out Vanya. This should be a free plant.
Yeah, everybody else is still stuck on rotates from the spawn. Door just got broken by Alkia, and the other 3 are going to try to funnel through the smoke. Recon dart coming within the sight. It's been waited on. Actually, it missed, so it gets a ping on a lot of information. An opportunity for BBL to capitalize on the information they just got. It turns out to be a 1-for-1, and unfortunately, Alkia can get that pick onto Noya. It becomes easy like that as Shopify Rebellion take the first map, 13-3.
Clean as hell, Vans. If you're Shopify here, you are absolutely satisfied. Setting the tone in this series, and they're looking confident as hell.
And with that, we're going to step away from the first map, but up next, Janiro and the analyst desk will break down map number 1 of the set.
standing here right now with Effie's from Shopify Rebellion. Effie's, even after a dominant map win like that, what do you tell your team in order for them not to feel like overconfident and come in fresh for map 2?
Honestly, this is a scenario that we're kind of used to because in North America, a lot of our games are like this and our players are very humble. So I'm just going to go out there and like tell them like, listen, there's only one map. It doesn't mean anything. Next one is like fresh starts and BBL is a great team. So like they'll know that they have to stay humble and like keep grinding for the next one.
All right, we'll see if Shopify can close this out.
Not overconfident, we're staying humble, used to their wins, but something coming into this is the fact that this was BBL's map pick, and we were talking about how Ascend also happens to be the Turkish playground.
Yeah, exactly. But we also know that Shopify was going to come in pretty hard, and I think that they had amazing reads. I love the fact that we had the chance to talk a little bit with Effie's, because in so many rounds you could see that they were reading into what BBL was doing and they were reacting in the proper way. And that doesn't come only with the fact that you have good players and disciplined players on the server. That also comes with the preparation that you do before you go into the match. And I think from round 6 onwards, this was just Shopify's for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also talked about the fact that homework has been really important. Prep has been really important. You highlighted the importance of pistol rounds specifically.
Yeah, definitely. And Sarah was just an absolute freak in this entire map. Pistol round, 3K. Bonus round, 3K. These are 2 rounds that are so important for you to get a good start in a game, especially the bonus. It's just like when you lose bonus and you're attacking side on a map like Ascent, it just feels impossible to come back in the half and gain any momentum. And we already saw that BBL kind of has slow starts in their games.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we knew that we can make excuses for what they're going through and everything that, you know, is not going the way, but we cannot deny that what Shopify is doing this tournament. Like, all the rounds that they have lost, they're not even 10, and, you know, they're into their second game. So this only puts us in a position to look forward into what the rest of the team can do, because everybody is having their spot to shine.
Yeah, especially when it comes to Shopify Rebellion and how they have been shining as well. It's outshining any of the competition, and whether that is based on mechanics or whether, as you already touched upon, the fact that they just have such a good read.
Yeah. I wanted to show around is number 8. We're going to do a little bit of a illustration just because I wanted to show something that happens on a retake. As you can see right now, the game, it's only 20 seconds into the round and the spike has already been planted. Now, I want us to take a quick look into what is happening here. So Shopify is going to be using the Killjoy ult around here, and we're going to be seeing the fragment from KO from Alexis just going all the way up to the entrances. So now to the exit from CT. So right now, BBL is in a position where, yes, the spike is down, but they need to get out of the side where the rest of the players from Shopify are just going to be waiting. Mel has the paranoia ready because they know that someone can push through catwalk. So there is no way in hell that the players from BBL can get outside of the side with enough health to do anything. Just because Sarah is playing with that Phantom, the kills, they're going to be coming one by one, and they're also going to be debilitated by the fragment. Easy retake and perfect execution, because as I said, the spike was planted in the first 20 seconds of the round, and so, Shopify Rebellion already had the perfect plan to go from the beginning of the round. They already knew that if that were to happen, the plan was ready.
Yeah, it's insane. The protocol there is just a hard read. There's nothing else to say about it. They know that they're gonna leave floor on B, go crazy. If you get 1, you did your job. If you get 2, you overdid it. She gets her 1. They're already on the flank. They clear everything out. KJ Alt comes in. It was beautiful. That was a beautiful round to watch, and I'm glad that we clipped that.
Is the kind of round that you prep in like scrims, being like, okay, we're just gonna do this. Okay, Sarah, you're going to be waiting here. Alexis, you're gonna help with the fragment onto CT, and it's going to be easy. And everything worked to a T. Now, of course, this is a devastating score. A 13-3 on Ascent for BBL. I don't know what things are, you know, what the future holds for the next map.
Yeah. The future is something to look forward to, but also looking at this game, particularly from the side of BBL, Vanya Kahuga was one of those players that still was that shining light in a rather dark map.
Yeah. I think that out of the 3 rounds that they got, 2 of them were
Why are you laughing, bro?
Vanya getting like 3 or 4. but we kind of expected that, you know.
Yeah.
Vanya is going to have these moments where she shines, and this is nothing new for us. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, definitely, if things keep being this way. And I don't think that for the next map, Shopify is going to be uncomfortable at all.
Yeah, and as a little reminder, when it comes to the next map, we have Haven up next. And I think that's something that we really need to highlight here, because if anything, Baby Bay, when it comes to this map, IGLs love it.
Yeah, definitely. And Mel is great at calling on this map. We already saw it in the previous series against EDG, which is looking so far a lot like this one. And I think that it's rough right now with the amount of rounds that BBL won on the last map. I feel like they're still not even warmed up. And I think that's going to be rough going into this map, especially because they are on defense side. I'm pretty sure Shopify is starting on attack again, so they're still able to set the pace. And it's going to be rough on a map like this against the double controller, where they can really feint where they're going and really outplay you with contact.
So do you think it would be a good idea for BBL to just go on the aggression, just go in full Turkish style and just trying to hit the shots, maybe disrupting a little bit the plans? Or do you think that's something that Shopify is going to read in very early in the game?
So I think that this is all planned from Shopify. The fact that they got attack on this side, I think it's beneficial to them, because the double controller comp that you play on this map on Haven, it kind of makes it so you can't play aggressive against it. Like, you can really check the opponent. Now, like I said in the previous series, you still have to go for those plays where you try to make plays and try to get early kills on the defense side, but against the comp like this, especially with that A wall that just cuts off all of A lobby and goes into short, it's tough to get any type of action in A lobby, and you kind of have to gamble. Oh, is somebody walking behind this wall right now? Oh, like, do I use a breach stun and then peek with it? What if nobody's there, and then all of a sudden the entire Shopify is on C? It's such a mind game comp, and it's tough to play against with the breach.
Yeah, mind games being also something that we've seen specifically on Ascent. And of course, the mental from the side of BBL is something that we're going to have to look into. So we have an interview ready as well with the coach, Maseka. So let's head over and see what they have to say.
I'm here right now with Maseka of BBL and Rebecca to help with some translation. Just want to know really quickly, what do you tell your team, especially after a tough loss like that, in order for them to mentally reset?
Böyle bir kayıptan sonra takımca mental olarak resetlenmek için ne yaptınız?
Normalde maçları böyle kazanmaya alışkın olan bir takımız. Tabii daha önce böyle bir şey yaşamadık. O yüzden bu mental olarak birazcık zorlayıcı olabiliyor ama teknik sorunlarla boğuşmaktan, maça soğuk girmekten vesaire gibi durumlardan maça zor girdik. O yüzden bunun bir ısınma maçı gibi olduğunu konuştuk ve yeni map'te elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapacağız. Çünkü LAN turnuvalarında böyle şeylerin affı olmaz, bahanesi de olmaz. Heaven'da daha iyi bir maç çıkarmayı bekliyoruz.
Normally we are used to winning our matches, so yeah, definitely this was a setback. But mentally, we just think that this was a warm-up match for us, and this is the mentality we have. This was just a warm-up for us, and now we will show what we got on Haven.
Thank you very much. Let's see if BBL can make a comeback.
Interesting here, Baby Bay, that they touched upon the fact that this being seen as a warm-up map, because you said it yourself, it doesn't feel like they had already warmed up.
Yeah, and this is the problem. It's like, even if you're losing, you still want to win as many rounds as possible, so you have some type of momentum going into the next map. But they got like no rounds, so there's no momentum built up for them. Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds, but it's nothing. And one of the rounds is like an eco round, right? So it's like, I don't know.
Doesn't count.
Yeah, it's like an eco
you
round.
Can tell he's not good at maps.
You know, I think this is going to be a very hard map for them to play, especially against this comp, but I could be wrong. I just don't see it.
I think that one of the things that really has worked in the past for BBL is that they're very isolating duels. And that is something that they did not have the chance to do one single time against Shopify Rebellion. Yeah. And if they are not able to do it in a map like Haven with three sides, they're going to be in serious trouble. So if we get the same performance of a Shopify that is playing united, that is playing everything to a T, that every single comp is it's finding a good final, then I don't think BBL has a lot of chances.
When it comes to their compositions, and when it comes to, as Bea already highlighted, the fact that they haven't been really able to isolate these players in Shopify, what are you preferring to see them come out with this time to try and turn it around?
It's going to be so hard for them to play against this comp. I'm telling you, I know what it's like playing against this Viper comp, and it's so annoying. And if you can't get your duelists online, Vanya's gonna have to be the one that steps up, and I'm gonna have to.
We need to stop. We need to stop putting Vanya.
I know.
She's decision.
I know the whole team. Yeah. We aren't seeing Eva have the performance she had, last series that they played, but. I think that it is going to be the omen that is going to be really impactful in this map, though, because there's so many elevations that you can play on, and the comp that Shopify plays does not have a Sova to scan these elevations.
Yeah.
So I believe that you're going to see Vanya on top of Short A, stuff like that, to abuse.
And with Prime Agent Select ready as well, we can just further look into and dig into whether or not these are the compositions that we're going to be looking forward to and what we can expect from them. The breach here, Kakuka, it seems no changes.
Hear me out. This is the way that we like it in EMEA. I think that across the globe, this is a very popular composition. I think that the breach has a lot of value. It can give you a lot of things. Of course, this is very classic composition to be seen in Haven, but I think that Felipa plays it to a T.
Right.
Yeah, and I think the scariest thing right now is the form of which Fluorescence Op was in that last match.
Yes.
She was actually hitting every single shot. Even when there was a 5-man hit on her on the site, she still got one. And it's like there's so much utility coming in and everything, and she's still online, so.
And with her being online, we're ready to head into this final, well, second map could potentially be the final one of the series, because this is BBL Queen's final chance to try and push it to the decider. Let's head over to our casters, Vansili and Potter, to break it down.
Thank you so much, Janiro, and indeed, you know what? We had a chance to see the BBL Queens in the hallways between maps. They were just saying BBL means be back later. Now it's later. We're on Haven. Hopefully with this composition, they have something that they can play against Shopify right now, as they have Shopify Rebellion on the attack, starting things off, already contact play against Eva, who's forced to fall back.
Yeah, and that's some good damage coming out for Floor, immediately making Ava and the side of BBL react, but what a fault line, what a reaction coming out for Ava.
That's the combination you want, but Fluorescent is back to fight! Somehow gets 3 before she gets dropped. Alexis, now a chance to win this because Eva's low in HP. Both players with Vanya stuck towards the graffiti. And Alexis is still inching across, hiding towards the hell. Both players now falling back now towards sewers. Alexis now has an opportunity to just stay within the site or use the map into her favor.
That timing is ridiculous right now. BBL want to double back and go back towards this long. Alexis, I mean, she doesn't know it, but certainly has a lot of wiggle room, a lot of room to play with here. Bird back online.
That's good. That's information right there. So the plant for the spawn to swing out from the first, unfortunately could not connect onto Eva. Great job by BBL to play the bait and switch, allowing the lower HP to swing out first. And BBL, they start off well with this pistol round.
Yeah, and you know, Ava almost kind of baited Shopify to come in for that hit, right? The fact that Floor kind of popped some shots and Ava really looked shook and fell back there, but they had a breach, they had a fault line, they had a plan all along, and they wanted Shopify to come up that short A. Beautiful reaction, and these are the kind of trap plays that we can expect to see on this defense side moving forward here. The Viper, it makes it difficult. You have to keep looking for fights just like BBL did here.
Turns out well, Shopify now looking for some sort of a hit towards the C site, a 4-1 split, probably a turret to look for a push down towards middle, and that's where BBL is inching most of their bodies here. 4 players stacked within this B site.
Floor got so many free kills on that pistol, decides to get half armor, even collect the orb for herself. Marshall in hand. 4 defenders from BBL trying to deny this front B plant. Be interesting to see which angle Floor decides to take. Usually with a Marshall like this, you only have 2 choices, long A, long C, or front B. Seems like she's trying to keep the A defenders honest. What an interesting alarm bot.
Alarm bot forces out a flash from the defenders and a swing out, so SR knows that there's a stack there. There's still a minute left though. Everybody's holding back towards the spawn.
Yeah, that trap play should be good information that you should be telling each other about for Shopify. Little quirky things like that are certainly things that you want to keep track of on this map. Noya's being so patient. Still hears that KJ turret up. Just trying to buy a little bit of time. If she's able to find a pick, that would be huge, but really right now, she just needs her team to regroup towards A.
We talked about the long A control. Once again, leveraging Fluorescent with the Marshall looking back towards Hell. Now with 20 seconds left, Shopify have to commit within the A site. And just thankfully with that timing, Felipe already reached in towards the A site. But the pick comes open on both B and also the A site. Shopify, how did he do this?
10 seconds left.
Vanya's all alone. She's running to try to help her teammates, but her whole team has just been wiped out. Noya, we got to get a replay to see what kind of timing she got, but she gets away with 2 free Sheriff kills. If you're a BBL, this is definitely not what you wanted, especially after how first map went. And after such a beautiful, dominant pistol round as well. Maybe Vanya's able to get some kills, do some damage control, make some money, but she's getting swarmed.
Oh Becomes to be a round win here for Shopify Rebellion. Not really a MasterCard Thrifty because of what you invested for that Marshall, but yeah, I agree with you, Potter. We have to see that replay. What happened towards that B site for Noya to allow her to get those 2 picks on the Sheriff?
And not only that, the fact that you mentioned they're leveraging floor at that long end, you saw that pause for about 3 or 4 seconds. That's 100% Mel mid-rounding, letting her teammates know, hey, let's be a little bit more patient. And right at that instance, floor delivers. What an eco coming through here for Shopify.
And sometimes you want that luck. Noya was about to get hit by that paranoia, decided to swing out and allowing that 1v1 to happen right in the front of Wen's trying to capitalize off the assist of Vanya's paranoia. Now we're just juggling some weapons around. The bonus round is quite good. They're working with a Vandal, Bladestorm, pushing towards the C site, holding towards the spawn now as BBL is pushing up towards sewers.
A lot of aggression here. So many attackers all grouped here outside of A though. Alkia, they've got to have a response for this dog. I like this move for Shopify. They are reading this game so well right now. Just leaving Alexis inserted, probably going to throw some late utility towards this A main as her team just rendezvous towards the C.
And the dog already saw 3 players. Noya, it's an easy 1v1 there. That opens up the site. The breach is still far behind. They're trying to look for that trap play with a fault line. Now closing in onto Alexis down towards the lower window. The crossbar is still there, the bait and switch. Noya needing that last kill to get a lockdown available within the next round for Shopify. And Felipa's was walking right down into that. But she's just looking for that weapon to pick up here, if she can.
Decisive moves coming out here for Shopify. And I think we're already kind of seeing the tone and kind of seeing the approach for Shopify. They're absolutely capitalizing off the information warfare or lack thereof, especially if you're BBL, right? If you think about Viper, you think about those walls. You're just really cutting off so many deep lines. So Shopify, they're so grouped. They know that BBL are guessing. They know that eventually BBL are going to come out sniffing one way.
My double's dead.
With those, as you can see here,
She's so swift.
Done a great job. President of Denmark. Putting up those numbers, having the ult we just mentioned on that previous round, and this is going to be very important now to counter what we currently have for BBL. They were on an eco, they have an opportunity to go for a full gun round, and for Shopify, they could invest. I mean, if it wasn't for that that lockdown available now, and even Alexis, she wants to go for a Bulldog instead, when she still has, or Mel, when she still has so much money to work with.
Yeah, and really, the options are endless for Shopify as they kind of play out this round. Noya already with that Killjoy ultimate online in round 4.
Swarm grenade out.
Oh, it looks like they want to get that garage control. They want to pop this ult in garage, it seems.
Cover going out.
It's going to be the contact on the turret first. The dog clearing out all of that information. Instantly we break that turret. Noya goes in the corner, and there's that lockdown to clear out the whole area.
Yeah, Vanya still has paranoia though. And you can see that Wenz and Vanya, they're not willing to just give it up. They're pushing down long C, and the timing for Sarah is beautiful. She goes 1 for 1.
Just like Ascent, positioning themselves where they can take advantage of the radius of that lockdown to get some picks. Vanya now being backstabbed by Noya and gets dropped as well. C site now open, plant coming down. And you can pretty much play the long-range game now for Shopify.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Play to their strengths, go back and set up and reinforce this post plant. You even saw that Ava had to waste her drone all the way back in spawn. That lack of information we're talking about is putting so much pressure on the BBL side. Noya on an incredible flank here.
They're not done. They're just going to keep flanking and flanking, so Noya's walking up once again. Patience on the information on the 3 players. There's the first one, second towards the long, fully flash, but at least the teammates there. Mel moves up towards the long C, and all 3 players on the attempt of a retake, it's fully denied.
The moves coming through. If it's not Noya on the flank, it's Mel on the flank. If it's not Mel, it's gonna be Sarah, right? It's the power of the double controllers coming through here for the side, for the NA side. I mean, this is definitely not a comp that's easy to deal with. Especially if it's not a comp that you scrim very often.
That's true. And with the numbers that Noya is currently putting up and all these flanks that she's currently doing against BBL, you know what that means? They're going to be para-Noya'd about that. 100's Fury out though, off the rip as the barriers come up. But it does not connect. It's an attempt to push towards the window, but Sarah once again greeting Alkia. They're trying to go for the Fnatic play, but instantly it becomes a huge advantage for Shopify.
Definitely griefing Alkia there. Unfortunate for her. Philippa still has 2 flashes though. And we've been seeing those trap plays from the pistol round to that anti-eco. Sure, they lost it, but some good ideas, some funky alarm bots. So maybe a weird trap play coming into this one. You can see they're re-aggressing down mid. That dog gave a lot of information.
They heard the footsteps too as well. So both of them inching up towards the window. This is going to be Eva and Philippa. Met up as well from Vanya, pushing all the way down towards C. So they definitely know the hit's going to come towards the A site. But the patience is still too great. Noya's the one watching a flank, catches one off guard, uses the weapon as a bait.
Oh, and that fault line doesn't catch her. She does get taken out anyway. With the breach on the flank quickly and Vanya in tow, Shopify's got to hit some great shots here.
Push it towards the spawn. Wentz moving in. That's a 1-for-1. Evening up the tally. Spike is still down towards the back of the site. Mel playing out in the open from the graffiti, and now it's just going to be easy for the last 2 players. The dynamic duo of Mel and Alexis win their own duels, and they take the lead now by 3.
The dynamic duo indeed, and it's as simple as that, right? You just saw those comms coming through. Mel had contact. As soon as she gets it, you're swinging from that spawn. Beautiful fundamentals once again. Love to see that coming out here for the Shopify side. And the first time we're seeing that sniper rifle in Alkia's hands. Things have not gone well, especially after that anti-eco loss. So finally a little bit of money on the board. Gonna be able to actually use those long lines on the back of Alkia. Hopefully we see that proactive trap play once again. Maybe Alkia on her lonesome, they can do some sort of 4-1 play and use that breach on the other side of the map, or some sort of pistol trap again, bait him into coming into that A side and just have Alkia ready with that operator.
Yeah, and it seems like it's almost the same storyline from what we've witnessed so far from Ascent to now, that I still like that BBL, they have a synergy, they have some sort of game plan that they want to come up with. But when it comes down to, okay, we'll start with the first layer, but as soon as they reach the maximum of that layer, everybody from Shopify is just always waiting for them on the outside of it, and they punish them every single time.
Yeah, they're reading the game so well right now. You know, you can just see that the communications are top tier, and that's exactly what you need to be able to react and respond in the manner that Shopify are doing right now. Each player on the same page. And for BBL, it's the slimmest of margins. You know, if we think about, again, that anti-eco, I got to keep going back to it, but had that not happened, this scoreline would look differently, certainly. So for BBL, hope is not lost yet. We're coming into round 6. Ultimate's coming online in the nick of time, and Alkia, we'll see what she's able to do down towards this long C.
Yeah, off the timeout from BBL. Name of the game, adding the pressure towards this HO, trying to flush SR back to the off if they can. But Shopify works out for a bit. The denial is good, but there's still a lurk happening from Sarah down towards sewers.
Yeah, look what Shopify did. They brought all those bodies, shot all their rifles to make it sound like there's a bunch of bodies there. And again, that Viper wall is up, keeping them guessing. And most attackers are now grouped towards front B. So much misdirection here.
Well up, beautiful flash. Not capitalizing yet though. No, Sarah's still in the corner.
Wow.
Execution potentially on both, but unfortunately couldn't connect that shot onto Eva. So it's a 1-for-1, but still it's Shopify Rebellion. They use the dot to capitalize on a hit towards the B site, puts the plant down, and we TP out, and it's time to play the pulse plant. It's gonna be difficult though, because they don't have the smoker in Vanya.
Yeah, Noya's got a full setup. Garage is controlled, long C is controlled, and double mollies on her back as well.
Fluorescent with the dash, activated, get a shot through the wall, still connects the shot, floating in the air, and now avoids that nano swarm. Rolling thunder now being thrown. Now she's hit by it. Wentz capitalizes on that opportunity. A 3 versus 2 advantage, but Alexis and Noya coming back from the rolling thunder. Gonna make it even more difficult for Alkia to try to get the defuse. And looks like BBL that will opt to save the operator instead. And Shopify Rebellion, that could have been devastating off that rolling thunder.
So devastating. I mean, it's the 1-2 punch coming out for Shopify, right? I mean, it could have been devastating, but Shopify always have an answer, even in that crossfire there as Alexis gets contact. Noya right up to the plate. Shopify, they have each other's back, so All these protocols are looking so good, and even then, Sarah, she absolutely deserved that second kill.
That's when luck's on your side too, to give some sort of hope for BBL, because once again, there's been very dominant.
Thumbs up. A simple thumbs up. I love that. I love that.
Everything goes according to plan. Coach Effie's there. But right back within the action, round number 7. Aggression coming out from Shopify Rebellion, the same type of conditioning, but this time committed just behind the smoke.
Yeah, and that's what just makes Viper so dangerous, right? Just, you never know. You just don't know how many players are behind.
Seems like they want to push the players back, trying to take advantage of an orb for Alexis to pick up. Unless they'll just want to flash right away and go through. Instead opting for a pit, Noya gets a pick on the lurk.
What a shot.
Dropping Wens. This, of course, is a lure wire that we have, trying to take advantage of the operator. As Philippa does manage to get the pick off onto Alexis. Rotating backwards, though, head-to-head towards the back of the main choke point. Vanya is now low on HP. Clock is still dwindling down on this spike, and there's really nothing that BBL could really do right now. We finally found safe passage and good positioning for Shopify Rebellion. Snake butt onto the ground, right onto the spike. Emma moves in for the wall, and the pin comes down, though, and somehow we're fighting back. Only one left! Noya almost had him, and Vanya comes in at that 5 HP on that 1-versus-1 against Mel. Manages to stay alive and clutched around there for BBL.
Sometimes all you need is a little bit of luck to turn things around, and that's exactly what BBL got in this round. Sarah, that should have never happened. You saw her fumbling, pulling the molly out, pulling the shorty out, then getting the phantom out. Just unlucky circumstances, but for BBL, they were so decisive in that moment, in that retake, completely catching Sarah off guard. And this was not a round that BBL should have had any chance in whatsoever.
Yeah, that pit, nice idea to plant there for long play, the long distance, but you don't have vision of what's behind it, giving so much room for BBL to try to go for those sprays, which caught a bit. And speaking about sprays, got a little bit of a tag there onto Noya, who once again, in round number 8, has a second lockdown.
Yeah, a little bit of splash damage. I like this move coming out for BBL. You can see that, again, they're looking for fights, putting the aggression on towards that A main. A lot of sound cues. They know that this B hit is coming, but... Oh, they've got to fall back, Vans. They didn't even take care of any of the util. This is going to be a simple post plant for Shopify.
Yeah, Mel committed into that one. The TP out. There's ult to ult from both lockdowns on both ends. Of course, the one for Shopify Rebellion is going to take a little bit longer. Wen still manages to get the pick, though, onto Fluorescent, allowing now the defenders to slowly come back within the site, just staying outside of the radius of that lockdown inside B main. Yes, one is detained, but it doesn't matter for those that are still alive within this B site for BBL. Flash coming through towards the smoke. One way is being thrown right now, and it's still the duels coming through. Nice little spray coming out from Noya as well. The spike still hasn't been diffused. And now there's no time left. Alkill, you can already see, pulling back towards A Heaven to save her operator, and Wen's doing the same with her Vandal.
So much exchanging of utility there, so much, and there was a moment, there was a slight moment when Wenz was thinking about it. She absolutely wanted to be the hero for BBL, tried to push out that garage to take care of that Killjoy ultimate, but it was just too late, it was too far gone, and even gets detained as a punishment there to add salt to the wound, but decent response, and for BBL, they're doing the right things, Vans. You know, we talked about the fact that they've got to look for fights. They are lacking information right now, and that's exactly what Viper wants. Both players in Ava and Alkia were walking and pushing and inching down towards that A main. They've got to start taking care of this KJ utility. They've got to put some pressure onto Shopify.
Yeah, Noya has definitely been a thorn in their side so far on this map. Map picked by Shopify Rebellion, and we definitely see why. They've been doing so well working around this map for the first 8 rounds. Now in round number 9, you see there's Dog coming out. Noya's also once again watching the flank towards the spawn. That's 4 players, that's contact, that's a lower buy that we have as well. And Wentz, the one saving the weapon, is going to be able to allow another player to upgrade a weapon.
The raid boss is down, but the whole squad has showed up. Shopify, they decide to leave a free A site to come back and avenge their teammate.
They don't want to leave Noya down. Fault line coming on the defense. No! Alexis still lends that shot onto Wenz. That's one rifle down out in the open where we can't really pick it up there for Philippa. Both coming through the smoke. And Shopify still pushing forward. Beautiful flashbow. They're just running and gunning across the smoke. And Neva's just stuck in the spawn with no information. And the C-side open. Alexis isolates the rotate from Alkia. The 1v1, the headshot there onto Eva. Shopify does not care. They're now playing team deathmatch.
Ice cold for Alexis. And what a bold move. What a bold move. But I get it. Listen, your raid boss in Noya with 16 frags just went down. You want to go avenge her death, and that's exactly what Shopify do in that instance. And how many times have we seen a round like this where you're using the only 2 smokes you have to cover up both choke points of the spawn? So what a weird round we had ourselves here, Vans.
Definitely. Shopify Rebellion, like I said, they're just trying to test out the new team deathmatch map that was about to be previewed at the GCC, right? So they're ready for it right now. Everything works from A to Z. Plants, executions. There was one pulse plant that didn't work in their favor from that pit. And we're starting to run away right within the action. Unfortunately, players fall there. Quassin, Vanya somehow in the corner.
Well, I hope we get a replay of that one. Vanya doing Vanya things once again. You know,
they're so fast.
She always does this, fans. She always randomly, all of a sudden, becomes the leader that her squad needs, and now has an Omen ult to boot.
But it was up, so how'd she move down there so fast?
I don't know. I don't know. Vanya's just different.
Sometimes you just want to fight it back, right? And we've seen Vanya in those moments in previous matches on Sunset where she just want to, you know, pull her pants up and say, look, I got to do things on my own sometimes. Let me just carry the team, bring that morale back. They've done it. And now Shopify Rebellion, though, they still want to move that confidence. A death ball of 4 players towards the A connector.
Yeah, and
Wenz
is just all alone. No ultimate in sight, and at this point, BBL can't afford to play retake. But she's gonna have to. She doesn't really have that much help. Philippa is on the way, though. Oh boy.
TV comes through. Nice shot there from Fluorescent onto Wentz. Now the numbers are coming back in favor here of Shopify Rebellion. I mean, at least there's something I gotta say about this is that from map 1 to this one too, the trades have been perfect on both ends, but it's just always Shopify Rebellion having that extra push, the extra number to really take the advantage in these rounds. And now Alkia has to try to clutch a 1 versus 2. Sarah's the one jump spotting, and after that, they just want to play together. No utility available for the pulse plant though, so it's Sarah and Fluorescent just playing the buddy system, watching the back and forth, trying to see where Alkia will be coming from. Is she flanking? Is she not? And all you got to do now is play the audio. Wait for that tap on the spike. And with this score line, it definitely looks like Alkia wants to commit to try to save the round for the team. There's a nice first shot right there, so it's a 1v1 that we're going to have. The tap on the spike, and there's no time left really. Fluorescent's just going to play with her. Sneaks right out, easy kill. 8-3 now for Shopify.
There was a chance, certainly a chance there. But yeah, Alkia, she had to clear every angle. The whole time, she only saw that one member in short A, and regardless, did not know where that second player was, making that 1 versus 2 even more difficult. But what a round. I mean, and you said it, Vans. This is definitely a stark difference from what we witnessed on map 1, which was just completely Shopify's game. This is Shopify working extremely hard to get the rounds on the board. And this is Mel on Shopify calling extremely well right now.
They're calling another hold towards the spawn. Fluorescent looks like she was dropping a weapon all the way back towards the spawn as well. That's an operator pick up a Vandal. And meeting up with the team, but look at that push from Alkia just under the window. Now that's trigger discipline. Oh no! Not as pointy this time around. The upshot to break the crosshair placement and end the blade storm just to land right in the chest of Alkia. And for the jet diff, Wentz trying to answer back outside the window. Surprise attack onto Alexis indeed, and it gets traded instantly by Sarah. Maybe another one. It's going to be a Lemming style. Vanya's the one that's pushing forward, but Fluorescent is still there. Daggers right in the dome. That's Philippa and Eva. One with a Sheriff, one with a Vandal respectively. It's the last round of the half. You have to go for it here. Owl Drone to get information. Trying to get the tap through the wall.
Close!
Oh, it's so close. Mel's just looking at the wall. Sarah's just looking at towards the wall. Stays alive. Fluorescent's trying to bait it out.
Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
And it's good enough there. I mean, the position was too good towards the back of the platform. And a 9-3. I don't think this time you're going to call it a 9-3 curse.
Switching sides.
It's not looking good so far, at least. But like I said, this map, it is closer than that scoreline indicates. We're going to be able to shift the pace. Now BBL are swapping sides, and they get to have a little bit of breather, at least, in this freeze time. And just remind themselves that, hey, we're still in this.
All right, well, at least Ginny and our friends at the desk, Do we have any hopium left here for BBL?
Genie and friends here. Okay, everyone throwing the word friend. You have friends now. You do.
Let's go.
I mean, you know, Vansilli's being a little silly and mentioning the 9-3 curse, and we said how coming into this, we hoped that BBL would start off strong, get that momentum going, get that confidence going, Kuka, but didn't feel like we really got to see that.
I mean, I have to say that I can understand why they're nervous, and things are definitely not going their way. We definitely in this later rounds can see them being beyond nervous. It's just that every single plan that Shopify thinks of works, and every single reaction is so on time, and everybody's so on the same page, and you see that you're, you know, on the verge of losing. At least we wouldn't be saying goodbye to them, but definitely with this scoreline, it's not looking good.
It's not looking good, bruv.
Yeah.
But you know what is looking good, though?
Noya?
Noya, yeah.
Noya was an absolute menace right now, starting from the eco round. So I was about to get into that. Like, BBL won the pistol round, and then Noya gets 2 headshots on B, randomly with a deagle, and then it just completely...
It was clean.
Yeah, it completely just crumbles. Like, it's just so tough. And even here on this round was great. Great macro play. We get the KG ult down. We know that there's a guy, a player down long. And then she reflanks the long guy and cleans up the round with like a 4K. She's just been phenomenal.
We knew that this composition was going to be annoying in many senses, but you know, knowing that she can be anywhere in the map, having the impact that she's having, and I would say the same for all of the players. She was just perfect on those shots, on those transfers, as we were saying, and definitely on the scoreboard. But this definitely seems like a team that is here to win.
Yeah, not only that, but I just feel like they are so aware, and the prep from Effie's has been great in this entire series because they're just aware of all these aggro plays and everything going on from BBL.
This is their final shot to try and right their wrongs, pushing this to the final decider map. But this is also Shopify Rebellion's shot to rewrite history and go up against G2 goes in the semifinals. So, Potter, Vansilli, what do we make of this?
I mean, I make it that I'm hoping that the hopium's there. I mean, I asked you all at the desk, and I want to start believing. But with Shopify Rebellion's display so far throughout this series, it might be looking like a 2-0, but maybe I just said a caster curse, and then we're going to see a map 3.
I hope so. I hope so. Let's see how strong your curse actually is, Vans, because Noya is not slowing down. She's fortified her defenses. She's got a Viper wall towards C, and Sky flashes to help, and Alkia, she's got to find her.
BBL's walking right into it. Paranoia being thrown just to slow down the pace a little bit here. Nullifying the wall that Alexis gets the pick right there to start things off. Coming towards the back of the site, flicking towards the left, and BBL answering back. But Noya's still alive towards the back of the site. There's the contact on 2 players. Beautiful swings coming from both. Sarah then last one at the logs. Alkia gets the triple, and that's a pistol round there for BBL.
That's a pistol round. And it kind of started off, hey, this second half is starting off just like that first. If we can avoid any sort of shenanigans in these quasi half low buy scenarios, then maybe BBL can start making a case for themselves of why everyone speaks so highly of this squad on the EMEA side. Bit of a slow start here today, but if they win this bonus, fans, I mean,
we always talk about teams taking a little bit more time to warm up. Maybe one of those moments here. It may be a little bit too long, but there's always hope. Starts off well with a recon dart, getting information on that Killjoy still playing towards the C site. And BBL all the way towards spawn still, playing the default, trying to see if Shopify want to try to push out. But knowing that there's a potential setup or a stack towards the C site by pinging out the KJ, they're moving in towards A, where the stack is actually moving towards 2 for Shopify.
Yeah, and man, Shopify are just, they are on another level right now, because right prior to this, Alexis sent a bird down short A. They didn't hear anything. So the mind games right now, you know it's clear, we think you know it's clear, so we're going to actually stack here anyway. Shopify, strong side is A.
Orb is up to. An extra obstacle for the players to stay within the site. Sarah now towards the back of the boxes. Nell and Fluorescent are closing in now, and it works out.
Oh my God.
That beautiful orb allowing now BBL to funnel right into the stack. There's the backstab from Noya. A MasterCard Thrifty and a master class of a hold.
I know that was on purpose. That was a calculated eco. Shopify are just, they are different, fans. The layers right now, the prep, they're coming in, they're smurfing.
Yeah.
They look so clean. This was a big brain move, a big brain eco. and they just made it look so easy.
I'm just starting to believe that maybe Effie's told the girls to do it on purpose to lose the pistol so they could practice a thrifty on their end. Exactly.
Thumbs up, Effies, let's go.
Double thumbs up this time around. Now no money for BBL. Sheriff's in hand for two players being Alkia and Wentz. Putting a lot of players, a lot of effort towards the seaside, potentially to try to take control of this orb.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do, and I think they're going to even just try to commit. That pistol round was clean. They did dominate towards the C. They're going to try to highlight Alkia. Sheriff in hand, fault line out. Ooh.
Nice dinks coming out though from the classic. Noya's down to 3 HP, so inching in, or the players of BBL. Wall's about to come down. Flash not affecting Noya, but she does have backup. Even if she falls here, Fluorescent still towards the back. Bulldog in hand, a dash away. Two players to support. That's Sarah swinging in towards the back of the platform as Alkia falls, and also doesn't allow here for BBL to really edge in towards the site and try to get the flank. Close range battle though, and working out finally for Shopify Rebellion. It worked out well for the first kill onto Noya, but they've delayed enough to pick off every single last players, and Shopify Rebellion are now up at 11.
Yeah, every angle, every avenue that BBL might have is covered. Even in that last second, Mel fully aware, fully holding that back line and just, again, reinforcing that C defense. But it was a good lick of damage. Alkia was able to find her entry, and hey, if there was a Sova dart in line with that, with the flash in trail to make sure you get that one ping off, all of a sudden there's a different looking kind of round. So right now BBL, they're going through their game plan, making sure that they do go through all those details to make these last few rounds count as much as possible, because Shopify, yes sir, that is a Mel masterclass. I am on your side.
Can they hear me?
I think so.
I thought we had Portuguese in the crowd there. How do you know I said masterclass? But definitely, really, it's pretty much do or die at this point now for BBL. Go for your wall or just fall here to the lower brackets. Oh yeah, Mel's been working out.
She's been working out for sure.
And this is the last timeout now for this map for BBL. Shopify Rebellion still have there too, but they haven't been needing to use it. But with that, I mean, you're looking at the focus that Alkia had to grab up the orb on that previous round. Having a Vandal this time around here, what's the focus? What's the plan? As all of BBL are starting towards C once again.
Yeah, it looks like they just really want to be decisive, and I don't blame them. That pistol round was clean. Even that eco round prior to this was clean.
Yeah.
So all 5 members, again, with all that perfect utility, this is their protocol, this is the drills, this is the reps that they've been practicing all year.
So it looks to be potentially just a full execution towards the C side. They have the utility to work with. The nanoswarms, the shock darts, the fault line. And Sarah is just using that line of sight just behind the wall to get a ping. Get it pinged twice, but somehow still stays alive. A TP towards the back, slings back into a headshot into Alkia. Anchoring the site solo, looking for the fourth. Stick fight on the ground and gets stolen there by Noya. Nothing you could do. I mean, at this point, when you have a great execution like that and Sarah can still get 3, nothing's really working for you at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify, they have every avenue covered, and we keep saying it, but even in this instance, Mel was talking about, you know, those land moves that she knows about, the fact that you can't hear quite as well when you're on land, the fact that if you buy a Phantom on land and you just spray through any of these smokes, you're gonna get rewarded. So even looking back on map 1, how many spam kills did we see? And once again, coming to Haven with that Viper in tow, it's Spam City.
I kind of like spam.
It's
Oh,
okay.
but right with the action though. Aggression coming out from the sewers for Fluorescent and Shopify, but instantly Alkia drops Sarah towards the seaside. Noya's still there to help out though, but this gives a chance for BBL to at least start working the map a little bit more, thinning down the stacks in a defense of Shopify Rebellion. Look at them already moving here to support Noya.
Yeah, Wen's really good communication as well for the BBL side. You saw that she was pinging that turret, went towards garage, saw that there was no utility there. So great map control in round 17 here for BBL. We'll see how they react without those smokes though on this hit.
They're walking in for a contact play.
Yeah, that's the reaction.
But Fluorescent's there to support. Already caught Alkia off guard. Easy lineups on 3 and 4, and that's it. I mean, Shopify Rebellion playing ADGQ pretty much as it is, throwing the queens, and they'll face off against G2 in the upper finals.
As clean as ever, and my goodness, I am afraid for who Shopify play next, because this sort of confidence when you're coming through in the next one, if you're able to have a round and your matches look as clean as this, you're feeling on top of the world.
You're definitely feeling on top of the world. You're looking at the path that you currently have for both of these teams, right? For Shopify Rebellion, they've had a similar story in their region in North America, dominating throughout the whole season, and then just falling pretty short. And then for BBL, they were starting to have a come up, but then you saw the dominance coming back from G2 towards the GC. EMEA Season 2, Season 3, they come out into this one. They're able to win this one as well, and they have that confidence to come through. So you're looking at BBL, that dark horse that you're talking about. If they were able to put up a big fight against Shopify Rebellion, that was going to instill a lot of fear for Shopify if they were to be pushed towards the lower bracket.
Yeah.
But now that they have such a convincing 2-match series in their favor, I mean, sky's the limit.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if you're on the side of BBL as well, you know, I think it bodes better for them moving forward, the fact that both of these maps were wipeouts. Hey, if they were very close and then they ended up losing, maybe going into map day 2 or day 3 rather, it can be really salty. But this one, I think you'll be able to easily shake it off. It just wasn't your day. You know what? GG, go next, we go again.
And you see Noya, I mean, she's been an all-star player for this second map. Fluorescent was also moving up right there with Noya, putting up these numbers. And as a group, I mean, as a core, with these new players coming in with the core that we saw from Shopify Rebellion, they're looking to be an unstoppable force, but there's just so much competition still happening within this tournament. I mean, they're facing off against G2 next.
Yeah.
That's no feat. They've been doing quite well here.
They have. Both squads have been doing quite well. And again, it's that proof that both squads want to prove something in this event.
Yeah, definitely. And now you see the celebrations coming out from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, those hugs that came through, it meant a lot for this team, right? To go through and have such a decisive victory against the #1 seed out of EMEA. It just shows that, you know, the trophy's just at their fingertips.
Yeah, right at
Really
their
touch it.
fingertips. I mean, Noya was insane today. And even in her interview leading up to today, it was like, I don't need to perform. I don't need to top frag again here on day 2. My teammates are going to back me up, but it looks like Noya's just going to consistently perform because her numbers right now on that Sentinel role is ridiculous.
From a Cypher to a Killjoy and just nodding through, it's like, I got this, I know. This is pretty much her home, her zone, and she definitely shows that she can put up the numbers. And sometimes when you don't have her, it's everybody else. The masterclass calling out from Mel at the same time, really working against BBL throughout both of these maps. And, you know, at the same time, Effie's, everything that they've been working through together since the boot camp till now have been so good.
Yeah, and it's paying off. It's paying off, and it's so great when you can see actual work just translate in the server, right? You cannot be this clean without all the work and prep leading up to an event like this. And I just gotta say, that thumbs up coming out from Effie's is one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thumbs up coming out from Memphis, and it's confident lead coming out here. So with that, let's send it down to the stage where Bai is standing by with Fluorescent for the Verizon post-match interview.
Olá a todos, estamos aqui com a Florence depois dessa vitória maravilhosa da Shopify Rebellion contra a BBL. So, hello everyone, we're going to speak with Florence right now, both in Portuguese and English. So, first of all, Florence, congratulations. Did you expect this dominance over BBL?
Yes.
So that's it?
Yes.
So, why?
We prep really hard and we practice hard.
Okay, nice. So after all, like, you're such an icon right now and you're so young and like you're really considered one of the best and you just, well, confirmed this after this match. So how are you feeling right now?
We're feeling good. We're gonna play G2 next, so I'm excited.
This will be tricky, right?
A little.
Bom, gente, ela é uma mulher de poucas palavras, maravilhosa. Primeiro eu perguntei, né, se elas estavam ali esperando essa grande dominância em cima da BBL, e ela falou que sim, porque elas se prepararam melhor, elas treinaram muito pegado, e eu também perguntei para ela, porque ela, afinal de contas, é super novinha e já é um ícone, e tá ali como um dos nomes a ser batido, e como que ela tá se sentindo sobre isso, e ela falou que tá se sentindo muito bem, obrigada. So, let's talk about G2. Are you prepared?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Would you like to send a message to your fans?
I want to say thank you, Effies.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. E é isso. Eu perguntei pra ela se ela tem alguma mensagem. Ela falou muito obrigada, Effies. E é isso, gente. Agora é com vocês.
Thank you, Effies. Indeed, the amount of prep that has gone into this. We've heard it just right now from Floor. We've seen it on the maps. We've already discussed it a little bit on that first one. But Kukuka, here on Haven, we said this was possible.
Hear me out. Usually everybody agrees with Potter because she is an icon, but she is actually so right in what she said. We know that Shopify has correct players. Like the individual just works into, just goes into what everybody individually, can prep. But this global thing shows a level of preparation, a level of comfort, then translated into the game that when you're playing it and everything is working, only escalates further and further. So I think that if they prepare like this, for G2, I mean, I hope the G2 is ready.
I mean, we said it already as well. If I was G2 and we're going to have to play against this, I'd be shaking in my boots. I'm not retracting that statement. I would still be scared because not only did Shopify show us how much of prep goes into this, not only did they show us the fact that they're absolutely cracked out of their minds, it's also the fact here that every single time that BBL was trying to get that momentum going, they stop it right in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, getting ecoed on both pistol rounds you win is just like, it's just a knife in the heart, and it's just so tough to come back from something like that. Like every single time they were about to do something good, they won the pistols nice, it was clean, it looked good. Now you're getting ecoed by classics, barely any eagles, honestly, maybe one person had an eagle on the side of Shopify. And it's just like, what is happening, man? They can't get anything going for themselves. I kind of felt bad almost. It kind of looked like a pub stomp.
Like if the mental is already delicate after the first loss, then coming into the second one and, being like, oh my God, we got the pistol, we snowball little by little, but you're not able to even convert that. It's not only what it does for you, what it does for your opponent. Like they feel like they're unstoppable, and definitely, I feel like G2 must be scared.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh, just a bit. Yeah. You're like, oh, I need to retract that. EMEA. But yeah, I mean, looking at how both.
Bro, if tomorrow we get, sorry for the
no, it's okay.
But bro, if tomorrow we get a Petra versus Fluorescent on Jet.
Sheesh. Okay, listen. We're going to talk about that tomorrow because we still have a couple of things here to touch upon, especially Fluorescent, which you just said. I mean, we were looking at the fact that we had a tweet where she's like, oh, 2-0 against EDG. Didn't really do that well on the operator. And then she comes out on this and pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder what she's going to be tweeting tonight. What do you think is going to be like?
I did okay.
Was it good enough?
I was
Let
comfortable.
me hit every single op shot this time.
I think she's going to go for, I barely felt like I warmed up. Let's see how I'm tomorrow. Or maybe 1 out of 2 EMEA teams.
Oh.
Maybe.
I mean, listen, you got to give it to them. Yeah. Humble
Until she's not.
All right, let's not speculate on what we're going to be seeing on Twitter tonight, but instead let's have a look at the fact that, again, topping that leaderboard, Fluorescent, but I think another thing to really highlight here, Baby Bay, is the fact that it's not just been insane individual play from Fluorescent. It really feels like every single one of these players has stepped up to the plate in a way that no other team has been able to match them for yet.
Yeah, especially on that Ascent, right? You had Mel that was like second fragging on the Omen, and then Sarah with the incredible pistol round and bonus round plays that she had, getting like multi-frags every single like other round, it felt like. And then even on the Viper, it was like she was just mowing them down with her vulnerability. It was crazy to see this, and this is what you want out of your team, and this is why it's so dominant. Every single player is online, pulling their weight not only at an individual level but as a team.
But hear me out. Listen, yesterday for EDG, we could make some excuses. We know also the situation for BBL. For tomorrow, that has to be, right, the ultimate test.
How many times are we at every team? Oh, this is the real test.
If I see a tweet tonight, or tomorrow saying that one of the players in G2 is sick and has to play for isolation, I'm quitting.
We have to touch upon the fact that your pitch was great. Like, I know it was like a couple of letters, but like 10 out of 10, you're a salesman, not really. But the thing is, Fluorescent has done really well, but she's not been the only player on LAN that has just absolutely popped off. So it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment of today, and this one is going to be going to Team Liquid's Georgina. you guys can take a second to like digest this because
yeah, I'm trying because this was at the beginning of the day, and I think I was watching this, and yes, it's just no. This is Michaela.
This is I was
like, I remember watching this.
This was definitely sick. The patience for her not to shoot the first person in front of her and kind of wait for them to line up, and then this flick on the person top mid was absolutely insane. The dash to dodge the bullet, and then the second shot on the knife. Clean and so close to an ace.
But if you think about it, like the awareness of it, like you see the two, you also know where to expect at least other two, you know, like the movement is here, the support comes from this place, there's probably going to be a drone coming in from here, and if there's a Nomen, there will be smoking from here, and obviously it's the beginning of the round, so where is the killjoy going to be? You know, like it's all happening very fast, but she stays on top of everything.
That's absolutely incredible to see, but also that means that with that game's outcome, it was when we said goodbye to one of our teams, and with day 3 coming to a close, we'll give you guys a little bit of a refresher of what we've seen. Unfortunately, EG as well as EDG are both going home today. BBL are going to be going up against Team Liquid, SMG heading up against Crew, and my oh my, the game that I think a lot of us are going to be waiting for. Potentially even the finals come a little bit too early because G2 against SR. I'm like scale from 1 to like super poggers. How pog do you think that's gonna be?
I think I'm too old to reply to that question. I don't know that scale too much, but definitely I think I can speak for the majority of the world. We have been waiting for this game for an entire year, and we need it. And we're getting it tomorrow, so.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. I think everybody out there is excited. I'm also really excited for Team Liquid versus BBL. I think that's going to be a great game. I think that I wonder how BBL is going to bounce back, because we saw Liquid bounce back really well today.
Yeah, but also something to keep in mind is that unfortunately as well, tomorrow we're going to be saying goodbye to another 2 teams, making them a total of 4. So the competition is getting more and more difficult, and also a little bit more sad because unfortunately, Kuka, we're going to be saying goodbye to more people.
Yeah, and it's going to be even worse because it's going to come to a point, like imagine for Latin America, okay, imagine that Team Liquid wins and then Crew wins, then there's going to come to a point where it's going to be one of them two. And then what is the crowd going to do? I mean, we kind of know.
I mean, listen, this crowd has not been loyal, so like I'm not putting any expectations on that.
No, they're loyal to the game. I think that's what it's important.
Which is beautiful.
Yeah.
Aw, look at you, wholesome.
It is cool.
Look at us.
They're cheering for everybody, honestly.
Yeah.
At different moments too, and it's like I had the pleasure of being out there watching one of the games, and I was like, this is so cool. And if you guys aren't there or you have a chance to come, you should definitely come because it was a sick experience.
The vibes are immaculate.
Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me. Not me. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. Unfortunately, saying goodbye to 2 teams, but the competition is getting more and more fierce. And we have more bangers coming your way tomorrow. So thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. EOD Prime Gaming post-day highlights is now going to be going on. So enjoy those. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Upper bracket, it didn't go their way, but that does not matter anymore. This is elimination. No more second chances, and you do not want to be the first team to be sent home here.
And she has more smokes to stall this one out. It is a triple lineup. That is disgusting. We've seen this one before. Kenzie, I'll find the counter. Daiki will. 3 from range. The shorty around the corner, and Daiki is doing it all. Isolating these players will be so important. You can't let them find any shots with those sheriffs. And Lori, well, she's doing a great job of it. Down is Scary Shark, has to frag 1 kill. It's gotten halfway. Jujina! How many rounds will Jujina steal? Team Liquid take map number 1 in this series. Let's sell it, dash forward, Scary Shark. Just not looking.
No.
Jujina, I mean, she's so precise. The spray transfers seem to always connect. A dive in, Starbound for the first, has to find the timing in the flick, just misses out, and Starbound connects it. Jujina ahead of it, could isolate a kill here onto Starbound, but the smoke is in her way. She'll spam it, a risk taken, bolt switch! And Jujina wins it! Team Liquid defends their home! This is their stage, and they will not lose to EG.
Elimination is on the line here. Crew, they have been in this position before, but for EDG, their journey has barely started. We've barely seen them play. Either way, it's going to be very premature for either one of these teams if they get knocked out today.
But how much more can they find? The first one falls. Everything rolls in favor of Crew. Crew are going to take the lead.
Paranoia coming out. The satchel's you said, a kill onto Cormier and Kalita. Oh my goodness,
No way.
it's down to a 2v2.
No way!
Oh my god!
She's gotten it 3/4 of the way!
I told you the judge is the best gun in the game. The raised rocket is out and Musin gets caught out. This is so unfortunate for trying to play alone on site.
Just Blue and Clem left. Michaela's gotten 3 on the round. There's nothing they can do. Crew take down EDG on split 13-7. The first, the second spot in. They line up and they both fall. Looking for the third. It does connect. Blade's back online. The dasher out, feeling the pressure. That's 4. The ace doesn't connect, but the damage has been done. They don't have control across mid. They don't have control across spawn. You're just going to have to deal with this ferocious flood attempt that's going to be coming out from spawn, but that's going to work. No way! It was so close! Michaela getting one through as Wawa Lee. Hang on. The snap on Michaela is going to be tough. It almost hits it, but it doesn't connect. We're tied at 7. Whoa! How? How did she get 2?
What is going on?
But there's a lot of fight on the other side. Crew strikes at the perfect time. Crew take down EDG. Crew survive.
I think that this is crazy for Shopify Rebellion, the possibility to change everything that happened last year and get into that semifinal against an old friend in G2 Gozen, and for BBL, the possibility to make that semifinal all about EMEA.
Crossfire set up, double push in. Nice CDS coming out from Sarah. A second and third, too, to drop the spike. Fluorescent capitalizing on the fourth, and Felipe is alone, and Fluorescent is still there to stop her as well.
Is this their map pick?
Flashes are being thrown. She's a paranoia, not allowing players to push through. And as they're running back towards the spawn, what a retake coming out from Shopify Rebellion.
Anya, I don't hear you.
Nice jump for the bait, pushing through now. Fluorescent's under pressure, but Alexis still holding the site. Shopify Rebellion take the first map, 13-3.
Clean.
Now closing in onto Alexis down towards the lower window. The crossfire is still there, the bait and switch. Magnolia down, Fault Line coming on defense. No, Alexis still lends that shot onto Wentz. Alexis isolates a rotate from Alkia. The 1v1, the headshot there onto Eva. They're now playing team deathmatch.
Ice cold.
And Sarah is just using that line of sight just behind the wall to get a pick. Getting pinged twice, but somehow still stays alive. Shopify Rebellion playing ADGQ pretty much as they dethrone the Queens, and they'll face off against G2 in the upper finals.
As clean as ever, and my goodness, I am afraid for who Shopify play next.